What is going on, my fellow OMI homies? It's Foster, and today I am back with another live with a great friend of the community, Mr. Henry Pagliuca. Henry, how you doing, brother?
Great. How you doing, Foster? What's going on, buddy?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Thank you so much for coming on the channel here tonight. I know a lot of people are excited to hear your thoughts on everything, whether it be VeVe, Ecomi, or anything and everything in between. These conversations tend to get pretty all over the place, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So I put it out to everyone. I said, listen, we're going to talk about obviously your experience over the Disney week with all the drops that have taken place. Whether you're going to be participating in any drops over DCON, and then just overall how you're feeling about the project, with the direction things are moving, and kind of anything else that either the community wants to talk about or that is on your mind. While we get started, obviously shout out to Maxwell. Quite a few people were chatting before this even went live, so thank you so much for all the support. Maxwell wasn't able to make it this evening, but I will make sure that coffee gets taken care of. So thank you very much for that, Maxwell. But with that being said, we are almost through a very hectic week with Disney. And I'm curious to hear, of course, it's in the photo of the thumbnail, but I'm curious to hear your experiences so far with Disney Week.
Thank you, Foster. Thank you for having me again. I could say a lot of things. I mean, I've been out here in Vegas for almost 3 weeks now. It's been a fantastic adventure, to say the least. My wife and my kids, I love them the most. They came out here to visit me for a week, so that was great to break the monotony up a little bit. What's up, Tilla? So so in this whole interim from start to finish, I came with the meat of I'm actually at the table doing a drop yesterday. How funny was. So I listen. It is what it is, man. You got a commitment to your with your investment, with your collections,
Yeah.
and you sometimes there's no room for excuse. You gotta be in it to win it. And so I wasn't. My wife and myself were both not fortunate to get the drop yesterday. However, I did get a Simpson. That was one that I did get. And
Nice.
I mean, other than that, I mean, I just been like I always do. I buy in the secondary market. I've gotten some great and absolute fantastic deals. And so, yeah, I mean, it's been great. I have, I think you had requested the collage that I provided you. Those are of the Disney NFTs that I was
So for you guys that are watching the video right now or watching back afterwards, you can take a look at the thumbnail that I took for the video. That was actually provided by Henry, and that is just a small sample of the collectibles that he goes for on a regular basis. So Henry isn't just a normal collector. He's not just satisfied with landing a collectible. He's not satisfied with landing a sub 1,000 or even a sub 100. This guy takes it to a whole other level. Now, obviously, sometimes price gets in the way and certain collectibles just aren't possible to acquire, or someone is just not selling it regardless of the price. What were you looking for Disney specifically? Were you just looking for, your typical, first couple mints, sub 100s? Were there any dates or anything that you were emphasizing, or kind of what was your rationale behind the collectibles that you've picked up so far?
Yeah, that's a great question. I started with I mean, obviously, I think, I don't know if you remember with the Randy podcast that I was on, the first one, I had mentioned Disney, and I said that I actually had mentioned a Mickey Mouse and a Mickey Mouse statue and what that's going to bring and that wasn't it was pre-Disney news. That was just my intuition taking from the fact that we had Marvel. And if we're deep rooted in Marvel, I put one and one together for the fact that, Disney owns Marvel. So I had brought that into, a mindset of expectation, and it did, and it happened. And,
Right.
and here we are, and we have those collectibles, and it's cool. General, what's up, bro? Thank you. I let me tell you something. I had such a, I didn't expect the Bart Simpson right out the gate like that.
Right.
And growing up, Bart Simpson was a part of, my show viewing. When you get into shows, you get into, people get into sitcoms. That became even though it was more of an adult type sitcom / kid, we were adults when it came out. I mean, arguably. So
not all of us were adults when The Simpsons came out.
Well,
but I hear you on that. I hear you on that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, it was just a great experience, and seeing that come out like that. And then I was fortunate to get a few people that I have in a couple of group chats that I'm in that pulled together to communicate with the people that had those particular a range of mint numbers that I was looking for, and I transacted them. Nice. It's like, I don't want to say I have bird watchers out there, but there are some great community members that I've built such great relationships with that I feel bad sometimes, and I take care of them sometimes on situations with either extra comics, or I get a drop. Sometimes I'll purchase things. Sometimes things are given to me, and different collectibles. Sometimes we use stuff for gem transactions and those particular, and I'll give them out to people that help me out. They're not fortunate enough to have enough money or fortunate to have enough finances to be able to get those particular so even some of the drops that we have now, which the majority of all of the Disneys are all in the 200 as high as almost 1,000 at floor price. So $200 is a lot of money to a lot of people,
for sure.
You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of money. I'm not making that as a point. I'm just saying it's out of reach sometimes for some people. Yeah. So I mean, a $6.99, here and there, you could hit it with the credit card. It's not too much on your impact here and there. If you get lucky, sometimes you can flip. There's people doing all kinds of stuff based on their financial situation, but some can't afford it. And so I'll take care of them. But what they'll do in turn is they'll know that, I'm looking for a particular range. They're like my little bird watching snipers. They'll go out there while I'm on the app. They're out there looking, and they'll hit me up. Pags, there's a 48 out here. There's a 47 out there. It's this much. You want to grab? Like, I might be in a different area on the app. Yeah. It'll make me go, because look, there's a lot of people out there. Not a lot that are out there like myself, but there's a lot of flippers out there that have some financial behind them.
Yeah.
All right. And I want to make this a point because, a lot of people can't really afford to flip.
Right.
So when you're looking at these particular mints, once they're released, there's people who got them in the drop at $6.99. They're putting them at like 2.5, sometimes 1.8. There's special numbers that people use. I noticed from history, 2.49. And these particular amounts to them is a lot of money, because to something you just bought for $7 or $60 and now is, $2,500 that you can get, you'll get it. It's bird in a hand. You don't want to go to 6,000 because it may never sell, and you could have got 2,500. And if you wait for the market, especially on drop day, sometimes those numbers come back down. So you wind up, taking a loss, or you get more in a competitive, because those releases, when you first purchase them, they're released. Not everybody has their collectible or their comic. It gets released in tandem. So what happened is there's items that are being listed while other people that got lower mints haven't gotten theirs delivered yet. So I'm getting these bird watchers, I call them my friends. They basically hit me up. Hey, there's this out there. There's that there. I'm looking at something else. I'll go shoot over real quick and grab them. Because if I can grab them, which I can afford maybe $2,000, $3,000, sometimes even as high as $5,000 or more, depends, how low they are. I'll grab them, and a good thing I did, because there are mints that are higher than that are going for 3 or 4x that particular amount.
Yeah, so and I think we've seen that a lot, especially over the Disney week. I know I've seen a couple of guys that I'm in groups with that have, snagged mints of a lifetime. And I think people just really aren't realizing the value in the collectibles that they're holding. And sometimes it doesn't even matter about, like, it doesn't have to be a Disney Golden Moment NFT. It could be, a lesser known NFT, but just based on the mint number, like today, for an example, I was looking at picking up an R2D2 and I saw someone like sell like a 100. It was just over 100. I remember the exact mint number, but I'm not going to say because, no judgment, but, and they sold it at floor. And I just missed it. I tried to snipe it. But I mean, we're talking $460 for an NFT that could easily go in the thousands. No questions asked. So it's interesting. And I pull up the question on screen right now because Jay asks, not just specifically to you, because I mean, you obviously have your reasons, but in general, why do low mints matter so much?
So low mints, obviously, we've touched this point before. It's great. It's a great question. And it's obviously, it's we call it sometimes the holy grail of questions, because it's in the hard copy or collectible markets, there's grading systems that are put upon for the actual quality of those particular items. And in a digital space where every single mint is 100% identical, you have to have the differentiation between those particular items. And so the lower the mint, the closer to the Genesis mint that you get, as with, so when you have there's collectible in the sports markets, and for example, you'll get something that's like there were like, say, 400 made, say of Derek Jeter in a stance, maybe a little collectible that's got like encrusted with like a 22 karat gold encrusting on it, with him holding the baton and with his autograph on it. Say there was 1,000. Well, yep. If you go buy one at like a sport collectible, there's 1,000 that are perfectly identical. So what differentiates them? On the number, where I'll say 50 out of 1,000 or 413 out of 1,000. Well, the lower the number, if you have the number 1 of 1,000, that'll have more value than the number 2 of 1,000, and so on and so forth. So using that as a guide for a comparison for the question, these particular, obviously, digital collectibles and digital comics, these NFTs, they all don't have any kind of markings on them. They're digital. There's nothing that can be physically taken away from them. So the lower the mint for from a collector's standpoint, and don't get me wrong, it's not always the lower the mint. There are very different varieties of variations of double number, triple number, a particular year to comic or collectible, like a Walt Disney. It's the year that Walt Disney was founded, when Mickey Mouse came out, when Walt Disney died. I mean, there's a variation of different things that you could come up with in all aspects of collecting. And that goes without saying. Like there's movies, like Wall-E, it came out 2008 or whatever it was, 2008, maybe that collectible, so those, and for collectors, this is what we search for, because as a collector, and like I said, it depends on where you're collecting. Are you collecting for 1 year? Are you collecting for 5 years? I mean, there's a threshold to maybe when you're going to say, well, you know what? I've had it for 10 years now. I'm still a collector. However, maybe the inventory's starting to get a little overwhelming. You want to start liquidating some stuff. Right. Those people who you sell them to, they have a particular reason for collecting those items. And if you give them a reason for maybe a year, a special kind of number, 3 8s, 3 7s, and all that stuff, or the lower the mint number, especially when what I like to do is collect sets of those particular low mints. So you get the best of both worlds. Not only do you have a set, you get very low mints of the set. And those are one of a kind situations. And so that, I hope that answers the question, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, I think it does. And I think it's a great point. And I mean, I would piggyback off of that and say, the mint matters to the people that care about the mints for those reasons. And like you said, and like you explained, for you, you have the financial means to do it, and B, you understand the value in what other collectors will find important with these specific mints. For me, it doesn't so much bother me because I don't have the financial means or wherewithal to, collect the lowest mint numbers. I just don't have that ability currently in my life. So for me, my goal is not, can I get the lowest mint? It's, hey, can I just find one that's not going to break the piggy bank? So, and that's why it's interesting, because that is why you will see those differentiations. But Jay, to your point, someone that lands a mint that may be brand new on the platform. And there are quite a few new people that we are seeing in the community since, especially with the announcement with Disney, they may not understand the value in those mint numbers as it pertains to collectibles. So it's just about getting the information, out there. And, I apologize, Henry, because, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot here because we're hurting your business model by teaching people that these, may be a little bit more valuable, but at the same time,
on the contrary, I don't mean to interrupt. Sorry, but on the contrary, Foster, I actually believe it. You're actually accentuating it. You're not at all. This is not like. See, look, here's where we're at. Right. Imagine if I was the only guy in the whole world, not just on VeVe, the world that collected low mints. It wouldn't matter to no one else, so the value isn't there. You want to have that market there. I mean, do you want to have a supermarket and you're the only supermarket in town, but like in Detroit, you have no one living in particular communities for like a mile to 2 miles of radius? Well, you're exclusive, but there's no one there, so your market's not there. So trust me, the more the merrier. As a matter of fact, I want to make this I don't know how, I can't see how many people are on.
We got 60 people watching right now, and who knows what we'll have back
60, afterwards. 60 times 2. We're at almost a quarter of 1,000. I want to make this also known for tomorrow's drop.
Yep.
I'll be leaving, obviously, Vegas. I'll be going back home back to Jersey tomorrow. I'll be there landing, obviously, in Eastern time. It'll be about 2-ish. So it'll give me about an hour play time.
Yeah.
If everything thank God, if the weather's good and everything. However, I'll still have my phone. If there's anyone watching or anyone that knows anyone that gets the Walt Disney Mickey obviously collectible tomorrow, if it's between naturally the 41 and a 48, anywhere in between 41 and 48, before you list it, you can DM me. I will pay 10K gems for the collectible.
Wow.
If you get it, and if you want to sell it for that price, you have a buyer. It's tomorrow. It'll be on the market. It'll be transacted on the marketplace.
Yep.
So we would do it. We would time it. And it would just be like a split second buy. So there's no one, and no one would know the timing of that. So it would be like any shiesty people out there trying to piggyback it. But that's the market. But
okay.
I'm willing to say that live. So just to say, if anybody gets a 41 to 48, if they believe that it's a good price for them, if they get lucky and they want 10K, you have a buyer right here for 10K. Not $1 more, not a gem more, but gems. And
okay.
It'll be tomorrow. So.
All right. I respect that. So we'll piggyback off of the Disney Moments conversation. So Luffy asked a question, says, I only have money to buy one golden moment. Which one should I buy? Now, I would assume, maybe we'll remove Walt from that category because I think, if you have money to buy only one, I think Walt might be a little bit higher than what the price range of the rest of the collectibles are. But what are your thoughts on that? If you only had money to buy one,
here's where I'm at. Okay, I'm gonna eliminate 2 right off the bat, just because this is just how I feel. This is total, not financial advice, not collectible advice. It's total opinion. I take the pizza truck out of the equation. However, I have one, and it's for me excellent and awesome, and it is the only obviously mobile item in there.
Right.
I take the Pizza Hut pizza truck out. I also take Wall-E out, not because of any reason, because I love it. The movie was great. Actually, it was actually an excellent movie back in the day. I take that out. Okay. Now there are people that will argue the first mints, like the first, Bart taking him out, or the skateboard, being, the first, whatever. Now, I was very fortunate in getting the skateboard, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But to answer this question, we have the Mickey hat, the Sorcerer hat, and I look, it's pumped. I mean, we have, it's the highest one. It's almost a 900.
Yeah.
arguably over 1,000, and it'll probably go higher. The floor is going to go higher on that.
Yep.
As time goes on. So, you know what I mean? It really, I don't want to say put them in a hat, no pun intended.
I like that.
And pick it out. But if you could afford the hat, I would get that one.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. You will not fail with any of them. Elsa, it's great there. I mean, you know, today, you know, Iron Man, how are you going to go wrong with Iron Man? I mean, it's just so weird. You have Star Wars people there's Trekkies and Star Wars crazy people out there. You know, C-3PO, R2-D2. I mean, they're the artificial intelligent, you know, of the past for the future. This is it really, it's anybody's guess. I hate to say it, but if you had I had only one, and it was like, Henry, you get a free one. I'd probably go for the hat. Okay. And not because of the price, not because of anything else, because it's Mickey's hat. It's Mickey's hat.
And I think that that's an important consideration. And you know, for anyone that's watching this that doesn't have the, you know, the financial means to pick up everything, that's totally okay. Like there's nothing wrong with that. You know, collect what you enjoy collecting. All of these Disney moments, in my opinion, will go up substantially in value over time. So if you're looking to collect something because you enjoy the fandom and also have the additional benefit of knowing that it will increase in value over time, then I don't think that you can go wrong with any collectible. As a perfect example, I think Wally and the pizza truck are I don't want to call them undervalued necessarily, but they're by far the cheapest collectibles that you can buy on, you know, out of all the Disney moments so far. I aped into the Iron Man and paid over $500 for it, and it's now $280. But I love Iron Man, so I have no problem having paid that price. It sucks, but I don't have an issue with it. So, you know, I completely agree with Pegs. Like I have the hat, and I think it's great. But I think, you know, if you can only pick one, pick the one that you're going to feel good about opening up your device every single day and seeing it and knowing like, yeah, this is the one that I picked. Because that's, I mean, no one can dictate that for you, right? The one that's going to go up the most in value, probably the hat. Well, I mean, probably the Mickey statue if you can get the Mickey statue. But out of all the other ones that have been released, probably the Mickey hat. But
yeah, I honestly, and I want to make this clear too. As I was saying, don't sleep on, like, don't sleep on Bart Simpson and because of Homer like that, and don't sleep on the skateboard. And I know we've had skateboards and stuff or hoverboards with VeVe, and so I don't want them to get mixed up. Like when you're talking like Sean, he is like he knows this market very well. When it comes to firsts in markets, they bring premiums. And they may not bring premiums tomorrow, and they may not bring premiums, you know, a month or 2 months or 8 months or a year from now. But down the line, you're going to see firsts and first release of firsts. They bring premiums, and you're going to say, oh my God, you know, how did the skateboard do better than the hat? How did that?
Yeah,
it was, you know, these are the first that were released, and so that's it. But I hope.
So I got asked that question on Twitter beforehand, and I promised I got asked by two different people. So I said that I would ask you while we were doing this. What do you consider the first Disney NFT to drop on the platform?
Well,
do you consider the Simpsons drop the first NFT, or do you think that the Elsa hat drop was, or do you think that one was?
That's great because, you know, obviously when you're talking Disney, but this is like, just realize, you know, who owns this. You know, look at the umbrella. Don't look at everything that the umbrella is guarded from the rain, because it'll make you go crazy. You know, it's like arguing DC, like Superman, and arguing Batman, and then arguing, you know, Spider-Man.
Right.
You know what I mean? You can't. It's all one big circle. And you realize, and it's all VeVe. It's all exclusive to VeVe, and that's all exclusive to Ecomi, and it's OMI. So it's like, if you want to get technical, the nuts and bolts, it's the OMI coin. If you want to get real deep, you know what I mean? Because every time it's like, what does it matter if we're arguing which one's going to be better when every time any of these get sold, it burns OMI and makes your value of your coin go up higher because the supply comes out of the market. So really, you know, we're I don't want to say we're arguing a point that's kind of redundant, but you know, from a collecting standpoint, I think the Simpson, I think when you just look at number one, you know, this and the skateboard, because it's together.
Yeah.
You know, I think those basically are first out the gate, and they're the first release, the first you know, I mean, because think about it, they were the first release and it went through and everything was fine. Nothing else could have went through. Those would have been the only ones on the market. I mean, we're here now because of hindsight. We know what's going on, but they were released. But I mean, the market has a way of dictating itself for its own following. So, you know, think about this. What if it was a Spider-Man gold collectible, which there probably will be one, but just say you got a trillion Spider-Man fans. You may not have a lot of Homer Simpson or skateboard, you know, fans, but you know, or the pizza truck fans or Wally fans, or maybe even the hat. You don't, but you'll have Spider-Man fans. So the markets are kind of like dictated by their following, and there's a lot of, the Frozen. That was a great show and a movie. Elsa got a big following. There's kids that are and they're gonna, they keep coming out with sequels. They don't let it just a character die because it just was a little time period. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. I think, it's interesting because I got tagged in about 100 posts the day after the Simpsons and the Elsa drop happened, and well, which one was the official Disney? And then people were saying, well, like you said, Spider-Man was dropped. Spider-Man was a Marvel character. Disney owns Marvel, therefore that was technically the first Disney drop. And kind of how I look at it is how does Disney, or how does VeVe, I should say, have it classified on the actual app itself, right? So if you look at the Spider-Man drops, they're all under the Marvel brand. Yes, Disney is owned by Marvel, but that doesn't make it a Disney drop. It's still a Marvel drop. They just happen to be owned by a bigger company. Whereas you look at the Simpsons drop, and yes, the Simpsons are owned, they're Fox characters and Disney owns Fox, but the actual license that is on the app for the branding says Disney on it. And therefore, I mean, we could argue the semantics of, who owns what and who and when and whatever, but for my purposes, like I agree. I would say that the Simpsons drop was the first Disney drop. But that doesn't necessarily make it the most valuable. Like, people will say, hey, because it came first, it's the most valuable. But like you said, there's other things that I think Star Wars will be far more valuable than the Simpsons set will ever be. And it was, the fifth drop. So but that's my opinion. I could be wrong, but assuming other people feel the same as me, that's what's going to drive the value. It's the people that are interested in the market. I'll give a quick reset because we have over 100 people in the room now, so we're growing quite quickly. So thank you everyone for watching this evening. As you can obviously see, we are live with Henry Pagliuca. For those of you that are new to the community or possibly haven't seen Henry participate either with myself or Randy Chavez or some of the other members of the community, Henry is a OMI, I hate to use the word because some people judge it, but he's an OMI whale. Holds over 100 million OMI and is heavily invested in VeVe collectibles. He doesn't just collect, hey, I'm going to collect every set, or, I plan to hold X amount of collectibles. Henry collects extremely low mint, first release, first 10 of a lot of the sets that he's interested in collecting. As you can imagine, for those of you that understand value in mints and editions, those come with a quite substantial premium. So he has definitely invested quite a substantial amount of money in the platform and obviously agrees in it, which I think is a perfect segue into Pirate Angel's comment. He says, Pegs, as a low mint collector, you don't have the luxury of selling collectibles to hedge against a gem squeeze. What do you think about gem squeezes, and do you think VeVe made a mistake with all of the drops?
Yeah, Pirate, what's going on, buddy? That's I mean, look, like I said, there's two different people. There's people who flip, and there's just collectors that hodl, and there's some collectors that do some flipping to substantiate some of the, obviously, if they need to make money or they see better deals. So there's all kinds of stuff that happens. For me, I have gauged such a great experience from this particular app over the last 60 to 90 days that now I've become accustomed to understanding the timing that's involved and waiting when things are dropped and stuff. And so you watch a lot of things, and I'm very close to a good friend of mine. I call him the Gem Master, and he's basically a gem broker, and he is the resource middleman that moderates deals between gem whales and secondary market retail purchasers like myself. So and these, like, this ebb and flow of the movement of gems, in and out, it's like a timing thing. And that's why you have a lot of different things going on outside of the marketplace with respect to quantity and bulk rates with gems, because, there's people who are unfortunate they can't pay $1 US dollar per gem. And there's some people that are fortunate to get it at as low as 65 cents per gem. So in that range, you fit somewhere in there, and I think being resourceful and having the experience and having the knowledge and trust with people that are in the community, is very important. And that gives you the leg up in this space, because there's so much there's scamming that's involved. There's the lack of escrows and trusting in specific markets, though it has gotten a lot better. But it's for your question, what do you think about Squeeze? And do you think VeVe made a mistake with all the drops? No, I don't think they made a mistake with all the drops. I don't think they make. I think actually, I think it's more so with the comics. I think they've been very paltry with at $7, because even in the retail market with hard copy comics that are sometimes printed more editions than what was printed in the NFT space. We're opening up, having nothing to do with low mints or high mints or anything like that, just for the fact of just straight up what they cost. Just figure if all the comics, if every comic was, say, 50,000 editions, nothing low, nothing high, just 50K, and every one was $10. Every single comic drop, it's $500,000. Every single every drop. You have a market cap of $500,000 right out the gate. So as soon as that fraction of a millisecond is hit, there's $500,000 already in the market just from the drop. So every time you have a drop, just understand how it works with the sense of the burn, and understanding that's just the first drop. And then there's obviously secondary and tertiary markets that affect this. So from a calculated standpoint, and I don't know where you are at, and I don't know where a lot of people are at with respect to their OMI investment, but for me, it's two-pronged, because I'm able to obviously get I have the investment in the cryptocurrency. At the same time, I'm fortunate to be able to purchase the NFTs. And so, while these processes of me going through purchasing the NFTs, I'm actually, there's a deflationary effect happening on my OMI investment. So I'm a function of my own, investment. And as time goes on, realize it's a compounded thing. You're going to, as time goes on, there's going to be more people to the app. They're going to still do the same drops, as long as the same drops are the same drops and everything's functioning the same way. We're going to get these special drops that are, and then, we have holidays, we got seasonals. And times like the 007 ticket, they're going to come out. We're going to get these special, maybe just people in Europe and people in America and Canada can't. We got them. Only people in the United States were. So people in Canada, as yourself, Foster, and people in Mexico or South America, they weren't privy to being able to get into the NFT for the 007 ticket. So, and there might be something in the Asian markets that might be released that we're not going to be privy to. So what I'm saying is, you know, but no matter what happens with the NFTs, how limited they are, we're still a function of the actual deflationary aspect of the coin. So that's why it don't matter, you know, who it is, what license it is, what umbrella. If it's a Givenchy a drop, a second drop, you know, Series 2 on Givenchy, maybe people only in, you know, Europe or France or Italy, whatever. They're the only ones that are going to be privy to that for that reason or whatever, right? But understand, we're all under the same OMI umbrella when it comes to burn rate, when it comes to our investment in the coin. So, you know, I'm just fortunate to have, you know, my tentacles in different areas. So it doesn't really allow too much worrisome as to what I'm going to miss or what, this boat's going and I'm going to forget, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, here's what I'll say, because those are all very good points. And I just want to, you know, because I do see that we have over 100 people in the live right now. Shout out to everyone that's watching right now, or anyone that will be watching this back after the fact. I had a very interesting conversation with Dan Schwabel, who is a great asset to the community. He's heavily into public relations and interviews several influential people in the crypto, NFT, and just overall business space. And he was mentioning, he brought up a great point. He said, you know, with the Andre Jick video that came out, which I obviously was very fortunate to be a part of, and then, you know, the subsequent influx of users that we received onto the platform, we're going to have a lot of new people who just may not even, like, right now we take this for granted, right? Like, we both know what the OMI token is, but there's, you know, several people that are listening to this right now who, you know, may know a little bit about VeVe NFTs because they heard about VeVe from a friend, but have absolutely no idea what an OMI token is. So I have Recovery Plus's, it's not really a question, it's more of a statement. You know, he says OMI token is kind of hurting though, expected to be worth much more by this point. For the 112 of you that are watching right now, we're not going to break down exactly what an OMI token is because it can get a little complicated. There are several members in the community, not just myself, but several content creators who do great videos talking about the OMI token. A very, very brief overview is that the OMI token is a cryptocurrency that underpins the VeVe app, and every transaction that takes place on VeVe in gems, which you purchase with your local currency via credit card, it burns a percentage of those OMI tokens. You can invest in the OMI token as with other cryptocurrencies, and this token will, on top of the utility of the burning for each purchase, have a bunch of other utility functions that are implemented into it, including staking, buying NFTs directly with it, and a couple other options. So I would recommend at some point after this live, or if you are watching this back after the fact, check out some of the videos that I have on my channel, and check out a lot of the resources that we have available in the community. Randy Chavez, Cavell Anderson, Taps Trades, Daniel Lee, Hello K. There's a list. There's like 20 or 30 great people in the community. I'm sorry that I couldn't list all of you. You know who you guys are. Check out some of the videos, learn more about it. But with that being said, Henry, do you have any kind of general thoughts about where the token is currently? Did you expect it to be doing more than what it is right now? And are there any catalysts that are, you know, I would think probably right around the corner at this point that you're excited for, that you think are going to start to do some things for the token?
Yeah, thanks, Foster. So recovery, yeah, you make a good point. I mean, obviously that's your opinion. I mean, this is where I'm at. It's all in hindsight, right? There's people who came in to OMI with the Marvel news. There's people always grab a coin on news that things are pumping because they think it's going to go, and they get in. And unfortunately, that news is where they buy on the pump, and there's not much upward movement from there. So it only goes down. So for people who bought maybe pre-penny to all-time high range, is you know, somewhere in the 50% loss at the moment, right? However, there are people who bought in at somewhere. A lot of people bought in the 003 or 0035 or 004 range, which at this point right now, they're a little better than 2x their money or so. So one aspect of it, you're obviously at 50% value or at 50% loss. Another, where you're almost 200% in the game. So it's a weird question with respect to your personal experience. That may be the case, but with other people, it may not be worth conversation because of the situation of where they purchased their coin. Obviously, myself and family members of mine, we got in real low. We bought in even more so. Our cost average is very, very low, and we're very fortunate. But from expectation, we all have our own opinions, and so for me to answer that, I this is where I'm at. Look, so we're looking at, let's just say we're November 10th, whatever, but this is where we're at, November 11th. All right, let's go. Hey, what's up, Real? Yeah, today's my last day, bro. 3-week hiatus out here. Crazy. Great World Series of Poker experience. Yep. So going through the timeline of just say where we're at from expectation, for me, I'm all mutable X. I'm nothing else. Like I don't look at the price for where we are as a gauge of expectation of where we should be, because we're not where we should be when it comes to a technological standpoint. Like we're still on the Go chain. Yeah. And when we get off that, once we get on layer 2, and once we start understanding the there are going to be financial changes that take place with respect to gems, with respect to VeVe, what with the MTL. There's a lot of that stuff. It's not just layer 2 immutable X. It's all that comes along with it because of that reason, and you can't have a fast, from the future monorail train on a 17th, 18th century track. You know what I mean? It's gotta all come, one prior to another, and they're all dependent upon everything else. So for price, I mean, I might expected, what am I expecting? A penny or 0.8 of a penny? I mean, we're only a penny away from that. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that crazy to say that, an extra 15 or 20% or 30% is going to make the difference of expectation, because from what's coming and what's right around the corner, we're doing great. Yeah. And I think that pushing all that investment stuff aside, pushing OMI aside for a minute, just for the fact that we're still on the Go chain blockchain, we're still processing these particular transactions in VeVe, and glitch here, bug there, but not enough to make too much of it. It's not like it's catastrophic. We're not having shutdowns. We're not having complete breakthroughs where they got to refund people money. It's not a disaster, and that's a disaster to me. So we're good. We have hundreds of thousands, arguably more than that, 250,000 people, maybe more, who knows, all hitting buy now buttons and stuff. That's very trying for technology, and so we're in good hands, and we're only gonna get better. You want predictions? Everybody wants predictions. Look, I don't like giving predictions because that's everybody wants, but I'm gonna give one, even though I don't. All right,
let's do it. Let's do it.
Listen, I already had said before VeVeverse, which the expectation on that is just say April. I want to say April 1st, because we can get it in March. We can get it a little about Easter or whatever, but just say April 1st. April 1st, I think we're between a minimum of 3 cents and a maximum of somewhere around 5 cents.
Okay.
But it wouldn't surprise me if we were at 1.5 cents or 2 cents.
Right.
So it's like it's not like a surprise. These are expectation of where I look for us to be. But my expectations can be so in the gutter. It could be 40 cents. It could be 30, 40 cents. And like all that else is, off the table now.
Right.
So just understand that. And don't look at it's going to take me, 20 years. Everybody wants to be a millionaire. Like Everybody wants to, oh, I got $1 million OMI. I want, when is it ever going to be $1? It'll never get there. And then people from being discouraged, I've seen it before, and I've been in offices of people, actually, I've seen the transactions. They sold their stocks. They sold their shares because of the discouragement of not waiting. And we're only talking like 12 to 18 months away from having more money than you'll ever have in your entire life. You can't save $1 million. A lot of average person, it's impossible to save $1 million. Like between cost of living and inflation, to be your rate of your income, you don't get enough raises fast enough to beat inflation. So if you're just saving money, you will not have mathematically literally $1 million, actual tangible right in a bank account for yourself. So to wait 12 to 18 months to say that you're going to get there, look at it from that. And everybody's like, they have no idea. And that's just 12 to 18 months. We could get there a lot sooner than that. I'm just, bringing that.
You know what? It's very interesting. And I haven't touched on it publicly. I will be making a video about it at some point. There's just been so much happening in the community that it just hasn't taken a priority. But obviously, ever since the Andre Jick video came out, and I was very grateful to be able to help him out kind of behind the scenes. And for those of you that are watching this who don't know who Andre Jick is, I'm not sure how that came to be, but obviously 1.7 million subscribers on YouTube, big in the community as it pertains to social media presence. A lot of you watching me today may have actually come from watching his videos. So thank you so much for coming over to the channel. It's interesting because I was helping him put the video together, and we were talking over stats and things that I felt were important, that were discussed and that he could bring up. And we were running the numbers. And we look at this and in crypto timeframes, like you said, like people want to get rich overnight, and people aren't seeing the results overnight. But we actually ran the numbers, and if you bought $10,000 worth of OMI on January 1st of this year at
drum roll. Let me give you the drum roll.
At current price, not even at all-time high, at current price, you would be up 16,333%.
Which do the math for people who don't understand what
$1.63 million on a $10,000 investment. And that's in 11 months, right? And so it's funny because I didn't get into the project in January. I got in April. And I see the difference in price, obviously, based on when I got in. And, not to say that I'm not up money. I'm very fortunate. I was able to, dollar cost average down and quote unquote buy the dip. And, I'm fortunate that I'm up, for my purposes, a decent amount of money. But it's crazy just to think about. Like you said, we have absolutely no idea with all the catalysts coming, just how far this thing could run. And not even just run in the sense of, oh, well, hopefully, friends get their cousins to buy in and their sisters, whatever. Like this actually has the utility and use case to become a top 10 crypto project in the overall space. Top 5. Okay.
Hey,
all right.
I want to tell you something. You want to know? I want to just throw a little something at what we were saying. You're saying we don't know what we don't know, what they have in the pipeline and stuff. So if you could, but just understand what we do know, let's take all the other licenses that we haven't really gotten a chance to, because there's licenses that we have that we really haven't gotten like the big teeth in. We've gotten teeth in Marvel and now teeth, in Disney now. We're starting to get teeth in these items, right? Okay. When VeVeverse kicks in, it's a whole new world. It literally, we're doing what we're doing now, and it's a whole new world. And realize, do you know what the price was before Marvel was announced?
Yeah, it was like 0.002 roughly.
It was it was 1/4 of a penny.
Yeah.
It was you take a penny and cut it in a cross and half and take one of those little tiny little pieces out. That's how much one OMI was, right? The Marvel announcement put it up 5x. The Marvel announcement, just the announcement, put it up 5x. Since then, we've burned billions of OMI. I'm fine. Like for me, it's like, yeah, keep burning, keep it here. You know, a lot of people they want to get rich. They want to get rich, but they don't realize just doing it. Listen, do not buy one item on VeVe. Don't do anything. If you don't want it, don't worry about it. If you don't want to do a drop, don't buy anything. Don't buy a comic. Don't buy collectibles. That's fine. Just buy OMI. Put $7 of OMI in every time there's a drop. Don't put it in the drop. Put it in OMI. I'm telling you this, and this is why, and I'm passionate about this because I'm trying to show you something. Your $7 that you put in, changing your fiat to OMI, is gonna be wonders for you, because that $7 that you put into a comic or a collectible, a comic or a collectible is not deflationary. It's just a collecting item that has to do with a later period of time of resale based on a collector being able to pay for that particular item. And if you don't have a particular liking, like if there's a drop of a comic that you don't like and you're just hoping to get a lucky mint to sell it to someone like myself and get lucky like that, more power to you. That's fine. However, if it's just for the actual money and you want to make real money and you want to do it, just put your money right into OMI. Every drop, $7, 60, put 60 in. Don't buy the Disney, put it right in. Put the 60 in, and every single drop, no matter what it is, just put that amount, whatever they were selling. Like tomorrow, it's $333 for the Disney and Mickey. Put the $333 in OMI, and just keep doing it. See what happens by the time VeVeVerse comes out, and see how much money you'll have. You'll maybe have no collectibles or comics, but see the value that you're going to have. It'll if you put that money in the bank or left it there, it would have lower actual cost of value.
You're 100% right. I want to respond to one person, J-Man, who said this, and then I have a question for you from George. So stand by, George. J-Man says newbies are getting upset or impatient by not having the ability to get gems flipped back to your bank. Obviously, you talked about not having the the concern about having the liquidity to pull out, and the methods that you've been able to utilize in order to ensure that you're fine with that. J-Man, I just want to respond and say, and for anyone else that's watching this that's not aware, VeVe, the platform, has applied and is successful, or was successful, I should say, in securing a global money transmitter license. So what a money transmitter license will, in essence, allow them to do is that it will allow them to convert the gems that you currently own, which you purchased with your fiat currency, so whether it be Canadian dollars, US dollars, euros, wherever you're from, you will then be able to take that money back out and convert it back from gems directly into your local currency, back into your bank account, as long as you've completed all of the KYC, which is know your customer, so legal and regulatory compliance. This is something that takes quite a while, and I know a lot of people have been impatient for it because we've heard it's been coming #soon for a long time. But I think what people fail to recognize and understand is that, it's not as simple as just saying, hey, we want to do this and then have it done. Banking institutions and legal compliance for finance are some of the strictest rules and regulations throughout everywhere in the world. So I think it's just important to keep in mind that, they're getting it done as quickly as they can get it done. COVID slowed things down. Having several partners that they have to work through to get these things done, slow things down. We do know that from the team, Dan Carruthers came out and said recently that they're looking to begin to beta test the withdrawal to a select few users starting any point in the next week. And then once that happens, we do know that they'll be rolling it out to the rest of the platform. So I would anticipate that you will be able to withdraw your gems at some point in the near future. But with that being said, as with anything, whether it's a normal investment or otherwise, don't invest any money that you're not willing to lose, right? So if you have any concerns or reservations and you don't think the MTL is coming, even though it is literally coming, maybe hold off on buying some drops till then, and that's perfectly fine and understandable. I don't know if you want to comment at all that on that, Pegs, but
yeah, I mean, look, we're in such a the time that we're living in right now is so great because we have just look at this. We're in a time period where VeVe was just released, arguably 8 months ago, right? That's my brother-in-law right there, Foster Sal.
Oh, no way. Thank you so much, Sal. That's awesome.
Yeah. they got like 100 million. It's crazy, bro. We got so much OMI, bro. It's like so insane.
Let's go.
So I'm like, this is where I'm at, right? Like, we're so, look, I had the opportunity to see a lot of different projects and currency, and I mean cryptos and different coins and protocols and projects, you know, and I've done my DD, right? So when you look at VeVe, when you look at what they're doing, and when you look at how long they've been out and how far they've come in this short period of time, I've known protocols and projects that take years and years and years to do that, right? And yeah, keep that up.
Yeah.
So just think about it. If we're only out like 7-8 months ago, and VeVe's here doing what they're doing, and we've come so far, and we basically, knock on wood, we've been bug free. We haven't had no crashes, nothing serious, nothing crazy, nothing non-fixable, and we're still moving and we're still going. Disney knows what we got, and Disney knows they're in good hands, and they only go to the best. And so this is where we're at, right? So we're here at a time where VeVe's, you can arguably, right, when the MTL, the money transmitter license, when the MTL is completely successful with, obviously, I believe they're waiting for us to be on the Ethereum blockchain, so things are a little bit process easier and everything else. Yeah. It's going to be a lot more a load on the blockchain, so it'll be able to handle it. It's more secure. Just picture this. I'm over here in Vegas. I'm in a nice hotel. I'm buying an NFT, right? I did a drop. I used my credit card or whatever. I bought gems, and I got a drop. I got some gems. I did a drop, $7. Boom. I got a nice mint. Whoa. It's a 45. I'm not a collector. I'm just this crazy guy, right? I go and list it, right? I'm in Vegas. I go and list it, 2,500. I got a buyer. Boom. Now I got 2,500 gems. Now I'm like, shit, what am I going to do? Oh, how do I get my money? What do I do? I don't have resources. I don't have the people that I know that can be able to like get OMI and or USD Tether and get, you know, because you get it into Tether and Tether can swap it back from, you know, your exchanges to your bank that you can get your cash. So how do you get through that, right? So now VeVe's going to have the MTL. You're going to be able to get it flipped back into obviously OMI or Tether or whatever the exchange rate's going to be there, what they're going to have opportunity to do, and or USD. You could go right to USD. But just say I get it. Say I was able to get it. I got my gems, right, and I get it in Tether. You're in Canada, right? Say I want to. Yeah, Hen, come on. There's my wife. What's up, babe? I want to take a drive. Right? So I drive over to Ottawa, all the way out there.
Nice.
Crazy ride. You know, it's I'm in Ottawa now.
Yeah.
I have no Canadian money. I could cross the border now, so it's cool. I could do that.
Nice.
Right? I don't have no money, but I got this Tether, right? I got like, you know, $2,000, $3,000, whatever. But you're like, but we got our Canadian money here, you know, what are we gonna do? Oh, don't worry about it, bro. I could convert, man. I got Tether. I could do a conversion. Hey, want to take a plane ride? Where are we going to go? I don't know. We're going to go. Let's just we'll go to Spain for like 3 days or 4 days. We'll come back. Well, how are we going to pay? I could pay for it. You know, what I'm saying is I just started with $7 on a credit card, and because of VeVe and what they're going to do, we could do so much things. We didn't touch the American dollar. We didn't touch paper. We didn't do nothing. And me and you, guy from Vegas and a guy from Ottawa, Canada, are on our way to Spain for 3-4 days, all paid for. We didn't touch any paper.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is these are the realities of technology that are coming through this pipeline of VeVe, and it's coming through this mechanism. And we're in this earliest stages, and we haven't had the VeVeverse, which is gonna strapulate right now. Like I said, I had mentioned this in Cavell's podcast. We're just throwing around. You know, we're just like card dealers throwing around cards to people. Collectibles and comics are going back and forth, and people are selling and buying, and who's flipping and who's collecting and who's buying 8 of one thing because they're just crazy, and who's getting 1 1 1 1 and 3 3 3. All these crazy numbers, and collectors are going nuts. Who's listing them? We got these forms that are outrageous. I mean, I get hits like 500 a day. It's unbelievable. So it's crazy. Like, you know what I mean? All the traffic that's on there. And we're only like 7-8 months in. Yeah. So could you imagine what this project's going to do on a global level 2 years or 3 years from now when we have VeVeverse going? We have Apple glasses, Samsung glasses, interoperable with these glasses that are interoperable between different segments of different technology. It's not like you're going to put them on, it's not like Apple glasses for this dinner. Oh, Facebook glasses for this breakfast. No, it's one pair of glasses that does everything.
Yeah.
And interoperable, and you got Disney, and you're watching Disney movies with your glasses on and your family, and you can Bluetooth to other family members what you're watching. What are you watching, Daddy? Here, I'll click it over. Boom. Now they got it. These are realities. And it's not like, we're not like, this isn't like, oh yeah, in the future. No, this is like now. Like, my brother-in-law Sal right there, he's got the Meta glasses. He's got them.
No way. That's cool.
Yeah, he's got the little cameras on each thing, and he's got. As a matter of fact, he might be wearing them. He's got he's got the prescribed. He's got the lenses prescribed with the tint and everything.
Wow.
So this is this shit's happening, bro. And like, when this is first generation. So
that's you raise a great point. Real talk. Thank you so much. Before I get to that though, because I feel bad. Because I've waited 25 minutes to answer George's question, and I feel bad, so I want to do it quickly before I get into your donation. But thank you so much; it means a lot. George asks, and just quick, do you have a guess at what you think the floor for Mickey will be tomorrow?
I do. I use a metric of 5 to 15. 5 to 15x the drop cost as floor price. I mean, listen, floor isn't. This is like 24-hour to 72-hour floor, not 1 hour floor, because there's not sometimes in the first, you don't even have all of the items released in the time period. 24 to 72 hour floor, it's usually between 5 and 15x the cost. So just on the minimum, I'm looking at somewhere between 1,500 upwards somewhere around $3,000, and maybe more. I know it says a lot because there's a lot of additions. I mean, it's a lot in the sense of it ain't like a secret rare, or it ain't like a Donnie or a him. I know those are lows, but understand this isn't Donnie. This is Walt and Mickey. This is the one of a kind. Yeah. It's one time. It's the first one. It's the only one. I tell you, anybody that gets a 41 to 48, I have 10K gem purchase from me tomorrow. I will buy it. 10,000, not a 10,001. It's 10,000 gems. You DM me and we'll work it out.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. I agree with that. I think anywhere between 1,500 to 3,000 is the floor, and I think it's really just going to depend on how quickly the mints get delivered and who is receiving them. Who knows whether or not the people that are getting them realize the value that are inherent with them. And I was talking to a couple of other content creators earlier today. I really do believe that there's going to be a lot of rebounds tomorrow. I don't think that there are a ton of people who are going to be going for the drop tomorrow that have 333 gems chilling on their accounts. I think a lot of people are going to try to hit buy now just to see if they secure it, and then they're going to secure it, and then they're not going to have the gems loaded, and unfortunately, either they won't be able to load it.
Here's a great point, just to show you another gauge to make you understand something. I don't have it in front of me, but do you know how many Sorcerer Hats editions we had?
Wasn't it like 8,000 something?
8,333 or something like that?
Yeah, I think it was 8,333 or something.
Tomorrow we're gonna have I think, what's the Walt and Mickey? 4,333.
4,333.
Okay, arguably 30 to 40% lower. Okay, if we're off, maybe it's a 6,333 on the hat, or whatever. But definitely, the Sorcerer Hat costs how much? 60, right?
So Sorcerer Hat was 6,333, and it was 60 gems.
Right. So we're going to be at like a 30% lower tomorrow, right? 30 to 40% lower, right? Okay, so we're at a 30 to 40% lower in additions. It's Mickey and it's Walt himself, and it's 5x the cost. Now, the Sorcerer Hat right now is 15x floor.
Yeah.
So if you just let's just add dollar to dollar, and we just went 15x with the same amount of the same amount of additions, 15x, and we're at 4,500 floor or more. I'm being conservative at 1,500. The Sorcerer Hat is almost 1,000. Guys.
No, and I think you raise a good point. I think that the only consideration, and I did mention it to a couple of people, is I don't think people are going to have 333 gems loaded. And then even if you do have 333 gems and you buy it, I don't think the issue is going to be the inherent value in the collectible. And we talked about this a little bit privately before we went live tonight. I think it was probably one of the catalysts that made this conversation seem like a good idea is, I don't disagree that the piece is immediately off the bat going to be worth $2,000 plus. I just question, with that many mints available, whether there will be enough people who currently have the liquidity to pay that amount in order to secure that collectible. And therefore, will that collectible continue to be undercut by anyone that is simply looking to flip it to make a profit?
Yeah, well, here's how I look at it. Everybody, there will be over 4,333 people hitting the buy now tomorrow. And they're going to have $333. Fraction of a second is going to be sold out.
Yep.
Okay. So with that said, every single one is going to be purchased. Every single one is going to have an owner.
Yep.
So from 41 all the way to 4,333, someone is going to have that ownership. There are going to be some lucky people in some whatever way they get, because they have multiple phones, that they get more than one. And kudos to you. That's cool too. You can do it. But all I'm saying is that they're all going to be sold tomorrow. It's going to be sold out in a fraction of a second, like they've all been. Okay. It's just going to be like a Spider-Man at 400. I know there was only 1,000 or so, but it doesn't matter. The Captain America was also another 250.
Right.
What I'm saying is they're going to sell out, and everyone's going to have. They're going to somehow get it. All right. Now there will be a lot more than 4,000 people that are going to obviously load their 333 gems in their account for whatever they pay for, or get them, or if they have them already, because they want to participate.
Right.
And so here's what's going to happen: they're not going to get it. They're going to have these gems just floating in their account. Doing what? I know what's going to happen. They're going to start buying floors of the other $200 and $300 floors of those other particular golden moment items. The Elsa, Elsas, the Wallies, any Simpson. They're all in the 200-300 range. So they're going to get scooped up. And I'm telling you, if you get more than one and you want to flip it away. But I would hold everything in this little segment of golden moments, in this Disney moment right now, is this little window of hold tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. There's no comics. There's nothing else happening. It's for a reason. Just hold it. And if you get a Mickey and Walt, man, you're woof.
Yeah. So
I'm telling you, man, I called it a Donnie event. And I called it a Donnie event because the Donnie did something over 3 to 5 months, arguably. It didn't take it right out the gate. People didn't realize what Donnie was all about, and how, it wasn't like, Donnie was getting thrown around and stuff, but you still had floors that were like, 600 and 800 and 1,200 and 1,500 floating around for a little while. Then all of a sudden that got bought up, and then that one got bought up. Before you know it, this one's now you start from the top going down. It just, the numbers just started getting, higher and higher.
No, it's a good point. I really like what you said about the other floors being bought up as well. And I mean, obviously take that with a grain of salt, everyone, but something to keep in mind. If you have those gems loaded and you are looking to get a deal, I think he brings up a great point. I think the other floors
look at the Sorcerer Hat. The Sorcerer Hat is a perfect example. Who the hell would ever think the Sorcerer Hat would have and the Sorcerer Hat, look at the additions that has on it.
Yeah.
And the Sorcerer Hat is almost 1,000 a floor. Guys, I'm telling you, get a Sorcerer Hat. It was Sean O'Hare, bro, and you're listening or watching, bro. It was because of him that I have my secret rare Spider-Man at 4,400. I bought it, and there was 2 of them left at 4.4K. And I was like, which one? I went by I went with the lower one. It was a 571, because I owned all the other Spider-Mans. I just never bought it. Figured, I got to pay 2,000, 1,800. Yeah, I don't do that because I'm more a comic guy.
Yeah.
He said, Henry, you better get one. I was like, oh shit. It had to do with getting in that group chat, having at least one of those things. And I didn't have a Spider-Man. I didn't have a Batman. And I didn't have the Spider-Man. So he's just like, you got to get one. Now it's like they're 14,000 floor. A 14K floor.
Yeah. So for any of you that didn't see my video that I put out yesterday, feel free to watch it. That was my single biggest mistake since starting on the platform in April. I was lucky enough to secure the Spider-Man Secret Rare Ultimate Animated on the drop for $400 and proceeded to turn around and paper-hand it about 2 weeks later for $1,600. Once again, relative...
That was no, I was kidding.
Obviously relative. I do want to say, because I know some people, even though I made it very clear in the video that I take nothing away from taking a $1,200 profit. It's fantastic, but I should have known better. And people still call it a sense of entitlement because that's the internet for you. But yeah, I should have seen the macro and realized how much more valuable it's going to be. So take this as a PSA from Henry and myself. If you pick up a Mickey tomorrow and decide to sell it for $1,000, first and foremost, congratulations for making, $700. But just understand that you're also giving up the opportunity cost of possibly $10,000 or more in a few months. So, and if you're fine with that, that's your choice. Let's get to real talk quickly because I don't want to make him think that we forgot about him. Do you have an opinion on the ownership of the NFTs when the migration to Immutable X is complete? I'm not sure if that's in relation to, do you think that we don't own them now versus you think we will own them for sure then? But do you have any thoughts on that?
Opinion on the ownership, the NFTs. Immutable doesn't do anything with respect to the ownership. The blockchain just gets transferred from one to the other. Ownership stays the same. With respect to if it's general opinion on the ownership of them, the ownership don't change. And in I have not respect to ownership of NFTs, but my opinion on NFTs in general, when we migrate, there's going to be a lot. What I believe is the ease of use. And I think we're going to have a broader market when we get over there. So I think there's going to be a lot more manageability and movement happening, which is going to entice the burn. We're at like 150 million a day with the Disney drops right now. Every day that goes by, you're going to sleep, you're waking up, the value of your OMI, it has just gone up doing nothing because you have now there's 150 million coin gone, this burned, gone, see you later. You know what I mean?
Yep.
This deflationary aspect of this project, this coin has the potential to be top 5 because as similar to Bitcoin has with respect to it getting scarce and scarce in every single cycle, there's less giving, right? Based on that, it's similar to that because there's less availability that's available, and if there's more action on the network, that will, unlike Bitcoin, it will take away from the supply for that activity. If I go and purchase something from Foster with Bitcoin, he sells me a bike, and then he takes that bike and he gives me Bitcoin, and I sold him the bike and he gives me Bitcoin, but he takes that bike and sells it to someone else, and he gets more Bitcoin. If nothing ever happened on Bitcoin, our value of Bitcoin would stay the same. But if I gave him the bike and he gave me OMI, and if so to say, if there was a transaction that had burnt OMI, and then he went and sell that bike and he got OMI, and there was another burn transaction for that, our value of OMI would have gone up just from the deflationary aspect of that. And just show you how that works. So when we start going on to layer 2 and we start getting a little bit more involved with the volume of the transactions. We're going to have such an immense amount of burn rate days. I don't know what's going to come first. I don't know if it's going to be people getting smacked in the head with the reality stick that is going to make them say, "Oh shit, oh it's deflationary. Whoa, damn, I should buy OMI." Or is it going to be the metric of the coin going up at such a high rate without news, just for the fact that it's just going up because it has to?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're like the first little babies that are born in an incubator buying VeVes, buying VeVe collectibles and comics. We're incubating. Yeah. We're sitting in our little things in infirmary, right? We're just sitting there. Now, you have a year from now and 2 years from now, and you have a generation of real kids that haven't even gotten born, that are like 5 or 6 years old. My son is 10. It's going to skip him. There's just kids that are 5 right now. In 5 years, augmented and virtual reality are going to be the thing of, that's going to be old news. There's going to be something else that's going to be like the big thing. But that 5 years of those kids are going to be on, they're going to be VeVeverse and metaverses are going to be, it's going to be like going to the park. They're not going to want to go to the park. They're going to want to go to the park with the headset on. I want to go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're staying home more.
No,
because think about it. All the generations of kids buying Fortnite, and Fortnite, my son did it. He's already 3-4 years deep into it, but he's not really into it as much anymore. Kind of novelty wears out. But there's a whole generation coming into Fortnite like it's the new thing for them. And then the new thing for them. And eventually, Fortnite naturally is going to have their virtual reality, and you're going to be in the game like every other game is going to be virtualized and augmented. And why I'm making this a point is, and why I'm so passionate about this, to try to translate this, is because I'm 48 years old, but there are kids that are like 5 by the time they become 10, because that's that little window of getting introduced to like gaming and stuff, where it starts to kick off with their, the cognitive abilities of learning. 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. Oh, damn, daddy, mommy. Every one of those kids in that generation has a Christmas. Everyone has a birthday. Everyone has a holiday or whatever.
Yeah.
And guess what happens? They get stuff bought for them. How do they get it bought? They get a card, or they give cards, or for the parent. Yeah. And what do? They go on those metaverses and they buy items. They buy skins. They buy collectibles. They buy comics. They buy things. And it's just good. Like, we haven't, like, it's just like we're on a lake right now. This tsunami of this ocean that's coming is gonna wipe this all away. Like, we still have turbulence, even though it's a lake. We have a little bit of stuff that's happening.
Yeah.
So can you imagine? That's why I'm saying we're so early. Everybody wants they want this movie because it just started. They want it to end already. And everybody's anxious, and they want to get rich, and they want to drive Lamborghinis, and they see themselves in Louis Vuitton shops, and they don't want a mortgage payment no more, and they want to be on Foster and Randy and Cavell and Tap's a podcast every day like myself. No, you can't do that. Okay, I can do that. No, I'm just kidding. No, but what you want to just have patience. It's all coming. It's going to happen. And the advice I give people, like, should I buy this? Should I buy that? What should I do? What should I do? Don't do nothing, right? Put the amount of money, take all the money that you're willing to lose, that if you right now donated it to somebody, it wouldn't hurt your pocket. Or if you lost it, it wouldn't hurt your pocket. Take all that money. Just go open up an account, transfer it to Bid4X, and buy OMI. And just, that's it. That's all. That's the only advice I could do. And as time goes on, you got more free money that you can lose that it won't make a difference if you lost it. Put more in, and just keep doing it for as long as you could. And then one day you're going to wake up, not wake up. You're going to look and say, "Holy crap, what the hell's this?" And it's going to be numbers that you're never going to be used to before. And,
so,
I always say, if there was people that had Bitcoin and were advising us to do this with Bitcoin when it was a penny, 2 pennies, $1, $2, $3, I'm telling you, one day, trust me. It's going to be 1,000 or 10,000 and eventually 60, 70,000 for one. We'd be like, yeah, all right, whatever. Listen to those people, man.
You're right. You're right. And real talk, I mean, it's a great question. And I think, obviously there's a lot of value in the collectibles as well as in the OMI token. I think the important thing to keep in mind is I think that the major thing that's going to change when we move over to immutable when it comes to the NFTs is the only thing that's going to change is that you are going to be able to see that you own that collectible. So right now your collectible is minted on the Go chain. It's just stored in a custodial wallet that only VeVe has access to, and they don't share the private key, so you don't actually see that it's minted. But every collectible that's owned on the VeVe app right now is minted on the blockchain. So the difference in what is going to change is that you are now going to be able to see that on Etherscan. You're going to be able to see the individual NFT that is minted on the blockchain, which means that, if there was any doubt up until now about whether, it was a real NFT or whether you really owned it or whatever the case might be, that concern will be taken, out of people's minds. And once that happens, I think you will have a lot more security and you will see a lot more people that have maybe been sitting on the sidelines waiting to see that security who now feel comfortable investing, which in turn will just raise the value of all the collectibles that are currently on the app. So good question. Atomic, thank you so much for the donation. Real Talking as well as Atomic, thank you. And Brian, I do see you. I'll get to you in a moment. And of course, everyone else in the chat, haven't forgotten about you guys, but obviously, I think as you can understand from Henry and I, we would rather have a quality conversation about each individual topic rather than, blaze over one thing or the other and not give you an answer at all, because then what's the point? There's no value. So it might take us a little longer to get to whatever you are asking about, but rest assured we will get to it. So thank you for sticking with us. So Atomic says expectations on MTL were not managed well. I do agree with that. But even simpler items like the mid-October bond NFT are still mysteries. Also agree with that. Thoughts on overall performance of the management team? I'll go quickly, Henry, just to get my thoughts out of the way, and then I'll let you go full bore on it. I agree with you. The MTL was not managed well. The hashtag soon or 2 weeks or whatever the case might be, it was not managed well. The information was not put out in a way that I think allowed for delays or issues in the time frame. And then it took too long to get updates out about what was happening. And then it seemed as though things were just getting pushed back rather than actually focused on. I'm not going to defend the team. I agree with you. I also understand that it's a business and, stuff happens. But at the same time, I agree with you. And something as simple as mid-October, I'm sure it has something to do with the individual collectible and why it hasn't been released. Maybe it's a partnership and licensing similar to the Ghost Trap with Sony and Ghostbusters, how that got delayed and wasn't released, similar to Ito being delayed. Like, I'm sure there's a valid reason for it. Why it hasn't been given to us, I for the life of me, I couldn't tell you. Overall, I will say, though, I think that the team has done a fantastic job given all of the expectations that have come up and given where they thought they would be relative to where they are currently. I think we often forget that they expected to have maybe 60,000 users on the app by the end of this year, and we're already pushing over 1 million accounts. And I can't even imagine what the numbers are now with all the Disney hype that has come into it. I think that they do the best that they can with the resources that they have. Why they haven't hired more resources is maybe another conversation. But I think based on the resources that they currently have, I think they're doing a pretty incredible job juggling all of the expectations. We want everything to happen in crypto time, which is, minutes and hours versus, building a functional business, which, is going to be $1 billion company. I think that, there's a reason for that. Right. So, I'll let you say your piece on that, Pegs.
Yeah, real quick. I just I want to get back. There was someone that had there was a question from Brian Arsenal.
Yes, I haven't gone to his donation yet, but
okay, that's fine. We'll get to that. Yeah. So my thoughts is I agree. I agree definitely. In this, I don't like to say they were not well managed. I mean that's a look. How you manage something is one thing. Putting specific information out is not necessarily managing. It's not misinformation. It's just a misexpectation. That's a better word. And so there's a lot of things. There's a lot of moving parts that, unfortunately, we're not privy to the knowledge, and they can only do what they could do. It's nothing like having. I mean that creates embarrassment, and obviously it's not good for the community. However, since that information was let out when it was happening, we've gone up like a 1.5x or more. So what I'm saying is don't look at what's not happening. Okay. Cause that's what everybody will do. They'll sit here and there's 100 different things happening, but they'll only pick out the things that are not happening. And then that's what they want to discuss. That's not fair. You know what I mean? Because honestly, for me, regardless of my investment and my decisions that I'm making and for what I'm doing, let me do it. All my chips are in, you know what I mean? I haven't purchased any more OMI. However, I haven't sold any. And,
right.
Now with respect to items of mid-October and all that, yeah, these are just things that are thrown around. I mean, that just would happen, Now with respect to the bond NFT, I want to say something. If you're questioning about the ticket, I actually sent an email that hasn't been replied to a month ago, 2 months ago. Wow, times are flying by. Could be 2 months ago when it first came out. So I'm going to hit him up on that because I was actually I was an advocate with that ticket. Now, we had a lot of bot situation happening, emulators and things at that time that I was, you got to realize something. I'm coming from somebody that comes from, the avenue of looking to get lower mints. And I'm dealing with people from different areas of the world that I don't know what the hell they got going on. But I will tell you that they don't have a faster finger than me. And if they do, there's no way that they can, it's a mathematical impossibility to get 41s and 201s and 151s, the lowest of the comics and the lowest of, it's a mathematical impossibility. You just can't do it. It's improbable, impossible. And you can't calculate the odds of doing that drop to drop. Now, I'm not making claims the people that I'm dealing with have bots, but what I'm saying is that some crazy stuff is happening. So with respect to that that NFT ticket, I was kind of bothered by that because where are they? And if someone with a bot got them and they hit that thing so fast, it bought 2 of them or 3 of them, they're screwed if they put it on the market because they're the only person that can do it. What are they going to do? Transfer it to another account that has no collectibles and no nothing. And then there's another one that has another one that's in another account that has no collectibles or no nothing. And they just happen to have the ticket. I mean, then you have to start investigating. They don't want to be investigated. So they just keep them off the market. That's why you don't see them. You don't know where they are. So listen, and I'm not saying that it's not likely that someone out there in the world, but if I'm into VeVe and I'm into being that lucky someone and I'm into spending the money I got to spend to get that ticket, how uneasy is it to just put it for 9.9 million, put it for the max just to show it, to showcase it? There's only 7 of you. Why would you not want to?
Yeah, I do wonder about that as well.
Yeah, I put that request in, haven't gotten nothing back. I'm going to put another one in.
Yeah, you should. Sorry, guys, I have to savor this for a moment. I know there's 137 of you in the chat. I never thought I would see the day where I would have the real Randy Chavez donating me money to get tagged into a live stream. But anytime that I have the opportunity of getting him and Henry in a conversation, I don't pass that opportunity up. So if any of you have a problem with it, hit the exit button now because here's the man himself. Let's go.
Let's get this, Randy.
Hey, Randy, welcome, bro. There's one thing that I have to say. That's a great thing too, Foster. You know what I'm going to say is that in under 6 hours, my plane coming from the West Coast going to East is Randy's going to be on a plane going from East Coast going to West at the same exact time. Dude, we're going to be in the air. Are you on United?
No, I don't know. I think it's Southwest.
That's funny.
I'm pretty sure it's Southwest. I took a screenshot recently. So I am on Southwest coming from LaGuardia to Denver, and then from Denver to all
right. So you got you got one layover. I'm going to tell you this though. Look, When you're on Southwest, I'm pretty sure they have Wi-Fi. Okay, get a Wi-Fi. I'm gonna be on United. They'll have Wi-Fi. You have to pay a couple $, whatever it is. Just pay for it. Because I'll hit you up because I have a plane tracker app. So I'll be able to. I'll know what plane you're on. All you gotta do is just text me your plane, and I'll follow you. So I'll tell you where I'm at, and I'll know exactly where you are when I'm where I'm at.
All right, cool.
I'll be like, yo, dude, like I'll do like a out the window because I got a window seat, so you can see me.
That'd be great. Yeah,
the clouds light up. You know, it was me.
I might actually still be on the runway. Denver is Central Time, right? Or Mountain there.
Mountain.
Denver is 2 hours behind.
Yes. East.
Okay, so at 12 p.m. on Denver, that's when the flight's supposed to take off. So that would be about 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Unless they delay an hour, I'll get. I will be in the air. I thought I could maybe be on the runway, but I will not. I sold I had a low mint ultra rare DeLorean, and I sold that, and I got I bought another ultra rare DeLorean to complete the set, but to have that set completed. But it was an extra 600 gems that I got to keep because I sold that for 1,000. I bought it for 400. Either way, I don't think that Mickey statue is going to be 600. I would have to put in another probably $700 to $800.
You mean floor
for the Mickey stat? Like, yeah, for the Mickey and Walt, if just to get it on the marketplace.
Floor price?
Yeah,
at $1,500 minimum, bro. Listen, the hat's almost 1,000, Randy, and the hat the hat's like 900, and the hat has 2,000 more, and that's the hat.
Yeah,
this is 2,000 less available. Granted, it's 300 more, but who cares how much it is? It's just it's Walt, bro. He's the man. And
I know. I have a Dan Charlie was telling me to like sell my fridge. Like, Randy, you do what you have to do. And
no, don't sell that fridge. That's like an apartment building. You make rent on that, boy. Don't.
Yeah, that's
true. That's true. So yeah, that is Brian Arsenal saying, Pat, what secret rare comic would you buy? Yeah, there's a bunch that are on there for 1,500 or less. There's a Fantastic Four one. There's I'm pretty sure there's a Spider-Man one. What's your opinion on that?
For me, look. If you're asking me what I would do if I had I would Tales of Suspense would probably be my number one. My number two would probably be X-Men. It's probably a 1.1K. Right now, I think that's super undervalued. I mean, you know, I don't know where Daredevil is right now, you know, in that range. Listen, these are for me, I don't, Sean would have a better a gauge into it because it kind of like overlaps the real comic market, hard copy market.
Yeah.
But people, you have to understand when you have first appearances, they bring premiums. It doesn't sound right now because it's maybe not. Nobody cares about the Black Widow or nobody cares about Scarlet Witch and all. They don't care about these things. But when you start to realize that this stuff, you know, has and there's a following and it brings premiums later on, they hockey stick their way up. You know, one day they're here, next day they're like, and then you're like, whoa, what the hell? something. Randy, when we spoke on our first thing, I had mentioned Engine, Decentraland, and Phantasma. And Phantasma is SOUL is its, and there's very little exchanges that carry SOL. I had it, okay, and I had it for just a short period of time, but the Engine and the Decentraland were like 70-80 cents dollar. You know, now they're like pushing $2-3, over $3. Yeah. It's less than a month and a half. These are the metaverses that are happening, bro. This is the NFT space that's going on. We're like, awesome Pag and Randy. Thanks. I was thinking Tales of Suspense. I mean, I've been pushing it for a long time. Yeah,
I love Black Widow.
Yep.
Okay, so here's a thought to throw a wrench into the plans, because I know we've talked about it a little bit. If we haven't already bought the gems on the app, let's pretend hypothetically Brian has $1,500, but he hasn't bought the gems yet. Do you tell him to buy some of these comic books, or do you tell him to buy OMI?
For me,
at the price that OMI is at today. So we'll call it 0.00.
Let me answer this because I know what Randy's going to say. This is the deal, right? If you don't own OMI, you buy OMI.
Okay.
But if you already own OMI and you can pick up a Tales of Suspense for like 1.1 or 1.2, you'll have $300 left over. Buy the SR and put the rest of the change in OMI. So you'll get the best of both worlds if you already own it. But if you don't own OMI at all, you have no coin at all, dollar to dollar, I'd rather have the coin. Percentage gain wise.
Makes sense.
Same. I mean, what is Tales of Suspense now? Like $800, something like that?
No, it's a little over a G.
Okay.
Did it go up a bit?
So, so even better. I mean, I don't think it's outside of the realm. I mean, I think it's very easy to assume that in Q1 of next year, we're at like 7 or 8 cents. And will Tales of Suspense be 10 or 11 grand? I mean, maybe. I mean, somebody put out the other day, like, oh, here's Bart Simpson at like 0.1 ETH or point however many ETH. And it's like, when you put it in that type of thing, how much these NFTs are going for, which is nothing when you lay it out at ETH, it's like,
yeah, but you want to know something? 18 to 19 months ago, 20. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Time's flying by. 20 months ago, Ethereum $600-700. It's pushing 5K right now. Yeah. So it's a lot. It's not as much ETH. You know what I'm saying? It's less ETH.
Yeah.
For 0.25 ETH is like a G note.
Yeah.
So we're you know what I mean? When you're talking about what these Disney collectibles are going to start doing, and there's not enough to go around. 4,000. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's the thing, right? Like the scarcity of these collectibles. Like at the end of the day, like I own the secret rare Amazing Spider-Man #1 comic book. My wife and I got it on drop, so I mean it's infinite upside. Like we spent $7 on it, right? And I think it goes for about $6,000 right now. But it went for as high as $14,000 or $15,000 a couple months ago. Yeah, it sucks to see it down right now, but I mean it's never going to go less than $7, right? So it's kind of that balance with where and Dan Schwabella makes a great comment. We have no idea how these things are going to play out, but if you have a diverse, like I could sell that comic book right now and get another. I'd be a little bit short of 1 million OMI, but let's just call it 1 million for argument's sake. I could sell that comic for 1 million OMI. If OMI goes to $1, that's $1 million. I believe that OMI is going to go to $1, but I also know that comic is going to be valuable, and I already own 14 million OMI. So it might make sense for me to hold on to that comic book, hedge against that in the short term, because that comic could explode far quicker than OMI might. If we hit a mutable migration and a bunch of whales come in, they might see that comic book and say, hey, there's only 600 of those in the world. We want to sweep them all up. And that floor could jump to 50 or 100K. And then, I turn around and I sell it. Then I buy a lot more OMI than what I could now. So it's a very interesting game we kind of have to play. It's all a gamble, and it's hard to know what is going to pay off with what. And no one's written a book on this. We're living through history right now. So no one has that kind of game.
We're making it.
Pioneers of the crypto.
Yeah, and to get back to the Tales of Suspense SR real quick, the floor, there's one for 980, there's one for 1K, and then the next one is 1.3, 1.3, 1.3, and then 1.4. That's it. All right, and remind you, this is 600 available. However, on a 30K edition release, it's not a 60K or a 50K. The Tales of Suspense was a 30K, so there's 600 of them. In the same, the MC1 there was 600. But it was a 60K drop.
True.
But Tales of Suspense was the same 600 SRs released, but at a 30K drop. Yeah. So, and whatever, just to get back. Dan made a good point there, what he was just saying.
I'm curious to see what people, especially people that have a intimate history with ETH, what they actually value. Like people that have like the dollar, you really just, you measure things in terms of dollars. You don't think like, oh, $1 actually has like 50% less purchasing power than it did X amount of years ago. For most people, I feel like they don't think like that. They just like, oh, this is $20, this is $20, whatever. I feel like some people with a large amount of ETH, maybe in that same respect, going the other way. It's like, oh, this is 3 ETH, and they're not thinking $15,000. They're just thinking, oh, that's 3 ETH, and maybe their mind is just at a couple $1,000.
Yeah.
So that's something I'm not sure. There might be like old money, like old ETH money and like newer ETH money. So that's what I'm pretty interested in.
Yeah, there's like
out.
crazy wackos, and I want to throw you in it too, Foster, because 14 million is you're a psycho. When you have 14 million of something, forget about the 9-digit, 50, 60, 100, million plus coin. When you're even 14 million of something, you have enough that you can just, if it goes up to a certain point, you could start just, getting the cheese grater out off of your wheel to for a cost of living. And you'll never, ever touch the wheel of life. And that's a deflationary wheel. Remind you, it kind of like, it's like it rebuilds itself. Like the cheese that you grounded off kind of comes back. So it rebuilds like shedded skin. So just understand that, time is on a deflationary side. And so it's not about an if or a when. It's just as you hold, as time goes on, time is in your favor. You know what I mean? And, I just I don't know. I just can't wait for VeVeverse, bro. Honestly, I'm just, every day that goes by, I keep thinking about land. I keep thinking about drops. I don't know what to expect. It's one of them. You know what I mean? It's great.
So I wanted to get your guys' opinion as well. Like a bunch of people had asked me, and I don't know what made me come to this realization. Oh, I remember. It was, long story short, I was watching a show called The Marvelous Ms. Maisel, and something happened there which made me realize that, in my opinion, in my mind, that if someone were to ask me right now, gun to my head, who is going to win in the metaverse? Like, if it's just between two companies, between Facebook's Meta or Ecomi's VeVeverse, I would honestly say Ecomi's VeVeverse. I mean, you have Mark Zuckerberg, which I don't think anyone really hates Mark Zuckerberg. Maybe they don't like Facebook because they, they're not really good with privacy. They ban things that they shouldn't, and they don't ban things that they should. And again, a bunch of these people that are coming up with gaming companies, like it's small ones that have their own little projects, Ecomi can just go sweep them up. They're going to want to work with Ecomi because they just have this, they have all these licenses. Like that is that is every 10-year-old boy's like wet dream to go and work with all these amazing licenses from Nintendo and Powerpuff Girls, Cartoon Network. And Facebook just doesn't have that. Facebook is more for older people.
Right.
So I want to know if you guys think I'm crazy, or if you think, okay, well, there's something to that.
Can I just say,
you're going to tackle it because I have to. I'm like the anchor in the relay race.
Yeah. So first and foremost, Matt, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. If you meant to put in a message and you just missed it, just type it in below. I'll throw it up there for you. But thank you so much, Randy. I always think that you're crazy. So, but I don't want to caveat this, but I actually think that there's a lot of merit to that. And I know a lot of people are going to look at me with their eyes sideways, similarly to how they would look at you with your eyes sideways when they heard you say that. But I think it's very much important to remember that, and nothing against, Facebook or Meta, whatever they've been rebranded to now. I have a Facebook account, and I'm sure a lot of people in the world have had a Facebook account at some point. No one uses Facebook anymore. I'm sorry. It's you don't use, like, maybe to share photos with your grandma and like whatever, because but no one, like, it's archaic technology. Like no one uses that anymore. And I'm glad to see that they're rebranding and they're trying to get creative and they're trying to build off of what they once were. But at the same time, it's important to understand that they are building a platform that will allow you as a person to interact in a metaverse 3D space with other people. They are not competing with VeVe and Ecomi in the premium licensed space. No. So if anything, I believe that Meta's work will actually strengthen what Ecomi is doing with VeVe and the VeVeverse. Because if anything, it could create a partnership or whatever the case may be. Because yes, you may be able to go into Meta and do whatever you want to do in Meta. But if they have a partnership with Meta, you can actually bring your licensed digital collectibles. And that's something that and I'm starting to realize this now that I've been in the space more and more, is it doesn't matter how much money you have. Yes, certain companies with certain with IP might say, hey, we'll give you a license for whatever, but Disney partnered with VeVe back in 2018 when there was quite literally nothing going on with the project. They didn't even have a beta app. No one had heard of them or knew what they were. All that they had were a couple of guys that had a dream and were able to, with their lifetime of experience, present, hey, we have done this in our lives. We believe that this dream can match your guys' vision and just add on to it, right? Like, we're not talking Animoca Brands, a big billion-dollar company coming with businessmen being like, hey, we're going to make you money. Disney was not concerned about the money aspect. They understood the vision. And we've seen that time and time again with all these license announcements with MGM, with Disney, with Marvel, all of these. They understood VeVe and Ecomi's vision. So when you get to that level where you're a multi-billion-dollar company, yes, making money is still important to you, but I think working with people that value and cherish your brand and understand how to create value for that brand is more important than someone being able to make 5% more for you than the next guy. And I think that because of that, the VeVeverse is going to be a holistic place that you guys want to be in and enjoy the experience within it. And although Facebook or Meta or whatever will have an experience that I'm sure will be fun and it'll be engaging, it won't have all of everyone's fandoms together at the same time for you to enjoy. And I think that extra layer is what is going to set them apart. But I don't think they'll ever be competing. I think if anything, they'll work together.
Yeah, Randy, did you want to touch on something before I come in? Because I thought you had.
It's just when he was going over the fact that Facebook or Meta's, that is a lot. That's going to be a lot of people's introduction to the metaverse that never heard of before, and it's going to be a lot of the older crowd. So I think that's very, very bullish. That actually I'm more bullish now on my argument after having heard Foster speak than I was before. Just that's going to bring in so many people, which they'll at least have a rudimentary or elementary understanding of what a metaverse is, and then like, oh, this is great. So yeah.
Yeah, you are both right. At the same time, I kind of semi disagree with a little bit. All right, but we're all going to be right. You know, it's like supermarkets. None of them are better than the other. When you go in one, if I didn't tell you what the name of the place was, you wouldn't know what one you were in if you didn't look at the brand. It's one of them. You know, you're going to get inside and it's going to look similar. I mean, if I play Madden on Xbox or I play Madden on, it's Madden. It doesn't matter what platform it's on. You understand what I'm trying to say? If I'm on PlayStation, what I mean is like, I think it's not necessarily a one or the other here. And I know because obviously Facebook has obviously a bigger bankroll, and they have their legs of their octopus reach a lot farther and a lot deeper than VeVe has. But that's not the point I'm making. I'm just saying, with being that resourceful and being so used to this space already, I think they're going a different direction. I don't think it's not like two competitors competing for one space, or one having something that the other one doesn't, and not allowing one to. I think the integration and interoperability of all of the metaverses are all going to be seamlessly integrated based on the user experience. It's like we have one phone, right? Meta. They bought Snapchat, Instagram. It's like Google, they don't care what phone you have. They don't care if you got a Samsung phone or an Apple phone, because you're going on the phone and you're going to go to Facebook regardless. They don't care if you got an Apple or not. They know where you're going. You know what I mean? So it's not going to matter, what umbrella you're under. It's just that as long as I can carry this umbrella over there, it doesn't matter if it's a different rain from a different country. It's still rain, and I'm going to be covered, and I'm still going to be, everything's going to be fine, and I'm going to be dry. And when you're going to have generations of younger kids coming and being born into virtual reality, like I wasn't born into virtual reality. I was born in just stand-up arcades, and you guys might have been born into consoles. I wasn't born in. The first console for me was Atari, but before Atari came, I was alive and born, and then Atari was put out for us. We had no in home console. ColecoVision was there, and Commodore 64 was there. So these particular consoles were our consoles that got put to us, but it was the actual arcade you physically went in that you got the experience of gaming. When it comes to like Meta and Apple, because they're all going to be involved, the gaming industry and even Microsoft, they're coming. What we're going to be allowed to do is not like, oh, I don't want this headset. I want the Apple headset. Oh, I don't want this one. I want the VeVe headset. Oh, I don't want. No, you're going to have one glass that's going to have. You're going to be able to transmit, like we have one phone and we can go to anywhere we want, and they don't care. So it don't matter because it's what you bring to the table. So with respect to what Randy had said is they have a better mousetrap because they have many more years already in place already in this space that not even Facebook nor Apple have. So they're behind. They're way behind. We're VeVe's already making $100 million every single freaking, every drop. There's 100 million OMI getting burned. What the hell?
300 million today. That was freaking ridiculous.
I'm saying on the average, it's like 150 million every day on the average. Dude, Facebook don't even know what the hell that is. They don't even have a coin yet. We're burning 150 million coin a day being attached to an NFT market with a VeVeverse getting ready to get kicked out. They're like we're bottom up. They're top down. You see, they're coming out with the metaverse, and then they're going to just start to integrate the stuffs in the metaverse. We're integrating this stuff, and then we're going to be able to put it into the VeVeverse. It's just that we got to, I believe, coming along onto GoChain has us kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit. Obviously, I don't want to say obviously because it wasn't available at the time, but if a layer 2 was ready, willing, and able at the time, it probably would have been a lot faster. But now that Ethereum has their layer 2 and many mutuals on there, gas fees are going to be curtailed. We're going to be flying. We're going to be flying high. And don't get me wrong. I don't know if it was when we were all together, I made a prediction that I believe VeVe, if it becomes a public company, that it will be acquired. And I just think it's just a natural progression because when you have, listen, just look at it like this. Disney is not what's under the umbrella. They're always the umbrella. So they're not under the umbrella. Right now, they're under VeVe's umbrella. They don't, that's not how they work. You know what I'm saying? They acquire, they don't get underneath something. So if they got a shoe in already, there may be something down the line. I think Disney buys VeVe from, a down the line thing. I believe that's what's going to happen. There's going to be an acquisition that takes place. And then maybe we get a whole another X amount of OMI for Disney coin type of, you know what I'm trying to say? And it's the Disney metaverse. And then VeVe just runs the whole thing. And we got we got all the licenses still in place. This is my prediction. That's why, dude, we're so freaking Foster, bro, man, you have no clue, bro. You got 14 and you're running around these YouTube podcasts like, you don't know, you have no clue, bro. You're so rich, bro. You know what I'm saying?
So Atomic, thank you for the donation. This will keep the conversation going, so I'm just going to mention it here now, and then Randy, you can give me your thoughts as well. Atomic says Meta has the money to license any brand that they target. Over time, the IP will follow the money. Money will end up where the best metaverse is built. I just want to say one thing before either of you say anything. Well, I agree with you that IP will follow the money. And I don't want to say that IP only cares about the best experience. Like, of course, they're a company. They want to make money as with every other company in the world. I think it's important to understand, though, like you say, over time, the IP will follow the money. I mean, what platform are they on right now that's making the money, right? Like remember that. Like, I fail to see how Meta has an impact on the current value of the collectibles that are being sold. If interoperability becomes a thing, the secondary, market will continue to grow. I don't even call it organically. It's going to explode, and collectibles are going to become even more expensive if you can bring them to Meta or any other, verse that you want to bring them to. But at the end of the day, like the VeVe platform will have the fan base of tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, if they really wanted to push the marketing that they've done absolutely none of. I don't see Meta as a company providing any inherent value for collectibles that VeVe is not already providing.
I don't even know why you're talking. No disrespect to Tommy, because it's a great question. Meta don't even have a coin yet. So get into having some cryptocurrency going, and you have like compete with the market that we're in right now, and don't talk about money. Because if you had that much, they had that much money, they wouldn't even talk about licenses. They'd have their own coin already. I mean I'm not saying it's not in the cards.
Didn't they try with Diem or Libra?
Everything they keep trying. I mean, let's talk about what VeVe has, what Ecomi is, and what OMI is doing. Let's talk about reality and what's going on. Let's talk about what Meta might have the money for and what brand that they might target and over time. You know what all this has? This has the theme of a down the road thing. We're now. This is a now. This isn't a down the road and over time and where money is. This is a right now. Right now, here we are. Licenses are happening. Walt is happening, holding Mickey's hand tomorrow and getting dropped. These are realities, not fantasies down the line. And don't get me wrong. Kudos to Zuckerberg for changing his game, because I agree with Foster. Facebook's kind of like the MySpace. It's like it's not on its way out, but it was rounding third. It's more of like a 40s and older now thing. It kind of got a little weird. And there's a lot of, it's like, you know, it's all Instagram now, and Instagram and it's TikTok right now. That's where the move is. That's where a lot of that's where that's going. So there's a lot of things that are changing right now. So that's good that they kind of jumped off. I'm not sure as to what they have in, you know, what's in the plans and what they have in mind, but you know, yeah, Daddy, all big, bro, big time. I'm not sleeping. I'm still awake, bro.
Wait, is Daddy's thing? Is that a hood Buzz Lightyear? Is that like a ghetto, like an urban Buzz Lightyear?
I don't know. I don't think I can make it bigger, but yeah.
All right. But that's the type of stuff I guess we should expect to see if we're able to modify our avatars. Like you were saying, what's here and now? Well, what's here and now is we're on like the hottest new freaking coin, like the Immutable X. Like obviously TikTok is on there. You have Alluvium, which is a really big play to earn crypto game that's going to be on there. Like there's so many big things that they have. I think Tommy Billy's on here in some way as well. Daddy says yes, I got that right. So Atomic Z06 is correct. You know, like when journalists or when scientists are looking for life, they say follow the water. But where, you know, finance is looking for what the next gold mine is, follow the money, is right. At some point, yes, you know, Facebook, maybe they're $1 trillion company. They might not be. They might be close, but they might be able to snipe some licenses when they expire, like Donald Trump did to Jeb Bush, where he went and he got the Jeb Bush's JebBush.com. The domain expired, and you know, Trump he sniped that. So maybe Facebook in several years they're able to get a couple of the licenses, and maybe some other company they go and they try to snipe ones here and there. But the damage is already done. Ecomi's already sprinting. Everyone else is gearing up to get into the gate. Ecomi's on their second or third lap. Like this is a bunch of companies will try to catch up. I've said it before that Ecomi's won the decade.
I'm a favorite for technology, right? And so and I'm a big advocate of the Oculus 2, obviously a product of Meta now. But and you're right, Atomic. I understand what you're saying, right? With respect to the metaverse experience, but what you have to realize is that we don't have a meta. We have a meta, but we don't have a metaverse. We have a meta, but we don't have a metaverse. We have a VeVe, but we don't have a VeVe-verse. We have things, but we don't have them right now. But what we do have right now is we have VeVe's, collectibles, and comics, and we have a blockchain, and we're going on a different blockchain that is going to handle these volumes. So that's what we do have. Facebook, they still have the app that I hit when I turn it on, and they have a different name, but that's what they do have. Now, when the metaverse happens, good for them. And when VeVe-verse happens, good for them. And there's going to be a lot of metaverses. It ain't going to be just because we could talk. Don't compare metaverse Meta to VeVe. What about Appleverse?
Yeah, apples and oranges.
What about I'm saying? What about Samsung? You don't realize something. UFC verse. There's going to be every verse. There's a Amazon verse. There's going to be a Walmart verse. There's going to be a ShopRite and a supermarket verse. You know why? Because if you can virtually go in and do what you do like you do online, but you'll physically have your avatar do the transactions, and you're going to be communicating with physical people in there. When you're online, you're not communicating with physical people inside the virtual supermarket. You know what I'm saying? But in VeVeverse, you'll be virtual. Like I'll be going down an aisle picking out. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I want to get 2 of those MC1 secret rares. Hey, what's up, Randy? How you doing? Hey, how you doing? What are you getting? I don't know. I think I'm picking up a Donnie today, maybe 2. You know, like this is the crazy kind of stuff. Like we'll be in the metaverse, like being able to do that. You know, it's not like it's like we're going to go into an auditorium where it'll be drop day. We'll all be there. Hey, what's up, bro? You know, our avatars, and we're going to be able to communicate and talk, because I do that now in my real estate platform. I communicate with my state broker and other brokers and other people that are in different parts of the country for transactions that I have to do for my real estate transactions, whether it's stuff that has to get uploaded or stuff that for my my commission statement, or they need something I left out of my my SkySlope, you know, and I just go right in. Now I don't have my 3-dimensional glasses, but online I have a 3-dimensional view of that particular world that I go in, and my avatar accesses this stuff. So whether or not it was a physical thing that felt like I was in it versus something at an avatar that I control, it's still the communication aspect. So I understand the whole thing with Meta, will have that, because they already have a foundation of people that have their accounts. So sharing photos and stuff, there's going to be more interaction going on inside. And there may be other things that go on when it comes to gaming and purchasing and things like that, because that's going to be the availability, but that's going to be an availability throughout all of the metaverses. So it's not like metaverse VeVe. It's catch up to VeVe, because they're kind of the first horse out the gate right now, but they have such a huge lead on horse number 2. I don't, why even talk about comparison right now? Let's talk about getting VeVeverse going, and let's go. You know what I'm saying?
So speaking of VeVeverse, and I'm sure, Randy, you have some points, but I'm wondering if you can piggyback off of this while you're doing it as well. And Atomic, thank you so much for the donations, by the way. Like, this conversation is a very important one to have. And I'm glad that, at this point you're spearheading it. And of course, it's great to get everyone's perspective on it. So, we know that VeVe is working with different partners in the background. At least I've been very impressed with how quickly they've been able to produce all of these collectibles. I think even a few months ago, it was a struggle to see them produce one collectible every 2 weeks for a drop. And now we're having, one drop every day with Disney, and then we're having 15 drops this weekend over DCON. It's obvious that they've really stepped up their production game, and they're really focusing on working with the licensors and independent artists on getting things produced. We also know, because Trevor has mentioned it, that they're working with like AAA gaming studios and things like that. A post was circulating recently about, Ecomi hiring a game development intern, which was, I believe, from a few months ago, but it just recently started recirculating again. But regardless, do you think, because we talk about, and a couple of people have mentioned it in the chat, and they're correct, Meta has publicly come out and stated that they have 10,000 people working on their metaverse. So they have, quite a lot of resources dedicated to it. Do you guys foresee VeVe and Ecomi partnering with a company, maybe not obviously like Facebook, because they're doing their own thing, but do you see them partnering with AAA gaming studios or something like that in order to create this vision, or how do you guys feel about that?
I would say that you have in the future, yes. I mean, right now, I think the play would to be get a bunch of these smaller, I wouldn't even call them companies, like a bunch of ragtag group of people that they have an idea and they have passion and they want to develop those types of games. And again, it doesn't have to be a game that is specifically for the VeVeverse. It could be their own game, and they say, "Oh, okay, well, you guys have your own unique characters. You have all this, and we'll make it for you, and we'll just call it, let's say Fire Pants, and this Fire Pants land is going to be a new section in the VeVe verse. So they'll take them on, put them under their umbrella, and they can just do that for however many. Because again, it doesn't hurt VeVe really if one of the, Fire Pants Land or, Belt Land, whatever it is like a flop. That doesn't affect the VeVe verse as a whole. They're still going to go for Marvel. People are still going to go in for Disney and whatnot. That being said, also they have, like, I was watching Space Jam the other day, like the new one with LeBron.
Yep.
And that's WB, who we're partnered with. If you look at that, like every single cameo, which is really awesome in there, we have access to all those characters. So that's going to be insane. The other thing that I would say is that in the future, I guess addressing maybe the darker side of Atomo06's inferred question, is that I will always love and respect, like, at the end of the day, David and Dan and Alcon, every single person that works at Ecomi already made me a millionaire. They'll make me a deca millionaire, if not 100 millionaire. They could call me X amount of years from now and ask me, like, hey, I really need you for something. I'm in. Like, I owe them that, like, for making me this rich. But that being said, if in 4 or 5 years, licenses get sniped, lose a little bit here, lose a little bit there, they have to take a land out of Beavers, whatever it is, if I see something that I think is a better investment at the time, again, I'll always love the founders, but my loyalty, I think, should be to my subscribers. And I don't think, I think I'd be doing my subscribers a disservice if I say, like, hey, you should still only keep your money with VeVe and Ecomi and these NFTs. And if there's something that I could say, like, yeah, this project will still 2x your money in 3 years versus another project that'll most likely 5x your money in that same amount of time. Again, I'll still probably play I still play Nintendo. Nintendo doesn't make me money, but I still play Pokemon or whatever. So I'll still cover everything. But I think at some point I'll be like, yeah, this would be a better investment. And I know that's probably, I'm saying that it's probably not going to be really popular, and I might get some heat for that, but that's just honest opinion. But again, that's years away. I don't think something like that, nothing will ever be like VeVe again. This is a very so disruptive, innovative company that this won't happen again for at least a decade in another emerging market that's probably not even invented yet. But again, that won't happen for years. I'll be here with OMI and Ecomi for a long time.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Emmanuel. Appreciate it, man, and I'm glad that you. Yeah, that's cool, dude. Really, thank you. And if you have any questions, you can DM me if you have anything that has to do with whether it's anything with VeVe, anything with real estate. If it's a poker question, whatever, man, I'm here. When you guys talk, like, we're so, like, seasoned in the space, but at the same time we're so it's so early, and it's like, like, for instance, like, we're just, or we have one a day, arguably, like, 20 drops this week. Whoever does that, you know what I'm saying? I'm just making a point, and we're all rich people. I gotta fucking drop thousands of dollars just to get floor things. I'm just making a point. We love to collect and flip, do whatever. Everybody's got a different aspect, but the functionality of what we're doing and what we're involved in is what matters. And, like, just the fact that we're capable now of, possibly getting one or two, because of the way that they now reform the buy now and how the entry getting into the drops are, it's a little different. And I like that. And I like the fact that it's happening, and people are, maybe it's being spread out a little bit, and maybe it's counter intuitive to the to the bots or whatever was affecting the system, or the unfairness of the system, whether it's even in there at all anymore. But VeVe's so, like, we don't know. We're talking about VeVeverse. There's metaverse. Like, Meta's Meta. That's like a big name. That's like everything. That's like globe. VeVe may not be a metaverse in the definition of metaverse, VeVeverse, but doesn't mean it's going to be Now, like I had mentioned in one of our other podcasts, that they'll update it and it'll grow, and they'll attach a new piece of Lego onto it, and there'll be more land on it, because it should only grow from the bottom up. You don't throw the entire universe out at somebody and say, "Hey, go." You give them a little county and you say, "Fill it up," and then it's like SimCity, and you keep building and you keep going from there. And it's just like how population and from the inception of the human development as a species, we start in one place and we just kept we grow out from. You know what I mean? We don't, we're not handed the whole world and say, "Here, fill it up," because then you get lost. You know what I'm saying? And it's like going into Great Adventure, Six Flags, Disney World. You start at one place and you work out from there, because you know what I mean? You get lost then. You need maps. And, but when it comes to the gaming, I always made a point that the gamification that is involved in this entire space, I believe, is where the money is. Like we're so used to, obviously I'm used to cartridges. Then it became, you guys experienced cartridges. Then it went to CDs. Now it's just downloadable. It just becomes more and more, it's obviously it's digital now. Obviously everything's downloadable, but, you get to a point where, it's the functionality of this stuff. It's being able to go in VeVeverse and, can I go into VeVeverse and play any console I want and any game in any console I want for $20 a month? Can I go in VeVeverse with some glasses and go in and I could play any game on any console in the history of every gaming ever, and always have the availability of getting notifications for any new games that come out? Can I do that? And now, can I have my NFTs put in the games? Can I rent and lease out my NFTs to developers to put in games? And can I get residual money for them on top of it? These are all questions and answers that, it's going to be available for everybody. And there's so much incentive. You know how, like, we have, like, for instance, like, say the Spider-Man SR, right? What was there, 1,000?
Yes.
Right? There was 1,000, right? But how many they held back?
100 from that
100.
one.
Yeah. Or it was not, is 90 or 100? I can't remember what.
It was 100 they held back from that.
It was
one.
100?
Yeah.
So 10, but no, because wasn't there a 41?
I don't know.
No, I mean,
yeah, but so how it works, from my understanding anyways, for drops like that, is they hold the first 40 and then they hold 50 or 60 or whatever it is, arbitrary numbers.
Oh, all right. So
it's they'll hold up until that, and then it's whatever.
Oh, so there's numbers in there. There's numbers in there that are being held. Okay.
Yeah.
So just say they hold 100, right? There's 900, right? They got 100. Well, for those 100 are going to get swallowed up like they were never even in existence. So the other 900, no matter if you got 1,000 or 999 or 997, it doesn't matter. But whether it's a collector, whether it's a developer, whether it's just, however, it's not just like you got a comic book that sits in a drawer and you hope one day you're going to go to a show and sell to some crazy guy that's going to say, "Oh, it's worth this much because of that reason." You know what I'm saying? The market dictates itself based on someone else buying something else for a higher price. It's just like our floors. Our floors go up because when someone buys a floor, they're not going to put it back in the market for the same price. They're putting it for a higher price, so that raises the floor. It'll dissipate the remaining floor that's there, and when they get sold, then it creates a new floor, and so on and so forth. So that's how the markets dictate themselves, how they get those things. But this is how, as time goes on, we're going to have the creation of the value of the particular items that we have, and then there's other aspects of use and utility. So this is the functionality of all this stuff happening in cross-referencing and the interoperability of these NFTs going into other metaverses, and how that all works and how that licensing gets worked out. For all we know, our NFTs going to another platform, could it burn OMI? Can that burn OMI? Can that functionality burn OMI? I mean, there's questions I have that, I mean, may not be, you know what I'm saying?
All right, Randy, you look like you're going to explode. Go for it.
Okay, so when he was just saying, are we able to play certain things in that metaverse? Like, if anyone that remembers Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2, they were their own separate games on Nintendo 64, but there was an attachment that went in the back of your Nintendo 64 controller for your actual Pokemon Blue, Yellow, Crystal, whatever it was. And you can actually, in that Pokemon Stadium universe, there is a section where you can go and play your Game Boy on the big screen, on your television. It was heckin' awesome. And I think similarly, I think they would be stupid to not have something like that. Like, hey, video game land, where you go and you take these characters and play some of the old video games. What did they just do with Nintendo Switch? They came out with a thing which is like an extra like $70 a year. They're remaking all the old N64 games. I
got it for my son and my daughter. I got it.
Yeah, so the Switch, the N64 controllers, that classic controller, none are available until 2023. That's how in demand it is. If they can do that in the VeVe-verse and just say like, hey, with OMI, we'll split it between Nintendo and us, and they could split it between WB Games and us, and that would be absolutely bananas. That would just be another way that we can burn OMI. Hey, we have a subscription that we're going to use to be able to burn get 1.5 more points in the
does VeVe have Sony?
I don't think so. They do. I know we have WB. I know you have DreamWorks. Do they?
Yeah, they have Sony.
Oh,
because
the Spider-Man games.
The Ghostbusters thing is Sony.
Need for Speed, Underground, like Midnight Club. Like there's,
we have Sony, right? If we have Sony, we got Sony PlayStation. We have Nintendo.
Jesus,
so we have Nintendo. So we got Nintendo. We got the Switch. Listen, we got it, bro.
Not confirmation that we have Nintendo, but yeah.
We need that. Yeah. I mean, bro, we got it. It's all here.
So. I just want to get to Tan Snipes quickly, and then we can touch back on this. But because I think it's an important conversation, and it will roll into the next donation. Atomic, I saw you. I'll get to you in a moment, brother. Thank you so much. Tan Snipes, thank you as well. He says, how much do you see the overall crypto bull market affecting OMI's price? Either of you, whoever wants to go first.
Well, the overall crypto bull market has to be defined first, not necessarily as of what, but has to really do with a when. You consider the bull market what we're in right now, the bull market. If not, when do you think that bull market is going to take place? And that's more important. I think that the timing of things synergistically happening are more effective than necessarily attaching itself to the definition of a bull market going somewhere. So if you have a time period where market's pumping, maybe you could call it bull market or not. We could be in the middle of bull market. I mean, Bitcoin's making all-time high. A lot of coins are making all-time high. Is this a bull market? What the hell is a bull market then if that isn't? But let's say the timing comes where we get layer 2, Immutable X is flowing good. We're having drops. The Christmas season's here. Everything's going cool. We go through 2022. We get some crazy New Year's Eve crystal ball drops and one-of-ones and some crazy shit that goes on. And now we get other countries that start coming aboard. However, the cryptocurrency exchange happens where we have other coins that can be purchased with our NFTs, if that's possible later on, pre-VeVe-verse or not, then VeVe-verse comes. So it's just going to be like a cycle of things that just keep dominoing one after another. So whatever the timing is right, when all the moving parts are all hitting on all cylinders, that to me is bull market for OMI. But it doesn't have to necessarily mean that we have to have an overall cryptocurrency bull market for OMI to be affected one way or the other, because to be honest with you, we're detached from Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's gone up, we've gone down. Bitcoin's gone down, we've gone up. We've done 180s on Bitcoin. So right now, I don't even look at the crypto market when I look at OMI. I look at OMI as it's its own market, and everything else is everything else. And that's whatever you want to call it. I don't know of any other deflationary coins other than ones that are getting burned because they have they're not decentralized and they're getting burned by the people who created the protocol for whatever particular reasons. But that's not a burn based on transactional utility. That's a manual lever, like a Doge or Safe Moons, and you know what I'm talking about. So
you feel similarly, Randy, or how do you feel about that?
We've had other crypto guys that have been in here for a while, and they were saying like, hey, they were looking at it historically, saying, all right, 2013, 2017, 2021, most likely end of this year, we're going to see that, crypto winter, that bear market. And I knew that this was different because, again, you have big industries like Square and Tesla, and Kathy would have talked about a bunch of people getting into this. into crypto like they never had before, and that's with a massive downturn going from 60-something thousand down to 28, 29,000. And maybe there's some people that we're going to have in late December that they want to be able to sell some of their crypto and then just have in their bank account, get loans based on that money to offset the taxes, so they can carry that debt and then cancel each other out, and then just buy in again. So you might see that in December, and then with the Fed continuing with quantitative easing, with keeping the interest rates artificially low, there's really no reason for people to kind of get out of this, get out of the crypto market here, at least I think until maybe mid next year. If they decide to raise interest rates, then maybe, but again, that's also a big if. So I don't see this going down anytime soon. I think we are in a bull market, and maybe we end at some point next year. But you'll see next month us move a lot with Immutable X and on exchanges, more exchanges in Q1 of next year. And again, they are ready. They have the app translated into other different languages. They haven't hit the button yet because they don't have enough workers that are ready to, to do that call. Like, oh, hey, how may I direct your call? Once I get that, that's it.
To get to some of the answers that were in the comments real quick. I was just looking over the question that I asked you, Foster. I apologize. It was rhetorical. I know we have Sony. I just wanted you to say yes.
Oh, okay.
I know we have. I know we have Sony, obviously, and I know we have Nintendo, and I know we have Mario, and I know we have that. I'm just making a point that
hasn't been announced, but yes, we're
of course, dude. And
we know,
sure. I mean, Pokemon is it's going to be so great getting Pokemon because it's. I don't want to say it's the cherry, but it's definitely the icing, bro. And it's going to really open up, because to me, you know what Pokemon represents? Pokemon represents like Mario for me. It's the global characters. It's the global thing. It doesn't matter if you're in Japan, Russia, France, Italy, Africa, Brazil. I don't care if you're in Alaska and even Canada. Believe it or not, even Canada. Even on Oak Island, they were. Did you see? They went under the what do you call it? Under the water in the swamp. They found a Pokeball, bro. They're like, how the hell did that get there? No, I'm just kidding. But really,
I was about to lose my goddamn mind.
Yeah, bro. Marty and Rick Lagina, bro. They found a Pokeball anyway. But I mean, like seriously, bro. Like when we get Pokemon, it's gonna open up the avenues of the global markets. I think that like nobody. I mean, I'm just going through TikTok. I'm here in Vegas. I'm like the biggest. Like, oh, the dude is really. I'm on my phone and shit. Well, I'm in my hotel room, a lot. But I mean, I'm going through. I'm just going through TikTok. All I'm seeing is these guys like doing like these Pokemon card openings. They just keep flipping and opening boxes and packs, and and they keep talking about the real Randy Chavez. And I'm like, whoa, they know him too. But it just kept. It's just like what I'm saying is there's a huge, enormous multi-billion-dollar market out there for this, and we haven't even touched NFTs in the multi-million-dollar market yet. So when we start to bridge over into that multi-billion-dollar market, and it's in NFTs and it's Pokemon. Bro, VeVe's going to be like the new name. It's not going to. You don't have to tell people, "Oh, yeah, or VeVe." Well, we're going to go to every Comic-Con from next year to next weeks to years to come, and VeVe's going to be there with Marvel. They're going to be next to each other. It's going to be gamification. It's going to be NFTs. There's going to be crazy people there, bro. David's going to be there. You're going to have Dan there. Alfred probably will be there, and because this is the industry, and I'm pumped. I can't wait for this stuff. That I want to get over the hump. I don't care if Ecomi stays where it is in price. I'm fine. I just get over the hump with all the technical stuff. Growth, and just know that we have a little bit more of a I want to be on a little bit more of a railroad track that I know we're going in a direction. I know the train we're on. I know the cargo load we can handle, and we're moving. And I know the direction we're moving. I could see out the windows, all that stuff. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I think Tan, to wrap that up, because it is a great question. Obviously, it sparks good conversation. I think the important thing to keep in mind when you look at bear cycles, bull cycles, all of that types of things, and it's really going to tie into Atomic's donation here with why we need the OMI token. What you need to remember is that the driving force to the OMI token is the VeVe app, and without VeVe, there is no OMI. So the real question that you need to ask yourself is not, hey, will traditional investors invest in the OMI token during a bear market or whatever the case may be? It's, will people buy collectibles on the VeVe app, regardless of what's happening in the crypto space? And if you believe that, similar to the Pokemon Go craze, which had nothing to do with crypto, if you believe that licenses like Pokemon and Disney and whatever else have yet to be announced on the app will drive people to use the VeVe app, which every purchase burns a percentage in OMI, that will increase the value of every single OMI token that every OMI token holder has. And with that utility and with the regulations that are coming in with the crypto space, and with Ecomi doing everything compliantly via all of the regulations, there are only going to be, and when Henry says he sees OMI being a top 5 token, and I say confidently that I see OMI being a top 10 token, that is because you cannot name to me tokens in the crypto space right now outside of Bitcoin and Ethereum, because everyone knows those two. You cannot name, more than half a dozen other tokens that have solid utility and will be household names regardless of the other factors that are going on in the crypto space. They just don't exist. So with the success of VeVe, you will see the success of the OMI token. And to roll that into Atomic's question, because we can obviously touch on that as well. Atomic says, why does Ecomi need OMI? Autograph, which is athlete NFTs, does not have a coin, for example. Is OMI for sure needed long term? What I will say before I pass off that baton is it's a good question. What does Ecomi and VeVe need the OMI token in order to continue to be successful? Obviously, they've done very well for themselves on a revenue standpoint with all of the collectible drops that have taken place. They obviously, have probably made about $100 million in revenue. Now, that's not to say, their take home is $100 million. They obviously have bills and expenses and licensor fees and a million other things to pay for, but they're doing, relatively well for themselves, especially in their first year. So why do they need the OMI token? What people need to understand is that VeVe has 1 foot in and 1 foot out of crypto. So what that means is that you can facilitate a purchase on the VeVe app with fiat currency and buy gems, and then you purchase an NFT, which is minted on the blockchain. In order to facilitate those two bridges together, Ecomi elected to use the cryptocurrency, the OMI token, as that bridge, and a percentage of all of those transactions, which are used as the immutable record, as the transaction fee, are taken into account when they are transferred after a purchase has been complete. There's a ton that goes into the tokenomics, and I'm not going to spend hours sitting here talking about it now. I have done several videos about it on my channel. Randy talks about it on his live streams, and there's a ton of other content creators that have covered it. Check out Orion Crypto Trader, and there's a couple others that have done a great job of covering all of the tokenomics surrounding the project. But let's say hypothetically, you felt as though Ecomi did not need the OMI token. They decided, no, we don't need it in order to function. Remember that if nothing less, they hold 20% of all OMI tokens that exist. So even if they were able to be successful in operating their business without the OMI token, they hold 70 billion OMI tokens. If that token becomes worth $1, they have $70 billion. They're grossing $100 million in revenue right now. It would take 700 years for them to make that amount of money that they could make in the next 12 to 18 months just from holding the token. So outside of, what is all the tokenomics and everything behind it, they do exist and you can definitely look into it. But outside of all of that, why would you, if you knew that you could hold a token that's going to be worth $1 one day because you are the one implementing all of the utility in that token, not want to make it as valuable as humanly possible? You're literally playing with house money. They're at a casino right now and they're printing their own chips and they're saying, hey, we can add this and this to it that people will want to do it. Like, why wouldn't you do that? So that's my take on it. I don't know about you guys, but
that's a good point.
Yeah, that was also, I mean, if they wanted to at the beginning of this project, they didn't need a token. It could have just been gems but that you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube once it's out. We're already connected, so
Yeah, I think a little bit. I mean, definitely building on that. I mean, you got to realize it's not about does one need the other. It's five fingers on one hand. You know, you don't have the hand without the fingers. It's not like could the hand be good still without fingers? I mean, but not really. It's just the stub. Then I mean, what are you doing? You know, I mean, but what I make a point is like it's like, you know, even with the purchasing, and when we get the MTL, like you're going to be able to buy NFTs with OMI.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not about, you know, this one without that one. It's one big package, and you have all of them because you have all of them, you know, and it's the way it is. I mean, this is the way it was constructed. They're you know, VeVe is OMI is Ecomi. They're all the creators. Don't get me wrong though. When if that question is modified, can VeVe survive, or can VeVe be without Marvel or without Disney or without, you know, I mean, specifically on specific licenses? Oh, absolutely. You know, yeah. If you have, they have different IP. There's IP that they don't have right now, and there's IP that they are working probably to get the licenses that they don't have at the time that they're looking to get. But if they don't get them, we're still going to make. So when it comes to IP and stuff, then you can make that, you know, distinction. But this about not having one without the other, no, it's all one package. You know, it's basically someone made a comment in there. I don't, what does it say there?
Which one? I just threw up a couple there in the background.
This one you put up. If I can rent each, I thought I seen it, and then
yeah, it should be there right now. If I can rent each one of my current collection out for $25 a month, I will make more money doing that than my current full-time position, which is crazy.
And I know this is going to sound. I admit, I don't know if we talked about it, Randy. We're listen. Nobody is right now leasing anything to anybody. Okay, no one's leasing NFTs to anybody. This whole idea about renting and leasing out NFTs or your particular items that your collectibles that you have to developers or to whoever else needs them or wants them. I mean, what happens if in the VeVe verse there's a guy named Joe Schmo, and he don't have any collectibles at all. He wants to start a business in VeVe verse. He don't own a collectible or a comic, but he's a great businessman. And he says, you know what? I don't own any of the products, but I'll tell you what I do own. I own an idea that I maybe can benefit everybody that has them. And I can open up a facility for whether it's a library, a museum, a retail space like a Walmart where you can display them and for purchase. And my shelves are going to cost this much for you to put them on, my racks, and you pay me. And if you sell them, I get a percentage of the sale, and I'll handle everything. All you got to do is just, you know, just bring your NFT into. I'm just making a point. Yeah. So in other words, you don't have to. There's going to be so many different avenues of being able to make money. You just have to have a good business sense. You have to have a good head on your shoulders and have resources and keep yourself with the right people. And I think that everybody's going to do well. This isn't just like you know, the top 30 people are going to make money and everybody else. This isn't a pyramid thing,
right?
It's not. I hope people don't get that, because there's a lot of discouragement that comes into these spaces and stuff. And you know, people feel like they missed out. Listen to me. We're at 6-7 tenths of a penny, everybody. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to tell you. When we're at 2 pennies, I'm going to say, guys, we're at 2 cents, everybody. We're at 10 cents, everybody. And I could still, and that's cheap. People coming in, wow, 10 cents, that's it. They don't know where you came from, but they know 10 cents is still cheap in the big picture.
Yeah, especially if the market cap is pretty low.
You 10x your money at $1. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. And from here, that's like 12, 13x from here. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. I did have a question for Pags, and it does kind of go in with this super chat saying about VeVe making their own IP. And I think that if they can get some independent companies and they could say, like, listen, we'll use all your ideas, we'll use all your characters, we'll pay you, but we're just going to rebrand it as VeVe's, you know, like this is VeVe's in-house intellectual property.
Well, they do.
They can go and do
it,
that.
Randy.
Yeah, and if they can go and do that and make that their own IP, answering Silk Black's, you said they could be a top 5 crypto. What's your timeline for that if they can roll this out within a year?
That's a great question. I don't put timelines on it, but my vision knows. When I say top 5, it could be upwards of close to 2 years. But you got to realize,
that's soon.
As time goes on, the Cardanos and the Bitcoins and the NFTs. The XRPs of the world are going to start coming up. So there's not that much room in top 5 when I say that. So it speaks volumes. So you got to realize it might be a couple of years, but realize something. It's market cap, but I had made this point to you. It's market cap is not indicative of the price. You have to realize it's a supply issue. When the supply gets to a point where it starts burning at faster rates, the market in the whole, everybody that's out there, if it's PR'd properly and we really start, OMI becomes like a VeVe becomes a day name. It's gonna skyrocket, bro. It's gonna skyrocket. It could do $4 to $20, and you'd be like, oh my God, never imagine. We were talking 30 cents, 40 cents. These are the kind of bull run bulls that I'm talking about. You're going to see Decentraland over $200. You're going to see Engine over $100, no problem. You're going to see these. At fact, Ready Player One outfits are going to be like, they're going to be on back order. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's things are happening so fast. 2 years from now, we're going to start seeing stuff that we didn't think was going to come as fast. Didn't think 2 years ago when I bought Cardano, I thought that VeVe was. They were priming the market, ready to. They had a Marvel already locked up. They had all these character templates already ready to go. The NFTs are ready to go. They were beta testing the system already. When I was buying in 2020, they were ready to go. They're 1 year away from letting it out. They were they were set up already. And I believe right now they have Pokemon so ready right now. I just can't wait till it comes out. I can't wait because it's going to explode. They're waiting because they can't give it to the market that is in place right now because we're on the Go chain. If right now we don't have Pokemon and we're clogging the system, we'll crash the system with Pokemon.
Yeah,
and we won't have enough people to be able to get online because they're not going to be able to buy the gems in those other countries.
Well, that's what happened with. I mean, even if you look at Disney, like I don't think that VeVe was ready for Disney, and I think VeVe probably went to them and was like, "Hey, like the migration took longer than we thought it would. We thought we'd be done in August, and we're not. Like, we're not ready for this." And Disney was like, "Hey, Disney Plus Day is coming up. We signed this agreement with you. We'll figure it out." And I mean, the first day was an absolute disaster. I know Pegs, you said you got lucky there. You managed to get the drop. I couldn't get on the drop. Everything was completely locked out. Everyone that I knew was completely locked out. It was it felt bad. Like it was concerning for sure. It definitely threw back some March vibes kind of thing. And the next day was still bad, but not. And then every single day they just the rate and the speed at which they move and integrate and improve things when it needs to be done is absolutely incredible. Like the time that they were able to get this fixed in is just absolutely incredible.
They have the money, they have the resources, and granted, their days where they're 24 hours, they're nonstop. It's not like they have people that go to sleep. They have the developers are working nonstop 7 days, 24 hours. So they're not stopping. They're like, "Hey, take a rest. Don't worry about it. We have a couple of days." No. It's constant until they accomplish it. And then because we got a couple of days and there's going to be another drop. A drop is a drop. I
just want to touch on, and once again, Silk Black, thank you so much for the donation. I think the guys have done a great job of answering, kind of the first part of the question. I just wanted to quickly touch on, what about OMI growing less deflationary over time? It's definitely a consideration. And I actually did a video modeling the OMI burn about a month or two ago on my channel. Definitely, if you're curious, go and check it out. I have all the Excel spreadsheets. I do all the numbers and, the hypotheticals based on, drop cost and how much it will burn. I think it's important to remember kind of overall though, yes, the burn will decrease over time because as the dollar value of OMI grows higher, there is less OMI burnt relative to the amount of money that is spent. So that is how the tokenomic model does take place. But you also have to remember that although the OMI token may be a higher price and there may be less of it burnt per transaction, there will be infinitely more transactions taking place than what are taking place currently. We're talking about, and like Henry said, 24/7, there will be people using this app. There will be burns in the VeVeverse. There will be burns buying land. There will be burns buying OMI to NFT direct. And that's just a couple of the avenues that we know of currently. There's, and I say, I mean, quite literally, like, I'm saying only 1 million people on the app right now. I reached out to the team on Sunday after the app, quite frankly, shit the bed. Like, that's what it did, right? I reached out to them and I said, hey guys, like, do we know what happened here? Like, how many people competed for this drop? They told me we had 100,000 people compete for this drop. It was a record of the most amount of people that we ever had compete for a drop. Could you imagine 100,000 people? 4 months ago, we didn't even have 30,000 people on the app. And now we have 3 times the amount of people that we had on the app when they did the last refactoring for the app.
That's why there was
competing for one drop.
Right. That's why there was a time when it was to the point where we were able to buy so many comics, we only bought what we were like thinking about. We stopped hitting buy bond. We're like, what are we doing?
Marvel #1 comic. I think I got 11 of them.
Yeah, and you stopped hitting the buy button.
And I stopped. I was like, I don't need more than these.
Yeah, it's like crazy. And wait, let me just talk about something here that's so black is hitting. I know I mentioned this before, and I'm a strong advocate of this. I'm very passionate about when it comes to deflationary. I didn't check out your chart that you had proposed, Foster. I haven't seen that. However, I will say this: what everyone needs to realize, and everyone has to understand, that it's not a dark day when you talk about less deflation. Okay, when you talk about, because the only way that you can have a point in time where it becomes less deflationary is when you have a higher price. And when you have a higher price, you can't talk a bad time because you're rich, okay? And you're so wealthy that your deflationary cuts are non-existent to the daily thinking. That becomes like you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in your rate of your interest that you're making on your investment. More money than you're spending annually is growing in your account, not counting just your interest, your staking, what you do with items that you sell to diversify, because you're going to be into other projects and things that you're going to get yourself into. People are going to buy hard assets, as myself, because you're going to get into the real estate market. You're going to spread your wealth out, because that's how you diversify your portfolio, right? Yeah. And so you have to realize that, but you have to realize this too, what people don't realize. And I know it's something that's hard to understand, because when you talk about deflationary, you know what you don't get. And you said it, Foster. You said it perfect. 24-hour a day. Right now, we're just getting burn rates with just the drops when they happen on the day, and then it's just it's like an orgasm. It blows the load, and then it's just a little bit. It's fun, and then that's it, and it's over. And okay, give me a kiss, good night, drink some water. No, that's how the burn rate's going right now on every drop. No. When things start to hit the fan, bro, it's going to be nonstop load blowing. That it just becomes fireworks 24 hours a day globally, because the whole entire world is on different time clocks. So everybody's in a different thing. Now we're going to get your Asian drops. We're going to get European drops. We're going to get North America, South American drops. We're going to get drops that are happening in the time zone that we're in relation to the world. And what everyone's skipping is that, which I had mentioned in our podcast before, is the exchanges. Guys, they have to buy them. Their inventory, the exchange's inventory themselves is going to be. That's not like burned. Those are like burnt. Those are burned automatically, because they never get a chance to ever hit the system, because the inventories always have to have a cumulative amount. So they're like off the shelf. They're not considered part of the supply anymore. So this is what I'm trying to say. Like, your calculations. Look, when you look on stack graphs, and you start seeing the timelines on expectation growth between, like, obviously companies like this are so new, you can't use that as a metric, because this industry is so new. You can't say, oh, this company did this and we could go by that based on we're like kind of the front horse. So we're really kind of like, we're really dictating the stats right now. So it's hard to, we have not gauge off, but I try to work some models out, and where we are in this time of NFT, everything's becoming NFTs, and everything's starting to become, I'm starting to hear NFTs on things that I can't believe people are talking about. NFTs, we're going to start growing NFTs like we grow weed, and everybody is going to be a pot plant on everybody's porch. There's going to be an NFT for everybody's situation. Or like we have email addresses, we're going to have NFT addresses. Like we're going to have our own everything. It's going to be an individualized item. Our avatar is going to be NFT'd.
Well, you know what? I thought it was, you know, we don't realize, and I take it as an absolute blessing that I've invested my money in people that are a lot smarter than me, which is the reason that I invested the amount of money that I did. I never knew why I needed a partnership with the US Postal Service as much as I did until I had a partnership through VeVe with the US Postal Service, right? Like I never knew the inherent value and what that meant. And then when I really sat back and thought about it, I was like, okay, the USPS reaches every house in the United States. They're a US government entity, and stamps are one of the most highly sought after and collectible items that exist. Holy cow, there's something to this, right? And then, you know, when they announced MGA and LOL surprise, I was like, and then you do research and you go, it's grossed more than Pokemon and Barbie the last 3 years. Well, holy cow, I needed this in my life. And like, they're so far ahead of everyone else that is in this space right now. Like,
I tell you, bro, our horse is so far in front, bro. Second horse didn't even come out the gate yet. And I mean crazy. That there's nobody else is doing what we're doing. You can't look at like other spaces and other like NFT projects and stuff that are doing things. That's not this space. That's a different kind of thing. OpenSea and stuff. That I told you, OpenSea is like Walmart. They sell goods. They're not the provider. They don't have the licenses. It's like me, you, and Randy can go and create this three-way artistic thing that we draw up together and put on OpenSea and hope someone buys it because we all autograph it and NFT it. Yeah, is it going to be worth money? Absolutely. Is it going to be worth something because, you know, yeah, it's got the availability of the world on OpenSea? Sure, we can do that and we can make a lot of money and that'd be great, right? But we're talking about longevity. We're talking at look at that right there, 270 million burned today. This is what I'm saying. These are ridiculous numbers. These are ridiculous numbers, bro.
David's starting to realize it. Opportunity of a lifetime.
We had Frank Sabaka before that said we had 6 billion OMI burned in June, and we have 3 times that. You know, five months later. Now that we're in November, in another 5 months after we're on so many different exchanges, and geez,
it's and that's the thing, and like. Really 95% of the utility and what is going to be used to burn this token hasn't even been rolled out yet. And look what we're doing with it so far. It's just
everything that we have. A great point, Henry. I'm saying it figuratively, but literally we are going to be, there's not going to, listen, when babies are born, we're not going to have birth certificates. We're going to have the NFT certificate where it's going to be on the blockchain. The NFT is the blockchain certificate. That's what makes it, that's what you legitimizes the actual, the validation of the ownership of that. We are who we are. How do you prove that? What do you got to do when you go for motor vehicles to get a license or ID? What do you got to go get? You got to bring your birth certificate. That certificate can be docked, and with the things that we have today of printing and everything, we could create anything. So think about that for 1 minute. But you can't fake the blockchain. I mean, there are decentralized projects that can be twinkled with, but you know, you got to have like high clearance. You got to be like part of the people with the keys and stuff. And for the rate of risk that's involved in that, it's not worth it. We're talking about, you know, decentralizing, you know, the globe. I mean, realistically.
Yeah.
I just want to touch on this quickly. Walt, no, it's all done through smart contracts, so it's not something they have any control over. Once something has been minted on the blockchain via smart contract, it is not able to be modified. So they,
I mean, you could say the the founders tokens, they're still like those could be unlocked in the next like 6 months or whatever. But
well, so
but
yeah,
not,
but those are set to be automatically unlocked though. So for
Yeah.
as a perfect example,
There's a timeline now.
on November 10th, we had an unlocked. So if you go on my channel and you watch who do whales control the OMI token part 1, I have a listing of when all of the founder unlocks take place. They can't change when that's done automatically via a smart contract.
Right.
So they don't have the ability to
time
change.
sensitive.
Yeah, exactly. It's all done.
It happened yesterday, didn't it?
It happened yesterday, and no one cared because at this point we know that the team's not dumping. So it's like back in March when this happened the first time, it was a huge like FUD piece, and oh my god, the team's going to dump on us or whatever. Like, if you still believe that, like,
I bought more that day.
You know what I mean? It's just like, exactly.
Yeah.
I think this is a good question. And I think both of you can answer it. Maybe I'll get Randy's take first because Henry's kind of the huge expert on that. But Randy, do you have any thoughts on David's question? He says, you got the R2D2 with mint number 2021. Is there a specific market for items with the release year mint? Does it have any additional value compared to other mints in the same area? Would you personally pay more for a 2021?
I'm kind of the wrong. I just sold my lower mint ultra rare DeLorean just so I can get the gems. I bought another higher mint DeLorean. Mint doesn't mean too much to me, but there's definitely a big pocket of people that'd be like, oh yeah, when Star Wars released 77, 78, you know, they'll get 1977. You know, they'll get each year that, you know, our R2 had its thing. They might even get like, you know, that year of like the Christmas special. But at the end of the day, there's not a ton of R2s. I mean, there's, you know, almost 9,000, but Star Wars brand is so huge. That's one of the largest grossing franchises.
Yeah, for sure.
It won't really matter. I mean, there'll be someone that'll probably pay a little bit of a premium because, oh, number 2021, the year it came out as an NFT. There's probably multiple people that would pay, but and for me, it'd be like,
yeah. What do you think, Pax?
I mean, I specifically, as I've said it earlier, there are obviously specific mint numbers for particular years of release. Sometimes, you know, they bring premiums, and there are collectors and buyers out there that believe that there's higher values, so the market will react accordingly. For that, this specific, you know, we're another month or 2 months away from 2022. Will 2021 matter? Who knows?
Right.
But you know, for me, I just go for the low because you can't fail with the low. Low don't really matter too much, just for the fact that it's already rare, it's scarce, and it's the lowest. That's for me. But the hell do I know?
Fair enough. Brian, I see your comment. I'm not going to pin it because I don't know the age range of people that will be watching this. But Randy, if you would like to read the most recent comment from Brian, you're more than welcome to do so.
oh yes, of course.
Don't read it out loud though.
Okay, I will not. Read it
with
out
that
loud.
being said,
Brian.
Yeah.
Oh,
Brian
okay. So me, Wendy, and Taps are going to do a meet and greet. Not really going to be for any X-rated activities. It's going to be to hang out with people because I imagine Taps and Wendy had this as well. So many people ask like, hey, can I take you out to dinner or drinks or lunch or whatever? So I unfortunately couldn't do that individually. So I put up a poll on Twitter. They're like, hey, me, Wendy, and Taps are going to do a meet and greet. What nights? So it looks like Friday night. If you're going to be in the area, Brian, or anyone else, you want to come have a drink with us, or if you're under 21, or you don't drink, just water or whatever, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, if at some point on our 30
let me get, while you're talking, let me get the sound in here. Ready? Go ahead. You can talk. Ready?
Sure. The 30 cent Orlando party, if you want to do certain stuff there, or let me know. I'm always game to do fun stuff with fun people, but yeah, it's gotta. Well, we'll see.
All right, there you go. All right, so in all seriousness, because you know, obviously I have the control over what comments get put up on the screen and what comments don't get put up on the screen. I don't want you guys to think that I intentionally censor or ignore anyone. I do my best to incorporate questions or comments that are relevant to the conversation that is being had or that segues into another conversation. So if you post a comment and I don't touch on it, it's not because I don't care or I don't hear you. We couldn't get to every single person's comment. We just never be able to. But that being said, there's things that come up that maybe aren't necessarily positive or bullish for the project that I think are still important to touch on, and it's important for people to understand. And this is one of them from Canadian. So thank you very much for typing this or for asking it or making the comment, because you are correct. So Canadian says, can you touch on the fact that OMI is technically not deflationary at all? They haven't done any buybacks. They're just taking coins from one out of circulation wallet and putting them into another. I want to get both of your guys' thoughts on this, but I just want to say one thing before you guys go ahead with that. There were 750 billion tokens minted in the Genesis wallet. So when the token was originally created, there were 750 billion. There was never meant to be more than, I think it was like 420 billion tokens that entered circulating supply. They accidentally locked up 97 billion tokens. Or I think it was 400 billion. They're supposed to go in circulation. They accidentally locked up like 97 billion of them. So what ended up happening is they rejigged what was being locked in the smart contracts. And so that number went down to about 312 billion. So there'll never be more than 312 billion that enter circulating supply. For those of you that don't know what circulating supply is just the supply that me and you can buy, transact, trade with one another, and that affects the price. So yes, there's 750 billion, but only 312 billion of those tokens affect the actual market cap of the token, which is what equates to the value of each individual token based on the amount of money invested in the space.
Perfect explanation. Perfect.
There is also a diluted market cap. Diluted market cap is the total market cap of all tokens that currently exist that are minted. Well, some of them are locked and will not enter circulating supply. They still count towards the diluted market cap. What they're doing right now by moving those tokens from one out of circulation wallet to another is they're removing them from the diluted market cap, which is also a number that experienced traders and investors will look at. The reason that it's important to look at that number is because a market cap for a token might be quite high and the token might be quite cheap, and you may think it's a good deal. But if there's only 1% of the circulating supply that is actively being able to be purchased currently, then you realize that once 100% of those tokens go into circulation, the deal is actually not nearly as good as you thought it would be. The more of the circulating supply that is in the circulation currently relative to the market cap, the better deal in a sense it is, because you know that you don't need to worry about other tokens being unlocked and diluting the market. Currently, you are correct. There is no tokens from the active circulating supply being removed from circulation because buybacks are not currently happening. I'm not going to talk about what buybacks are. You guys can watch some of my videos afterwards if you'd like. Rest assured, Ecomi is implementing several measures that will be burning tokens directly from the circulating supply. When that happens, you will drastically see the amount of tokens in circulation decrease, whether it be OMI to NFT, OMI to land, or any of the other factors that they're going to put in place. Do either of you guys want to kind of touch on that or piggyback on anything at all?
I think you hit the nail on the head.
Okay. Sorry, I go on tangents. I'm a tokenomics kind of geek guy. You guys go on about collectibles, and I'm kind of like up on the stars. But when it comes to the token and what I'm invested in,
he's technically correct in the question. But I mean, in the sense of what's in place and what's coming, it's not a concern.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Congratulations, Yippee, on buying your collectible. Dr. Chala asked a good question. We touched on this a little while ago, but we've been live for almost 3 hours now, and I don't think Randy was with us when we touched on it the first time. So we don't have to go through every single one necessarily, but maybe pick out one or two that each of you guys want to touch on and what you think the future price is going to look like on them. Go ahead, Henry.
Future price prediction for the drops. So right now we have floor prices in the 200 something range up to as high as almost 900, or even I've seen the hat go even higher. So yeah, with tomorrow's drop, it's going to be coming out a little over 300 each one. I mean, obviously, you know, it depends on where you at when you're asking a price prediction. I mean, what's the point? Are you looking to flip it and you're looking for an investment? Is it worth buying it from an investment standpoint and you're looking to flip short term? Because that's important. And to the question, and if it's not, and you're just looking to just, buy, is it worth from a long-term perspective? With 100% certainty, it is 100% certainty. It is worth 300 or 400 for a if you're not lucky enough to get in the drop and you got to pay for it in secondary market. But realize something: the secondary market, these floors have gone. Some have gone up and some have gone down.
Yeah.
And so you got to realize where your question sits. You don't know where that's going to be in relationship to the timing of when the drop is, after how long, an hour, 2 hours, or 24 hours or more. So I can't really, like obviously Foster had purchased something, one of the items for 500 now, maybe he's down 40 or 50 or 60% of that purchase, where he could have bought maybe two for the price of one.
Yep. It's
okay though, because it's okay. But, and with respect to your question, I mean, Doctor, I mean, look, you're going to, any of these particular gold Disney drops that you get right now, I don't care if you get a high mint, a low mint, it doesn't make a difference. You're in the game and just hold and go. You're asking me a question. Would I rather have a very low mint for 4,000, or rather I have 15 that are would I get like maybe 15 of them for like maybe 250 or something like that each? Will I have 250 floors, 15 floors at 250 each, or would I have rather one low mint at like 4K? It's a great question. It's a great question because if I can get 15, a variety of the whole entire set of collectible floors versus just one collectible for like 4,000. Yeah. I'd probably rather have the diversifying of that, the collective sense of a set, or a whole set of all of them. Although if I can do that, then I would rather have that for variety. But I like to get them all of the variety with low mints. And that's the greatest thing. And tomorrow I really want to give a lucky person that gets a drop 10,000 gems. Randy, you're involved. If you get lucky, bro, 10,000. I know you're a gem guy too. You're gonna get gems from me.
I love you. I love both of you, and I'll make you a deal. Give me. I don't want 10,000 gems, like 1 million point something OMI, and I'll do it. So less than 10,000 gems for you. So you're getting a better deal. I just want the OMI. Because if I do get one,
I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal.
Yeah.
If you get anything from a 48 or lower, I'll give you the 10,000 gems. But I'll also give you a buyer for the 10,000 gems, probably somewhere in the probably 7,000, 7,000 range, 70 cents a gem range.
So
you'll have all that USD tether.
I mean,
I'll give you, because this is the one time that I actually get to be involved in these types of conversations. Okay. I will. How much OMI do you want if you get it?
Well, I think I would give Foster a little bit of a bigger discount, because I mean me and Henry, we already have enough. So I think Foster will. But yeah, just 1 million OMI, and you can, if I get a really, really good, I mean, if it's only, let's say if the floor is like 5,000 or something, and it's not worth 1 million OMI, then I would just take about as much, or maybe even less. Let's say 800,000 OMI, 600. For you, Foster, I would do that for you.
Wow, I appreciate that, man.
That's not
at the end of the day, and it's hard for. It's easy for people to say no when certain things aren't there. Like, it's easy for like tough guys to be like, like keyboard warriors, when they don't have to engage in the physical consequences of what they're saying because they're not there. But in that same breath, it is easy for some people to say like, oh, I would never do that for money. I have too much self-respect. Okay, well, what if I have a briefcase of $100,000? You're going to say no to that? Like, that's life-changing money. Like, you're telling me you don't care about your mom if you're saying no to this money. So if somebody were to tell me like, hey, let's say my account is all my collectibles are worth right now, $80,000. Even though this is a really low period for most of the collectibles. Someone to give me that, like in OMI, that's an extra like what 10, 11 million OMI. I don't think I would say no to that.
I know.
I would probably say yes.
Honestly, man, I'm in the same boat right now. And I mean, not to throw names around specifically or whatever, but there's a certain whale who put out a tweet earlier today and basically said, I'm buying up people's accounts. Like, if you want out or whatever, I'll buy your account, 50K.
I actually did talk to that person, but they never got back. I mean, not about
apparently they got like they said anyways, they got like 1,000 people reaching out to them. I think it's people, 95% of them are just wasting the guy's time personally. But yeah. I thought about it because, I'm going to do a video in the next, I kind of want to wait until Ecomi Wiki's back up. Shout out to Omi the Clown. If you guys don't know what Ecomi Wiki is, great platform just to calculate floor values for all of your collectibles. He uses the backend API for all of the collectibles, and you can see the value at floor of all the collectibles that you own. Not very helpful for a guy like Henry who has special mints, but for someone like me who just kind of owns a mishmash of whatever, it's super, super interesting and helpful. So I'd like to use that in my video, but like I got to think, because I mean, I ran the numbers about a month ago, and my collection, I mean, not nearly as much as Henry's, but I mean, I could get, high five figures, I think, for my collection. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? How much OMI would that net me? And I was thinking, and I was like, like if you offered me, 7 to 8 million OMI for my collectibles right now, like, I think I'd have to take you up on it. Like, even though I know that these collectibles are going to do some big things one day, and
I paid Paul Ho 4 million OMI just for the one SR.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, if you know what, if you want to pay me 4 million OMI for my secret rare Spider-Man #1 comic, you got yourself a deal. I'll do it for 1 million. 1 million.
I got that, bro. Listen, man. If I wasn't a set collector, I didn't have to plan to get low mints. If it wasn't about that, and that wasn't a part of my theme, But when I'm sitting on over 100, OMI, it didn't make sense. Like, I'm looking, and plus at the price, it was only it was a little like about 4/10 of a penny, give or take, a little less than that.
Yeah.
It was. I apologize. It was in the threes. Because it was like a 12K number. You know what I mean? Like dollar wise. If I had to liquidate the OMI and give them tether, it's like the same kind of thing. So, there's a sly of regret from him. I've spoke with him, and he's a man to admit that he's very happy with the 4 million OMI, and he knows, but there's a side of him that understands, when you're looking at the floor of the MC1 being like 25, 30 grand, and that's the floor, what's that, number 2 arguably available SR right now,
worth?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so
it's
hindsight. He's looking at that in hindsight. And so I get it, but who knew?
So do you guys think, because I think this is a good talking point, do you guys think that when OMI to NFT becomes available, and for those of you that don't know, OMI to NFT is essentially going to be the functionality that allows you to buy NFTs direct with the OMI token, which is the token that we're talking about now. Do you think that there will be some regret from people that are making some of these large, because I think we're going to start to see it, right? Like right now, you kind of got to go through the back end and wheel and deal and do these conversions and all this.
Yes.
Like when you can just straight up, like if I can list my Spider-Man comic for 1 million OMI, like, do you think that people are going to jump at that opportunity? And then let's pretend OMI is what it's worth right now. I list it today. I make $7,000 or whatever in OMI. They own the like, do you think that people are going to regret that? Like, do you
listen? That's the key question that you were asking, but you realize the key thing that you put in there, that variable, had to do with the price it is now. Mm-hmm. See, when OMI goes up, and we're looking at, we were talking about 1 million OMI when it's 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents. Is someone going to pay 20, 30, 40 grand for that item? I don't think so. I think it's a different conversation at that point. Like I don't think it's 1 million OMI at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like Randy said earlier, there's some OGs out there sitting on some OG ETH that are like, they don't even, have to sit there and worry about an ETH OMI pair in their exchange. They're just going to, here, how much ETH you want? 2, 3 ETH here. Go.
Yeah.
Take it. You know what I'm saying? 4 ETH, 5 ETH. There's going to be ETH, bro, traded. There's going to be so many tweets. Look how much ETH I got today for my, crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like these particular,
yeah.
I'm in it for the long haul, dude. Listen, I got MC1, I got Fantastic Four, I got X-Men, I got Tales of Suspense. I'm like, I don't have the Amazing Spider-Man, but that's because I stepped out of that set. But other than that, bro, I got like 16 sets, all low mints, just comics. And I don't know, the collectibles are like retarded. I'm just like, I'm like sitting back right now. Like, I want to get, we get closer to getting on Immutable. I keep spending more money because I'm on, and I'm always like, this is it. This is the last one. This is the last one before you know it. Yeah, Veer. Yeah, I need like 20K gems, bro. You got to do it for me, bro, real quick. You get into a new gem haul. Now another one. This one now. No, but I did say for real, guys, I really did say this. I mean this. Make this official. This buy tomorrow, because there is going to be a winner out there. You guys, I'll give you, because I'll put it in my collage. It'll be the last one. I left out one or two of the of these particular drops. I don't have the Elsa, and I don't have something else, but whatever. But tomorrow will be the last one that I do buy. That is going to be the final item that I buy right now. Until maybe Pokemon or VeVeverse, whatever comes first. Wow. I'm being honest, like that's the truth. Like I'm totally taking a step back because I'm so busy. I got so much going on. Like I'm sitting at the poker table, Randy. I'm doing the freaking drop, bro. I'm doing a drop at the poker. Like whenever the cards come by, I'm sitting on my phone like this. They're looking at me like I'm jerking off or something. Like no, I'm on my phone. Like I had my hand. You know what I'm saying? It looks weird. Like you know what I mean?
Looks like you're mixing up your chocolate milk, like.
So to Daniel's question, so would you say it's wiser to focus your resources on collecting ultra rares instead of completing full sets? I think, Daniel, the important thing to keep in mind is why are you collecting, right? Like without that context, it's impossible to know for sure. Like, are you collecting to get master collector points so that you can gain more access to features in the app? In which case, buying full sets makes more sense. Are you doing it to get low mint ultra rares, which you think are going to hold more value, in which case they'll be worth more money in the future and they're a better investment? Well, then you buy the ultra rares. It's really up to, like, we know why Henry collects. Like, we know his fandom and what he likes to collect. Randy, I don't know that we hear as much from you about it. So I'd like to hear kind of your take, because you own, or you sold at least one, but how many hymns do you own now?
I sold 2, so I have 1 left.
Okay, and I know you at one point were planning on completing
the Powerpuff Girls. The
Powerpuff Girls, and you're looking to at some point get at least every collectible on the app. Like that's your goal, right?
Well, first season, yeah. So generally, what I used to tell people with Pokemon is that and I've seen it so many times before. Outside of me, or even though it did work with me too. Most people that try to collect Pokemon cards, so like which one do you think is going to be most valuable? Most people like that had that mindset did not make as much money. Their collection did not grow as much as the people that just collected what they liked. When you collect what you like, odds are that most other people are going to like that as well. You do have those offhanded people that come out of left field that say like, oh, I happen to like these cards from this era, this set, and again, that's a really niche product, but if you like something, buy it. And most likely other people will like that as well. Like, again, things are really popular for reasons. Like it's not because it's because they're good quality products, good quality shows. So if you collect these NFTs that you really like because it's nostalgic for you, there's a good chance it's going to be nostalgic for a lot of other people as well. And I think if you do that, there is more chance that you're going to get more money. One, you'll enjoy it more, and two, you're gonna be forced to hodl a little bit because you don't want to sell certain things. I do want to. If VeVe doesn't do it, I do want to get that museum of the entire first series. It's going to cost me, I know, a couple $100,000 after, after next year when we all moon. But which is fine. I'll do it.
That's awesome.
That's my 2 cents on it.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. I just want to answer this because, and once again, guys, like if you're new to the project and you have any questions, throw them in the chat, because honestly, you're going to be the questions that I pick out pretty much before everything else, because if you have a question, someone else likely has that question too. So don't be afraid to ask it. There's no such thing as a stupid question. If it is a stupid question and we realize it, I may not put it up on the screen, but I'll still answer it. That way you at least know you're getting that information. So Yippee says, so I'm new to VeVe. Do I need to use my gems before converting to OMI to stop laundering? So you do not convert your gems directly to OMI. There is no gem to OMI conversion.
Tell them why.
So
because some people might hear that and be like, oh, this is dumb. But tell them why and why it's a good thing that they don't.
So thank you for yes. So from a tokenomics perspective, so that you guys understand, the OMI token underpins gems. So that is what underpins the process of all the purchases that take place in the app. So as Canadian referenced earlier in our chat, there are 3 wallets that are currently classified as out of circulation. So there's a reserve wallet. Where am I on my screen? There's a reserve wallet, there's a vault wallet, and then there's a burn wallet. Burn is obviously fairly straightforward. It's burnt. It no longer exists. The reserve, when you purchase gems from the VeVe app, the equivalent amount in OMI, so let's say you buy $100 worth of gems, $100 converted into whatever the current price at OMI is. So let's say it's 1 cent, because it's easy math to do. That would be 100,000 or 10,000. It wasn't as easy as I thought. 10,000 OMI tokens would be taken from the reserve wallet and moved into the vault wallet. When you purchase a collectible with those gems, a percentage of those gems that were sitting, or a percentage of that OMI, my apologies, that is sitting in that vault wallet is then moved into the burn wallet, and it is now officially out of circulation. What Ecomi will eventually, or was supposed to happen, but they're rejigging it right now, is they would do buybacks. So they would take a percentage of revenue that they accumulate from buyers of the OMI or of VeVe, of the gems, and buy OMI off of exchanges to replenish the reserve to keep that transaction wheel flowing. So the reason that you cannot convert your gems into OMI directly is because your OMI underpins your gems. And then if you were to buy gems and convert them into OMI, you'd be buying OMI with OMI, and it would completely throw, like it wouldn't work the way that the tokenomics are structured. So what they've done is they allow gem to fiat, or they will when the MTL comes into effect. Gem to fiat means that you're cashing out into your local currency. At that point, you could use that local currency to buy OMI directly. Or if you already own OMI, you cannot buy gems with your OMI, but you can do OMI to NFT directly, which means you are buying that NFT directly with the OMI, which means that you don't need the gems, because the only purpose of the gems is to purchase the collectible, which you will be able to do with OMI regardless. So it's a complicated process, and I hope that I explained it okay, but that is essentially why. Great question, but that is how the tokenomics work.
That was a great detailed response. I take the easy way out. I was like, listen, guys, they just don't want to take OMI from the reserve wallet, put in the circulating supply. I just like the lazy man answer. I don't go into all that.
You know what? That's a great point too, and I didn't even touch on it that Randy mentions as well, Yippee. The token is deflationary in nature, and if they were to take tokens out of the reserve and move them into circulation, then you're creating an inflationary currency, which is not something that you want, right? Because then you're putting negative, pressure on the value of the token by increasing it. So, good question. Brian says, and it could go to anyone, which collectible are you missing that you wish you could have except Spider-Man, Secret Rare, and Donnie? I feel like you're taking a shot at me because you know that I sold my Secret Rare Spider-Man. Let me think on that answer because I've done a lot of talking. Randy, go ahead first.
Yeah, sure. I know you probably don't, you excluded those because they're worth a lot of money. And and I don't want to say the Mooglies because those are worth a lot of money, but there's a lot of the first season that the ones that I don't have happen to be the more expensive ones, just because I bought all of the cheaper ones. So I would say, yeah, I would say the Mooglies. I mean, I like Ghostbusters. I like the ideas of nostalgia, and I wasn't around when those really dropped, so those are mine. Also, I'll take one more question after Pags goes, but I have to go. I have to wake up in like 5 hours. So
for sure, man. For sure.
I'm pulling an all-nighter. I'm going to sleep on the plane, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
Oh, damn, you're going.
I mean, I got to be at the airport at 4 for a 6 o'clock departure. So I'll see you in the air. For this question, I mean, there's not really many items that I don't have that I wish I had, because I'd buy them if I wanted them, really. But some are out of reach. I mean, Donnie, obviously, I don't have. It would be nice to have one, not because of the price, because there's just less than 200 of them. I mean, I just to have one of them guys. And believe it or not, one of those little freaky hymns, pretty cool. Like a weird dude, like, well, kind of like, you know, like I don't know, just top heavy and stuff, just looking weird. Looks funny. I mean, it's got another low edition. I think maybe 200 or 250 on them. So that's another cool one. I mean, but there's not really much in the collectible space. I everything that I like, I buy for whatever reason. That's what I get. Like I like the frogs. I wasn't really too much into, and then I just kind of they grew on me, and I got them. You know, my Captain Americas are like, they're like my strong glories. Those are the ones I made sure I got. And I had to spend to get them, but I got them. And though now they're ridiculous in price, then I thought that was a lot back then. You know, when you spent $2K back then, that was a lot. You know, 1,800, $2K. I mean, when you seen something for like 10K, you were like, oh, wow, oh my God. And, you know, now 10K is like, it's doable. I mean, people do it. You know what I mean? There's floors that are 20 and they still sell. So, I mean, we're in different times, you know. But other than that, yeah, it's cool. Nothing too much.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I guess for me, I mean, there's a million different routes that I could take this question. I think I've tried within reason to purchase every collectible that I quote unquote want. That's, you know, maybe under 1,000 gems. And I think one of the collectibles that I always understood the value of and never got a chance to purchase when I first started on the app was probably the Eduardo Rizzo Batman. I did end up purchasing the Todd McFarlane number 100 Batman, which for those of you that do not know was the first ever collectible that was dropped on the VeVe platform back in October of 2020. But I never got the rest of the set. And now I look at Rizzo and it's, you know, $4,000 to $5,000, and I probably could find a way to pull the trigger on it if I was to, you know, sell a Lucky and maybe one or two other things. But I just think that, you know, long term, everyone has a fandom one way or another, whatever the case may be. But there will only ever be 3,000 or 4,000 people that own the first ever set on VeVe, and when VeVe is like a household name in years from now, I think that set as a whole is going to be valuable and special to people. Like that was the first, you know what I mean? And so I think for me, like if I had the means, I would probably buy that one. But yeah, I mean, there's just tons of collectibles on the app that I would love to have. I will be making a video on my full collection at some point in the next week, like I said, and I definitely have quite a few sets. I'm very fortunate. You know, my wife has been very supportive with my collecting addiction, we'll call it, and and things kind of get out of control sometimes when you look at some of these prices and you realize, you know, I'm spending gems, but you actually think about like, oh, holy cow, I spent, you know,
it's money,
$1,200 today, and it's like on this, like what? It's crazy. But what I'll say, and I guess I'll leave it on this, because I think that this goes out to everyone really, and you know, I know Randy, you're going to be taken off there in a second, but thank you so much, Master Barber, for saying that. I know the sentiment's been echoed by a couple of people as well here in the comments, but you know. Henry will probably go for a little while there after Randy takes off, but you know, Randy, you didn't have to come in tonight, and I knew you were going to be tired and you were going to be traveling, but the fact that you did really speaks, volumes to how much you care about the community and just really want to have conversations with people. I know there's quite a few new people that are in the audience tonight that maybe this is your first or second look at what the project has to offer. For those of you that don't know who Randy Chavez was before tonight, just an absolute legend in the community. And I can say that from someone who started in the community watching his videos. And I consider it, not to get, sappy and whatever, but I consider it just an absolute honor to be able to share the stage with him. And I highly recommend, subscribing to his channel. And I'm not even just saying that because he's on here right now with me. He, day in and day out, the guy's got over 100 million OMI. He is going to be, he's put out a video about it, so I can say it. He's made over $1 million investing in OMI. Like, he doesn't have to do, I don't have to do it either, but he literally does not have to do any of this. He could sit on his butt, not do anything, and he will be rich beyond his wildest dreams. He does this because he has a passion for the community and being involved and having conversations with everyone. So subscribe to his channel, guys. Like, check out the content that he has. He's fantastic. And, Randy, do you have any final words before you kind of jet off there?
Yeah, I mean, to go into the Master Barber's thing, it was, either would be okay, hot or cold. Like, again, cold storage wallet, don't lose that cold storage wallet. You will not be able to get it back. A trust wallet, I just by some chance that, let's say one of your trust wallets gets compromised. If you have a lot of OMI like I do, and probably a decent idea to keep it in several trust wallets and not just one. But yeah, I did want to come here tonight because I told my subscribers that yesterday, so I'm like, hey, I'll take a couple days off before DesignerCon. But then I decided today that I was not going to drink because I'm going to be partying with my OMI fans in DesignerCon. That I'll just eat today. So I came back and I wasn't drunk. I was like, all right, it was a good Veterans Day. Got a lot of free food, so that was a good time. Randy,
This crazy thing is where I'm at right now. I'm only a 4-hour drive away from the convention center.
Stay.
I'm so close, but I'm so far away at the same time.
Yeah.
And I already, this is my reschedule of a flight that I already had paid for, a round trip that I had.
Okay.
I had to get a one-way out. So but it's awesome to have you here, bro. And we'll hear more. You'll be doing something, I'm sure. Sean will be live.
Yeah, we'll be streaming all weekend. Me, Taps, Wendy, and probably a couple of others.
Sure.
If you would be, it's at Real Randy Chavez. That's Twitter. All right, I love you guys. I'll talk to y'all later. All right, goodbye.
Good trip.
Okay.
Take care, Randy. Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it. So yeah, guys, we're coming on 3.5 hours now. I know Henry's pulling an all-nighter, but I will not be, but we'll do, we'll do a couple more, cause I think it's been a great conversation, and it's just great to see everyone that's popped in. We've had, over 130 people here for the last 2 hours plus. And I think we peaked at, kind of 170, which for a channel my size, I think is absolutely fantastic. And the support is always very much appreciated. So maybe we'll do one or two more kind of comments or questions from the audience, and then maybe we'll leave Henry with his final thoughts, and then we'll kind of go from there. I did want to touch on this. Unfortunately, Randy left before I got a chance to. You bought Wrapped OMI instead of OMI. Is there a difference besides Wrapped OMI being used on the Ethereum network? That is essentially the difference. That's the only thing. So you can use it with the Ethereum OMI pairing on Gate or whatever it was, the one pairing that was available. That's the only difference. The only thing is when the new when we migrate over to Immutable, you will have to unwrap that OMI in order to put it back on the exchange to have it minted from a Go into an ERC20 token. So that's the only thing to keep in mind for that. And then I think there was one other thing that I wanted to where was it? I'm just looking through. Aaron says play some poker. Yeah. You are in Las Vegas right now playing poker. Do you find it fun
at
to?
the moment, I'm in the hotel room.
Well, yeah, you're not actively sitting at the table, but do you find
today was the I got a great night's sleep. It was the stay in the room, just do local stuff in the hotel, and just kind of just get ready to go. And for me, I like to sleep on the plane. I don't like to be awake. I just like to relax. And then, because I can sleep for 4 hours, 5 hours, and wake up and I'm there, or wake up or be it maybe a half hour to an hour, coherent enough to be on the phone and listening to music or doing something.
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense, man. No, yeah. I hear that. It's unfortunate that you won't be at DCON weekend, but I mean, you got to go home at some point. So on that point, I guess one of the final things we'll wrap up with is obviously we talked a lot about Disney, the value of the NFTs that have been dropped on the platform, the OMI token and everything that's going on with that, some of the catalysts moving forward with the project, but we actually didn't touch on DCON at all at this point, 3.5 hours in. So are there any, of the 15 drops that are coming out this weekend, are there any of them that you're eyeing that you're really hoping to get your hands on, or that you'll be looking to scoop up some deals on in the marketplace, or not particularly your cup of tea on that regard?
I look at them. I don't know. I know there's look like there's a plethora of drops, and I don't know how they're going to be segmented with respect to collective sets. But if they're anything like the Mighty Marble 3. Where there's 10 in one set and things like that, I kind of step away. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm looking probably to step away unless there's this imaginary 1K edition SR item. If it looks good, maybe I'll dip. But to be honest with you, I like to get sets. I don't like to get, unless the item like the bunny or, they're the one hit wonder, you know what I mean? And they're a set in itself, then I get it if it's a low edition. But for things like this, there's a huge market for them. However, for my particular collecting, what I like, it doesn't really look like I'm going to be participating in this one.
That's fair
to say, that's all. But
yeah, well, you know what, and I think what's going to be interesting now too is with all of the new people that have been onboarded into the project with the Disney, it's going to be very interesting to see how these drops pan out, because as a perfect example, and Supreme points it out here, 888 item drop tomorrow. Even if it's an item that's maybe not particularly, and I don't even want to use the word valuable, but like you may look at it and be like, kind of, I don't really care about that. You may look at this and say, you know what? There's only, 800 other people in the world that are going to be able to get this drop. Maybe that will have some value. And now that we have, 100,000 people competing for a Disney drop, like what's going to happen when we have, 80 to 100,000 people competing for some of these 888 mint items? Do you see that driving up the secondary market price and value of some of these collectibles?
Yeah, this is why I say if I see something like, sub 1K, or like 1K or less like that, for me, those raise the flags for me for I don't want to say that they're not like, I'm not a flipper. So it's not like, I got to get in and I can make some money. It's not like what I'm saying. What I'm saying is for the longevity of that particular low edition, it makes sense to get something low like that, because if there's less available, it's always going to bring premiums. And, but don't get me wrong though. Don't use that same kind of philosophy with the Disney because we're looking at a 6K edition in a Mickey Sorcerer Hat, and we're still looking at almost a 1,000 in a floor, 800 to 1,000 floor, and this is going on 24 hours, 48 hours later, 72 hours later. That speaks volumes. So there's strong hands there, and I believe the same with the drop tomorrow with Walt and Mickey. It doesn't matter that there's 4,300. In comparison, but with respect to the drops over the weekend and the DCON, good luck, everyone. I wish you the best. I obviously go what you think. If you're flipping, you're flipping. If you're just going to get lucky in a drop, get lucky. If not, you'll have your own philosophy and your own thinking methods. I can't speak for you, but you know what I like, and that's basically it. But yep.
Ecomi's out here killing me. Shout out to Ecomi. Thank you so much for coming in and showing some love in the chat. You make it difficult. I stream for 3.5 hours and I go to try and wrap it up, and then you put out a post like that, and it's you make it difficult. But no,
Yeah.
it's really going to be interesting to see how these drops in fandoms play out. Like Walt points out here, there's only 250 of the Lincoln Design Skateboard Shop drops, and I think they're coming out as a secret rare, and it's going to be incredible to see what some of these artists and stuff are going to come out with value. I think we're really going to see a push towards, Artist Alley. I'm not sure if Artist Alley is going to end up being a new category on the big update that they're pushing out at some point. And I would imagine in the next week after everything is happening with DCON this weekend. We do know that they have a big push towards updating the app and everything being upgraded. So it's going to be very interesting to see some of the drops and everything that we have coming out. So I'm very much looking forward to everything that they have coming out. And I probably will compete for some of the drops depending on how I do with the Walt drop tomorrow. If I am lucky enough to get it on the actual drop itself, then I'll have some gems available. And if not, I think every dollar that I have currently,
listen, I'm a buyer, Foster. 48 or lower. You got the 10K right, and you're going to do whatever you can buy.
Yeah,
you want, brother.
Yeah, that's crazy. Mark making a comment here. He says, you notice you got this Captain Secret America 41, 42, 43, 44. Would you be interested in 45?
Hi, Mark. I have 42, 43, and 44. The 41 is owned by someone I know, but they don't want to part. For the 45. Honestly, it would have more value being in your hands than my hands, to be quite honest. It's not worth as much as it's going to be worth to you for what I would be giving you for it, because I own those other items. If I only own, say, 43 or 42 or 44, and you were asking me to have one more, it might have more value, but I have those particular, that group. But thank you though. And I would hold it. I would really hold it, man. Cause it's rare. It's going to be a high flyer, bro. Hold it. Trust me.
I can promise to any of you that are going to DCON this weekend, and if you do get the opportunity to head out there, I would definitely recommend doing so. This is clearly just some of the minute trolling that you're going to see once you get down there. I really wish I had the opportunity to go, but travel from Canada to the US, although the borders have recently opened up, was at the time not something that I thought would be, possible. So I didn't get a chance to go down, but as you can see, Alex and Reese having some fun, making fun of each other there in the comment section, which I think is great. And for those of you, like I said, the 127 of you that are watching right now, or who are watching this back afterwards, one of the things that really drew me to this project and continues to reinstill the fact that this is going to be one of the most successful that the crypto world has ever seen is the community surrounding it. And you can really tell, we know who everyone is that's involved in the project. They're friendly faces. They're in all of the AMAs. They're not hiding who they are. There's no anonymity anywhere. They're as transparent as they can afford to be in order to continue to keep their competitive edge in the space. And the fact that, they drop into streams like mine, they have absolutely no reason to do so. They're just hanging out and, probably off the clock at this point, 9 o'clock at night or anywhere as close to midnight for wherever they are currently. It really speaks volumes to, the promotion that they try and get out and how supportive they are of all the content creators in the community. And I really do appreciate it. And I know, it's just fantastic. Let's see, Mark. Phenomenal streams, gents. Thank you for taking the time. I feel so bad for people that never watch or listen. I agree, Mark. You know what? It's going to be funny. I'm going to look back on this in a few years when VeVe and Ecomi does the things that it is going to do. And, whether I'm here or not speaking to each and every one of you, like, they're still going to do their things. Like, it's still going to happen. like you don't stop this. You know what I mean? So it's just cool to be a part of, to be a part of this history. And I'm going to be able to take this back to, my daughter who, is only a year and a half old right now. And I'm going to be able to, when she's old enough to understand finance and old enough to understand the value of money and investing.
Yeah, 2 more years.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's going to be crazy to be able
That's
to.
how fast it's going.
Yeah, It's going to be crazy to be able to be a part of. And, you know,
The Gale.
We are VeVe. What is the when fall? I like the when Foster. I had someone in my last live stream, interestingly enough, he said, if we have a president or like a mayor of the VeVeverse, he's like, I'd elect you. And I was like, could you imagine being I
don't know about electing you for mayor, but I said it publicly that if I get a museum in VeVeverse, that Sean O'Hare is going to be my my maitre d'.
There you go.
He's going to be my doorman.
All right, so I can't count on your vote. That's a problem, but we'll find a way to win you. We'll find a way to win you. Don't you worry. Do you have any thoughts about anything? I mean, you got an audience now, so do you have any thoughts about anything in the project that you would like to bring up? Positive, negative, somewhere in between. Anything that's on your mind about anything that's going on? Excited things that you're looking forward to?
Man, I'm blown away. You know what it is? The project and what they're doing, and VeVe's just growing at such the exponential rate that it's happening at. Like I say, it's like podcast to podcast, you know, which aren't as frequent for guests like myself. Every time I come on, it seems like there's a new item to talk about, and that greatness of that is what keeps the passion and the fire in the oven, because it's like you were talking about community. Like I was deep into the Cardano community, and I'm not so not out of it. However, it's such a strong community. However, it's engaged in a long process. With VeVe, every couple of days, new drops, something else to talk about, things going forward. We have things on the horizon that are like right around the corner horizon with respect to, getting on Immutable and being on a different chain. And these particular items are going to change the game a lot. And then when we start getting into like the interoperability of these metaverses and metaverse, the word metaverse happening, and NFTs start becoming, matter of fact, it was the first day I was here on the 24th. I got here, I arrived the 24th. I think the 25th it could have been, or it could have been the 20, but either the 25th or 26th in the morning. I woke up, had CNBC on. That's all they were talking about was NFTs. They were talking about NFTs. I couldn't believe the word. They had a guy come on talking about non-fungible tokens and what they represent, and about digital the ledger and being on the blockchain and how it verifies. I'm going on. I'm like, this is happening. And cryptocurrency was like the theme for like a good hour or so, maybe more. So it's when it starts to hit home base like that, when you're involved with a strong community and a strong project, and when you're invested heavily in it, it just brings all the goodness out. And then for me right now, it's like, every day that goes by, I just love hearing, because I watch you guys like, all the time. I get the notifications. I mean, between all of you guys, all the notifications, my phone just keep bing, bing, bing. I'm throwing my headset in because I'm always doing something, but I love hearing it because it's like one after the other, other. There's sometimes you guys overlap and stuff, depending on who it is. I mean, I only have like a small group of like 5 or no more than 6 that I watch. A few years, a little bit more, but I mean, other than that, the content is great. And so, sometimes the guests are great, and there's always something to discuss, and there's always a different philosophy, and that's what I like to listen to, because everybody has, no one has the best, the best mousetrap. We just all have our own little gauges of opinions, and to hear it, and the questions are awesome too, because they come in with stuff that, and then you build on it and you talk about it, and that's the whole thing that I like about it, Yep.
No, I totally agree, man. And it's so interesting to see the concept of cryptocurrency and NFTs kind of entering an everyday conversation that has just never happened before. And I very much tried to explain that. And it's interesting because I know you were in on Cardano and you were in on cryptocurrency kind of long before I got in. For those of you that don't know my backstory, like I only got involved in crypto April of this year. But when I went all in, like I didn't just go all in financially. Like for me, this is like a full-time job. Like I spend hours upon hours a day keeping up on everything that's happening in the community, learning about as much as I can. And it's just because I'm so passionate and love what I do and love, the community and people around me. But it's just so interesting. Thank you so much, Giovanni. I appreciate that. It's just so interesting to see all of the mainstream attention, not just that VeVe, I mean, yeah, obviously I talk about VeVe, but like the concept of cryptocurrencies and NFTs, just the attention that it's getting from important and influential people like Mark Cuban and Gary Vaynerchuk, to Facebook rebranding as Meta and focusing on metaverses. We know the VeVeverse is coming, to major companies and corporations getting involved in NFTs. So not just like Disney with VeVe, but we're talking Nike doing their own, whatever they're doing in their metaverse, and McDonald's making NFTs. We see TikTok, which is a huge platform, minting moments on Immutable X. Immutable X, the same platform that VeVe is currently in the process of migrating over to. We see Visa. Yeah, we see Visa, a major credit card provider, buying CryptoPunks. We see MasterCard saying that they're going to accept payments and produce rewards for Bitcoin. We see Twitter adding profile verification for photos that is currently in the works so that you can display your NFTs verified on your actual platform. The same will happen with Instagram. The same will happen with Facebook. This has all happened in such a small period of time that it's crazy when you actually zoom out and see all of the influence that is coming in. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna
after three
oh my God. Hours. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's just crazy to see all of the influence that is going to come into the space, not just from what VeVe and Ecomi is going to put out on their end, but every other project and company that is working in the same space that will forge a path for VeVe and Ecomi to continue to be successful in the space. And Chavez has put out videos about it. Other content creators have put out videos about it. A lot of these projects that people are coming out with that people are concerned is threatening VeVe and Ecomi is actually going to assist them in making the project even stronger because different aspects is going to bring it together.
Thank you very much.
Yo, what's going on, y'all?
What's going on?
Wait, I'm not in Vegas anymore, but look at my background. Where am I at?
What is that? Is that the Empire State?
No, man, I'm in Vegas still, bro.
I thought that was something in New York.
That's New York. That's called New York Hotel and Casino. And I'll move out of the way for a minute so you can kind of see it. It mimics the entire New York City. You know what I'm saying? Back there.
Good out there. Yeah, I like that.
Oh my God. Also, by the way,
New York for real. Like,
happy birthday, Cavell.
Oh,
is it, bro?
Happy birthday, man. Yeah.
Really?
This man put out a tweet earlier today. He's like, it's my birthday. What am I doing? Grinding, baby. Making them videos.
Good for you, man. People. Happy birthday, man. How old?
Thank you. Oh, I just turned 29.
Wow, man. The 3-0 next year, bro. That's when life starts, they say, right? Life begins at 30. Life begins at 30, man. I had my daughter at 30.
Oh, really?
Actually, I'm sorry. I was 32. My wife was 30.
Don't underage yourself. You're good.
I got some big speculation for y'all.
All right, bro. Drop it on us. What's good? Oh, and I don't know if you saw or not, but it looks like Ecomi and Alex and possibly Reese are in the chat right now. So you might be dropping this speculation on people that
they probably don't laugh at me behind the scenes like, oh, not again.
Not again. My man back at it again. All right.
This guy. So basically, my new speculation, check it out.
All right,
did you all see the little tweet that showed Elsa's file size being so big?
Basically, yeah, that came out the other day, right?
Today?
It came out today, yeah.
Oh, okay, then no, I didn't see it.
Elsa's file size is actually 6 times bigger than the glider, the James Bond glider. So for a file that big, I don't think that it could just be a simple animation or something like that. I'm thinking that it's the Elsa song that has 2.6 billion views on YouTube. I think that this could be the first time we hear some Disney music coming to the platform. That's my speculation. I think with the file size 6 times bigger than an animated NFT, it gotta be like a song or something, right?
Should I buy it?
You don't own one yet?
Elsa, I don't. It's one of my group that you see. I don't have. That's the only one.
Oh my man, I got 2 of them, my guy. You gotta buy that.
And the Star Wars, the only 3 I don't have. I didn't get this.
Yo, in the words of non-fungible wonderful, Ecomi drop it, I cop it. You gotta get it, bro. What do you mean you don't have
Definitely
one?
gotta
Oh
get
my
that
god,
one.
yeah, you
I
gotta
got
get.
the Elsa ASAP. She's the most popular
Yeah.
one by far. Like,
I have to let it go though. I'm gonna have to let it just let
Oh, I see what you're doing there.
said Cavell wilding per usual.
Yeah. Let's go.
It's too late. It's freaking 11. I'll be up too late just thinking this is what I come up with.
Honestly, Who Dat Savage brings up a good point. I honestly think it's a bigger file size because of all the small details. So like how it works when they're rendering it. Interestingly enough, my younger brother is in game design right now in college. And so I sometimes show him my NFTs and stuff. And I'm like, hey, like, what do you think about this stuff? Like, it's kind of cool. And he was explaining to me, like, I don't even remember the name of the word of it, but like each individual like section is made up of polygons. And like when they need more polygons in one area to create like different like effects and stuff like that. And so like he was explaining all this stuff to me. And you look at Elsa and she's hella detailed. Like she's like super crisp detailed. So I personally think it's just because it's a crazy amount of polygons, because the same issue happened with the Marvel Mighty Captain America. It was like 4 times the size of the other one or whatever, and Trevor came and popped that bubble real quick. But what I will say is it would be dope to have Adina Menzel breaking out in that tune, because that would be whoo, sheesh. So no, yeah. I definitely hear that. But bro, Alex is saying you're wild, and so I don't know.
You just caused the floor to go up another 200 each on him.
I'm not financial advice.
It's too late, man. It's too late. It's out there. I cut that part out of the video.
But what am I looking at?
She's still like one of the most famous. Like I looked 100%. Up. I did a video going through all the drops that just released. I think the closest drop that's been released today to her is at like 400 million views, and she's at 2.6 billion and has a lot. Like, she's insanely popular, man. Elsa's still a great buy in my opinion.
I think what people need to keep in mind too, because I got in a conversation with someone on Twitter the other day about this. They said, because they were comparing Elsa versus Homer. And they were like, because everyone was arguing about what the first NFT was on VeVe. And I personally didn't care that much about it, but they were saying that Homer was going to be more valuable than Elsa. And I said, no, not a chance. Do you know what Elsa is and what she represents? And people were saying, yeah, but the people that are on this app care more about Homer than they do about Elsa. And I said, yes, I understand that. But what you don't understand is that people that are on this app that see Homer are the same people that can financially justify not buying Homer, that have kids that will tell them to buy Elsa, and they will buy Elsa. Like, the people that are invested in Homer are the same people that will invest in Elsa. The only difference is someone that's invested in Elsa might find Elsa cool. Someone that might not find Elsa cool that has a kid is going to invest in Elsa regardless. And Elsa as a fandom, I mean, don't get me wrong, Homer's cool. I own Homer, that's fine. But there's a reason that I own 2 Elsas, because it's going to be... Mark, I think they're probably a little tipsy. I'm not gonna lie to you. If they want to join, they're more than welcome to.
All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Me saying this is crazy, girl.
All right.
There is right now the mint numbers. 64 is 26K. 67 is 3.3K. 71 is 3.3K. 72 is 7.8K. 75 is 75K. All buy now. In the auction, though, right now, the 73 is going for 2K, no bids, and it ends in 12 hours. Okay, so let's talk reality. 12 hours, it is going to be 12 p.m. Eastern time, 12:30. So I will be on the plane until 2 p.m. So I am not going to be able to participate in buying this particular, getting this auction, because I'm not going to blow 2K on here, because then it'll take away from my gems for the offer that I'm making. Cavell, you're also included. If you get a 48 to a 41, just saying, I'm not saying it's worth it or not, just to you. If you don't want to have it anymore and you want 10K gems, I will buy for 10K. All right.
I'm not that lucky though. So
yeah. Listen. Wait, hold up, though. You know my gem dude up in the Philippines, Alvier, right?
Yeah, you told me about him.
His dad spiked the skateboard 43.
Wow.
And he's an older guy. And I bought it from him.
He gave you a good deal too. I'm not gonna say it, but he gave you a good deal. He gave you a good deal. I'm not gonna say nothing, but he gave you a good deal.
I gave this guy good deals for.
Oh yeah. Don't get me wrong, but like you told me what price, and I was like, oh man, you got.
You know what I'm saying? I'm paying mortgage payments right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm paying utility bills on the monthly, bro. You know? So it's okay. I could get a bone every now and then. But let me tell you something. That 43 skateboard, dude. That's like, you know, a cool thing. Now, don't get me wrong. I have to get Elsa. I'm gonna have to get her because I got the hat. So
didn't you just say the 47 Elsa was 2.3 or something? Or did I hear you wrong on that?
No.
Or maybe it was the 67 or something. It was something really low.
Oh, 3.3.
For what?
3.3.
But for what number? I just
It's funny.
I don't know.
Well,
Elsa,
he looks at that.
R2D2.
Letitia says Cavell two Elsa or one R2D2.
That's, I mean, as much as I love R2D2, I think it's something going on with Elsa, man. I would have to put Elsa up. I mean, I wouldn't trade for the R2D2. You got to have R2D2.
Yeah.
Like, Elsa is like Elsa's. I think it's something going on with her.
67.
Oh, 67. Okay.
It's a 3.3 though.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I could get the 73 for 2 even.
Right.
But
so I got to tell this crazy story because we're talking drop stories here, and Cavell just answered that question. So I haven't gotten a single drop all week. So for Disney, right? So for any of you guys that are, you know, listening to the comments that think, you know, Ecomi just hands us collectibles because we make content about them, I promise you nothing is further from the truth. So it doesn't happen. Okay. So I haven't gotten anything all week. I actually had a drop earlier this week. Reserve. I hit the buy now, you know, 90-second countdown timer, hit buy now again for processing. It was through and I was like, okay, perfect. I've secured it. And a notification popped up and it was like, our server is experiencing heavy load. Try again later. And I lost it. It didn't secure. And that was heartbreaking. So today, my wife and I are at home. We're sitting on our devices. She has one, I have one. We're sitting at the table together. We try for the Star Wars drop, which is really the drop, I think, outside of Walt that I wanted the most. We both go to buy. We both managed to secure it. She's buying. I'm buying. I get the same error again. So I'm like, nah, it ain't gonna be like that. Like what? They got my account flagged or something? Like, nah, it ain't gonna be like that. So I secure that. I click on it, and it's like our servers are under heavy load. I'm gonna lose it, right? So my wife's got it, and I was like, okay, that's good. At least we got one. Whatever, that's fine. The buy now button's still showing though because of the glitch or whatever. It didn't flip to sold out. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So I tried for like maybe 2 minutes, and I was so disheartened. I was like, nah, like I gotta walk away. My wife, like literally, we're sitting at the table. It's 5 after. Like I've stopped for like 2 minutes. She's like, "Hun, your phone still says buy now." I was like, "Yeah, whatever." Like, yeah. She literally tries on my device. I kid you not. 1 minute later, 6 after, she looks at me. She's like, "Babe, I got it." And I was like, "Nah, no, you didn't." So she managed to secure a collectible on my phone 6 minutes afterwards. That'd be lesson number 1 for never giving up.
Listen, man, I always said the women have the magic fingers, bro.
That's
you know
it. And to put the cherry on the top of the cake, we back out after that secure happens, and it says that I secured 2 of them. So the first transaction actually went through.
Oh,
so,
really?
So we got 3. But, and I say but as if it's a bad thing. I mean, I'm super happy that it happened. All 3 were the common. So I ended up having to buy R2D2 in the store, but I think I got him at basically what the floor was. I paid $470, and I never saw him. Like, he'd go down to like $450. Like, one of them would get posted and get sniped. I never saw him go below $470 like consistent. And now I don't know what he's at now, but last time I checked, he was low 5s or something.
Look, you got 4 of them for $650. Look at it like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at it. I mean, for me, that's like a no-brainer.
And dude, the first one we got that was messed up, it was in the 380s, the edition number. So like sub 400.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So
it's like a buck 50 each, buck 60 each. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I was pretty stoked about that. Do you guys, how have you fared so far in Cavell? I see your tweets every day. I think you got one today, I think, right?
No, I missed.
Or was it yesterday that you got one?
Yeah, I've got like one, like almost every drop. I think I'm pretty sure like every drop except for today, I didn't get anything. But I got both of them. I went and bought them in the aftermarket. So after it dropped down a lot. So yeah, I got them at the low.
Nice. Mark's got all Mark, how do you have this many collectibles that you can just offer them to Henry? Where do you get these from?
Got some low stuff too. They're nice. I didn't participate in the Ghostbusters, but thank you though. Appreciate that, brother.
Fair enough.
But he's asking me if I want stuff that honestly, if I had them, he has them. Unless he needs gems, I'd keep them. Those are primo mints.
I hear that. This is a good conversation. I'm curious to hear both of your guys' thoughts on this. Uncle Drew says preloading gems for tomorrow or nah. Outside of the tomorrow part, because I mean that's subjective, that's fine. How do you guys feel in general about preloading gems?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, for you already have gems on your account, but for most people, like just so that you're aware, when you go to click buy now, if you don't have the gems on your account, you can buy the gems in order to complete the purchase. So you don't actually need gems on an account to complete a purchase. Do you you probably don't, but Cavell, do you have any thoughts about that? Like, do you have a preference as to whether or not to have the gems on beforehand?
I do, because I don't buy. I mean, I participate in the drops, but
you already have gems on your account. Yeah.
No. I don't. I have 0 gems pre-drop. I always have 0 gems. I don't have any gems ever. All my gems. Look, I have Alvier has all my gems. He's the gem guy. He has all the resources to get the bulks from the whales. So I did what he does is. It basically we like in other words, because of tomorrow, and I know there's going to be a large secondary market for Walt and Mickey, and I want a low mint for that one. I had to send him. I had to list a gelatina, and then he buys it. You know what I mean? So that's how I get the gems, and I'll pay the 200 gem fee, whatever. It's okay, but that's how I do it. And I have my lump because based on the clock, he's 12 hours behind. Okay, 13 hours, arguably now. But it's weird. They don't experience daylight savings time. I don't get it. We had to put.
So not everywhere in the world does daylight savings. It's like kind of, I don't want to call it like an optional thing, but like daylight savings was only instituted for farmers, right? To give them more daylight. So it was kind of like a North American thing to give more daylight for farmers for doing it. And not every country in the world has chosen to adopt it. So that's why
Philippines don't do it.
Yeah.
So he's 13 hours, and then plus I'm already 3 hours, so now it's like 16 hours on top. But anyway, so he's going to be sleeping, and he can't snipe for me. So right. I know what I mean. I'm getting off the plane tomorrow at 2:00. I'm gonna have like an hour after I get off the plane. That's actually after I arrive. I mean, I could be in the airport, arguably, doing it. I'll do it instead of doing it in the car if I get a better Wi-Fi. But I'm just saying, like that's how it is with the gems. But I always will have them before a major drop, or I won't have them at all, and I'll let him snipe. I'll send him a screenshot of the item that I want, and he just goes and buys it right directly. So I don't have to, you know what I'm saying?
That's fair. No, yeah. So I mean, just so that everyone is aware, you don't need gems on an account in order to attempt to hit buy now and make a purchase. Just understand that you have 90 seconds to complete the purchase after you secure a reservation. So having to go through the process of buying gems, well, it's not difficult. If you're not familiar with the process, and if there's any technical issues or anything that you run into, you can end up losing out on that reservation because of that. So it's always a better option to have gems on your account beforehand, but is it a requirement? No.
That's what I do as well. That's why I keep mine on there loaded because the app is too buggy, way too buggy.
Yeah, especially you're gonna take a chance on Mickey. Like, could you imagine? Like I said, if I secure one tomorrow and I get that server too busy error, I'm gonna I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna lose it. Anyways, Aaron Cavell, does low ping speed or high megabytes per second make a difference for the drop in your mind?
The ping does. Ping for sure. Ping is king on VeVe.
For those that are not speaking English anymore, because we're over 4 hours now, but I'm toughing it out for you guys. So that everyone is aware, that is in this chat right now, that maybe for whatever reason, I don't know how you wouldn't be, because he's arguably one of, if not the biggest YouTuber in the community currently. Cavell Anderson, over 10,000 subscribers, does a ton. And when I say a ton, I mean like half a dozen videos a day on Ecomi and VeVe. Like, the man is just a machine. I know that there's some new people here that have joined tonight that, are new from Andre his video, that subscribe to my channel. Definitely make sure to subscribe to Cavell's channel. He puts out great content. He finds all the little nuggets that, he's digging deep. He got a little detective hat on. He finds all that stuff. So definitely make sure to subscribe.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, subscribe to his channel for sure. He actually made a video, I think, recently about his drop tips for how he secured all of his collectibles. So definitely go and check that one out. It is a good point. I definitely think that ping plays a huge role. For me, yeah. And I was going to say one of his tips is to buy one of those rocket sticks that you can connect to your direct Ethernet port directly into your phone so that you don't lose any ping or latency, because it's directly hardwired. I'm fortunate in that my Wi-Fi is actually really solid. So I get like a 4 millisecond ping and my latency is like 1 millisecond. So I have pretty good internet. Like, I don't need it. Like, my buddy actually bought one of those for a drop, and he actually found that for whatever reason, when he plugged it in, his stats actually got worse. Like, he was better wireless than he was wired. So it is a consideration, but there's definitely a lot of tips and tricks. A lot of people put out tips and tricks videos. VeVe Vault does a lot of them as well. Definitely a lot of resources in the community. Make sure to check them out. But for sure, because he's in here, make sure to subscribe to Cavell, because he does put out a lot of videos. Oh, Mark says Cavell put out a video 24 minutes ago, so make sure to go put that. What was that about? The
Elsa, yeah.
The Elsa thing. All right, I like that.
The one before that I did. Well, I put out 2 videos in the last hour. So
oh my.
The one before that was my walkthrough for which ones I think is going to be the most valuable overall, and then that one was specifically about Elsa. And yeah, one of the tips that I do give is this one doesn't work, especially if you're on iPhone and you got the latest update. This stopped working with the latest update, so you have to switch to this brand if you're on iPhone. Okay. So yeah, like this one stopped working.
What, Cavell? Which one? Do you think out of all of them so far, or you think overall, or just what has been dropped already? You think Elsa's going to be the most?
Elsa, yeah, I think she's like if there's something hidden with her, and if there's not, I think she's going to have the most people who care. I know that Disney, Walt Disney, and Mickey, obviously, like Mickey is the staple. When you think Disney, you think Mickey, but I think that with this new generation, they might see Elsa that way. When they think Disney, Elsa might come to mind for them. So I think that she's just that famous, because Mickey Mouse on YouTube has 400 million views in like 8 years or something, while Elsa gets that in like a year or so and already has 2.6 billion. So
I think the other thing to keep in mind too, for people that are looking for value in collectibles, is what is the actual collectability of the item, right? So you look at like the Homer strangling Bart, like it's cool, but doesn't really have any collectability. Whereas the Elsa, like Cavell says, even if you could just put the song on in the background, even if it's not associated with VeVe, but you just put it on in the background and your kids can be standing around the statue, singing around it or whatever, there's going to be so much more hype associated with that than there will be for anything maybe outside of Star Wars. I could see the actual inherent collectability of just the Star Wars collectible itself being valuable to the people that are big on Star Wars. But overall, I definitely think Elsa, like I said, I got 3 C3POs today. Well, between my wife and myself, we got 3. So I have 3 of those, but if I had the option to buy multiples of a specific collectible, it would probably be Elsa. And I mean, that's coming from a 30-year-old man and another 29-year-old man. So
one thing that was interesting in my video, I actually looked at one of the music videos and I went to the recent comments, and somebody has said, wow, this takes me back 9 years. And the first thing I think is, if they saw VeVe, they would instantly buy this collectible. And that's the thing. A lot of these people who was watching this was kids 10 years ago when it came out. And now they're adults and their kids are watching it as well. So you're asking if somebody would pay $1K for that? I mean, yeah, somebody who's well off and somebody who's a collector, yeah, I think that they would pay any amount for something that resonates with them in their childhood and also resonates with their child. Because the reason that I care about Star Wars anyway is because I grew up and my mom loved Star Wars. So that's a way that we bonded and connected through Star Wars. So yeah, that's why I would pay for that. I had to get this Star Wars drop. I haven't completed any other drop for this one. So
okay.
Yeah, me and my mom, we bonded too with the Star Wars. That was cool. She was like, Henry, I don't know your father. It was weird. It was kind of like
okay, I like that. Uncle Drew,
I love my father, dude. He's my rock, dude. He's my dude, man. Yeah, I love him, man.
iOS App Store purchase limits 600 gems at a time, but there's not. Basically, you can keep going until your credit card flags you. So I will have an interesting story coming out in the back end of Andre Jick buying his secret rare Spider-Man. We ran into some interesting technical difficulties the night that he bought that, and I ended up staying up until 3:30 in the morning helping him figure that one out. So that will be an interesting story that I will likely make a video about at some point. But it is 600 gems at a time, unless for whatever reason your credit card provider flags you for some reason, in which case you may need a buddy from another country to buy you gems and do a whole bunch of complicated things to get them to you. But that's a story for another day. This is an interesting conversation, and I think it relates to values. And I know we've talked about it a little bit, but we didn't have Gavel on the stream at the time. And I don't know that you ever actually gave a price prediction, Henry. So, I think that the Walt statue is right actually around the mint edition number that I expected it to be. I thought it would either be 4333 or 3333. I was actually happy to see that they went on the little bit of a higher end because maybe I have a chance now. He threw out reaching 50K plus one day. I don't know if that's just an arbitrary term that he had thought of previously or whatever, but what do you guys think? Mint number obviously, or mint, the amount of mints obviously plays a role in the total value of, an average collectible, but we've also seen, other collectibles that have more mints go up quite a bit. What do you guys think about a value for the statue? He says one day, right? So we're not talking to, maybe a couple of years when the app has, 100 million people on it. Like, what do you guys think?
Definitely. Definitely his 50K, I think.
Okay.
Well, when we're looking at, look, when you say floor, the greatest thing about the term floor is that it's the minimum item. It's the lowest. And so if you just don't look at the floor as saying that there's no mint numbers don't exist and the floor is across the board. So if you do the math and you're looking at 50K, that means say every single one, whether it was a 41 or a 4333, it's all 50K, right? Because if the lowest one is that much, the highest one can't be any more than that, right? All right. You're looking at like almost $250 million market cap in that one collectible. $250 million. I think that's a reach because it's a lot. Now, if there was like 600, if it was like the MC1, or if it was like the Kang, the Avenger SR, where there's only 250, now we can talk because, we're in the, 10 million range or, 5 to 10 million range. It depends on the number, but not 200 million. I think that's unrealistic. However, I said that the floor should be somewhere between 5x and 15x the drop price. So we're looking at 1,500 to somewhere around 5K in that range for the floor. Listen, when I make claims, there's no guarantee. And I'm giving you a window of 1,500 to 5,000. It'll surprise me if it goes over 5, and it'll surprise me if it goes under 15. If I have to say the sweet spot tomorrow, right at the drop, it's going to be the most. Wait 24 hours, wait until Saturday or Sunday, and then take a look. Because then it changes a little bit. Could go up a little, could go down a little, but it'll have a little bit more of an equilibrium. And so I think somewhere right around 2,000, 2,500 is probably somewhere in the sweet spot of the floor. And listen, I'm telling you right now, if the Mickey Sorcerer hat that has 2,000, which is a good 50%, 40% more in additions, is almost 1K after 24 to 48 hours later. This is Walt and Mickey at 4,300, and it's $300 each one. Trust me, these things are $3,000, $4,000 It's likely. I hope I'm able to. I'm hoping I'm able to. There's a lucky someone out there that puts it for like 9.999K, and I just hit buy, and I'm good.
Yeah.
It'll be the cherry on this whole entire 3-week Las Vegas vacation. It'll be like I did it, and then I'll pick up an Elsa out there because you know
good.
You got me all this philosophy thing going on now. I swear, Chavez, you just inspired me now to buy Elsa now. It's great. I can't buy it right now because I need the gems for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Some crazy person sells it for an 8K comes out tomorrow. I have 2K left. I'll scoop her up.
Yeah. Our test, welcome aboard. And obviously everyone that's new, like I said, you know, to some of the OGs, I know it can be frustrating sometimes to hear a topic that's been beaten to death because you've heard it 100 times, but there really is value in kind of repeating these things for people like this. Like welcome aboard, our test. Like, fantastic. Welcome to the community. You know, like I said, Cavell, back in April when I first got in, was a staple in the community and was one of the people that gave me all the information that I needed in order to get on board. And now we're at the point where in 6 months you might be making videos and we're having these conversations. Like, you never really know where these things are going to take you, right? So one of the best things you're going to realize about the community is, yes, it's crypto, so everyone wants things to happen now, and you're going to run into that regardless of where you go, but you're never going to find a better group overall. I mean, there's some bad apples as there are anywhere, but overall, dollars to donuts, like, you will not find a better community in crypto. And the reason that I say that is because people aren't just here for the money. Like, yeah, we all want to make money, whatever, but like, we've been chatting for the last 4 hours. And once again, like I said, when Randy was on and Pegs, like, they have over 100 million OMI. Like, they don't have to do this, right? Like, they stand
time out for the record.
Yeah.
Randy has over 100 million OMI. I have 100 million OMI. There's this huge difference. He's actually starting to touch like 120.
Okay.
Dude,
fair enough.
He's rounding second base on this. I gotta catch. I gotta do something. Elsa's got a pop or something for me.
they got enough OMI to do all right for themselves, and they don't have to do this, right? Same with Cavell. I mean, you know, he doesn't have to come on my channel. He's got his own channel. He's got his own things going on. But people just love to talk VeVe and Ecomi. Like, this is a random Thursday night at 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, that just goes to show you the community that you're getting involved with, and you're definitely gonna, you know, learn a lot more. And Canadian sums it up perfectly here. That's Cavell gonna do a live stream and drop 3 videos at the same time. I mean, the man's an animal. Listen,
Foster. This is the benchmark for me.
All right.
I'm gonna say this last thing before we go and before I catch a plane at 4 a.m. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
When Cavell does a live stream while he's on a live stream, that'll be the day, bro. That'll be the day, bro. When he's on here like this, but his face is turned the other way for his laptop or his computer over there.
Oh my God.
Legendary.
And I'm gonna be donating to both streams here. I'm gonna have another split screen, seeing Cavell over there talking with my headphone this ear, Foster in this ear. It's awesome.
That would be crazy. Slava, I don't know if you have kids. I have a daughter, and I bought 2 of them because I know that I'm going to give her one. Now, what I will say, and this is relative, right? This comes from a sense of entitlement, so I want to take one step back from that. If you don't have $1,000, you're not buying it for your kid, regardless of whether you want to buy it for your kid, right? So I am fortunate in that I had the money to buy it, and I did buy it. But if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. So no. But if you have the money and your kid wants it, you're far more likely to buy it for them because of that, right? Like, if you've seen Frozen, and I've watched Frozen more than my fair share of times than I care to admit as a grown adult.
We did the Frozen on ice and did Frozen Disney on ice twice. My daughter, we did all that, bro. That was, come on, man. You gotta. It's like a definite.
Yeah, no, for sure. I completely agree. Elsa versus Mickey Hat. I think for me, Elsa long-term, Mickey Hat, I think, has more value short-term. Pegs doesn't get it, but he will. He will.
Sure.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, listen. When you listen to me. When you go to see Mickey, when you go to the United Kingdom, when you see the Kingdom of Space, there's a hat, a huge monster hat, right? It's like 40 feet out there. It's a monster sorcerer hat. There ain't no monster statue of Elsa sitting there.
That's because this new generation ain't grew up all the way yet. They gonna come up and they gonna be the ones out here getting rich off crypto and buying crazy stuff like all the Star Wars people and all them did. Like, this new generation finna come through with the Elsa.
That's true. Listen, I was born in '73, bro. I was in the movie theater, a little movie theater at the time, watching Star Wars, C-3PO, and the real, you know what I'm saying? With my father, you know what I mean? Like real deal, bro. It was crazy back then. Real stuff though. That came out. I'm 4 or 5 years old. Like real movies. Like seeing it. You know, now it's crazy.
Oh, it's interesting. And Mark brings up an interesting point. He says, I don't think anyone is mentioning this, but I'm pretty sure Walt is the first real life likeness statue on VeVe. And I think he's right. I think for the partnership that they have with, and I can't remember the name of the license right now off the top of my head, but they're going to have Keanu Reeves's likeness for Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. We know that that's coming out eventually, and they have the likeness rights for it. But when you think about it, Walt Disney, the statue of Walt Disney, that is a person. He was a real person. And I think that is, I can't think of any other drop that's happened on VeVe that has the likeness of another person. Yeah, can you guys? I'm just racking my brain right now. I don't think so.
Nah, I know Keanu. Yeah, I knew Keanu was coming, but nah, I don't think so at this point in time. No.
That's crazy. The Gale, much love, brother.
Yeah, what's good, homie?
Much love. Gail's been grinding, man. He's been here for pretty much the whole time. I think he's insane. Legend.
Oh yeah, bro. Trooper.
Legend. Also, the Gale does have a YouTube channel as well. For those of you that are curious, he makes content as well. So make sure to check him out. He's a true OG in the community. So make sure to check him out. I keep forgetting about time zones. Yeah, for now it's a different day for people. I always forget about that.
I'm still chilling. For me, I'll show you me, man. Look, right here. Look. Oh yeah.
Oh
man.
yeah, you're chill. Yeah, for me it's 12:49.
I'm chill. I'm going downstairs. There's like there's all kinds of stuff happening right here, bro. This is Vegas, man. It don't sleep.
And Cavell, if you end up making a video about the likeness, Mark says make sure you give him credit. So,
yeah,
because I know we're gonna be off this live stream. I'm gonna hit end broadcast, and I'm gonna see a notification pop up on my phone. I'll be like, Cavell, how'd you record that 15-minute video while you were on a live stream? Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Cabell, before you pump any collectibles, DM me real quick and say, yo, you have one yet, bro?
It's too late, man.
I'm going to push the floor up like 2K on you, bro.
Look at this. Elsa floor went up $30 in the last 10 minutes.
This is that's it, man. That's it, bro. That's it right now, man.
I'm telling you, bro. You got to buy the thing, man.
That ain't going away. It's an auction. It's got 12 hours. Relax. I still got time to think about it.
Yeah.
Imagine if I'm the only bidder, though, man. I get that.
Mark, you should start a YouTube channel, man. You're in these comments all the time. I think you honestly should start a YouTube channel. Cavell, listen, I want to give you the floor for a moment here while I scroll through comments. Is there, I mean, I've given the floor to obviously everyone else. And is there anything you want to talk about? Any catalysts coming up in the project? Anything that you're excited for, or things that you're concerned about that we can discuss, or anything like that?
Inside information that you
know inside information, yeah.
Anything. Oh, you know what I'm saying?
I was just super excited about the Elsa thing. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I know that there's like different details and things like that with certain collectibles, but I don't know. Is it really enough to make a file so much bigger that is 6 times bigger than an animated collectible that turns into a whole different vehicle? It's like, I don't know, man, but I was super excited about that. And Elsa, I am interested in seeing when we're going to get past this point that we're in right now, where the collectibles are just insanely undervalued. I want to see them find their real values, but I don't know if DeCon is going to stop that from happening. So that's some stuff that I've been thinking on, because DeCon, what they've done is made the collectibles that, like, they made them very scarce. So right now, my mindset and thought process about it is they're very scarce because less people know about them and less people are going to want them, in my opinion. But if you think about these things that's come out with all these huge amount of additions, that's scarce in comparison to how many people would actually want them. So in terms of scarcity, I think that if you like Elsa has 2.6 billion views on YouTube, which I'm assuming at least 100 million people are fans of Frozen and Elsa. So if you have 100 million people going for all of her additions, that's still a very small addition. That's like secret rare still in comparison to that fan base, because there's no other Disney brand right now, to my knowledge, that has more views than Frozen and Elsa. So yeah.
No, it's a great point. And to that, do you have any price prediction? I know Henry is not. We haven't converted him into a believer
you guys
yet.
Get off the fucking Elsa thing already. Excuse me, bro. It's the only one I don't got. It's like an Elsa pump. What's going on?
I mean,
like, and like we were real good. Like Randy left. I was ready to go out. You're ready to go to sleep. Cavell comes on here and pumps the show up, and now it's all an Elsa movement now. And I don't have one. I usually do this on purpose, but I know. See, I know you do this on purpose every time. You probably locked up the gate, bro. You probably bought like 10 of them.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We buy 10 of them. It's
Henry's gonna pay the premium, guys. We're all in on it.
Yeah, it's a whole racket.
Oh,
you got me. You got me. All 119 people.
How many Elsa you have, Foster? How many you have?
I got 2.
See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. He's got.
But I've been.
How many you got? How many you got?
I only got one.
Only one. Oh yeah, you ain't pumping the only thing you have. You don't. I can't pump it. I don't own it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we might as well take a look at the secret rare Spider-Man that I have that's doing excellent right now. So
Me too, man.
Yeah, I mean that's a very
good
one.
Yeah. Me too. Me too, guys.
You had one? I mean, had one? What was that?
About that. Yeah, unreal, man, unreal.
Hey,
and I don't even have a comeback. Like it's not even like I'm like, yeah, but I have.
I got to come back. All
right, break it down.
Why don't we do a GoFundMe for Foster for his SR, bro? And I think that over time, like you'll see the bar move as time goes on, and then maybe hopefully it surpasses the floor, because if it goes up as that's going up, forget about it. You'll never get there, bro.
Yeah.
We could do it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that anyone's funding my incompetence, but I like the thought. It's a good one. You know what? I'll make a commitment. When OMI hits $1, regardless of the price that the secret rare Spider-Man is at that time, I will buy it back.
Oh, you sold it?
Oh, I sold it.
Oh wow! That's
yeah,
amazing.
bro. Go watch my video that I put out yesterday. Yeah.
Bought it for.
Yo, I missed it. That's
bought it for 400, sold it for 1,600. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The first appearance, Spider-Man.
I know.
Hey.
And the craziest part was I was perfectly fine holding it at 3,200, which is what it was right after the drop. I was like, I got no interest in selling. And then, a couple weeks went on. I think OMI was down and money was really tight. And I was talking to my wife because, I consider her a business partner. Like we invest together and, I'd like to, and we were talking and I was like, she wouldn't let me put it. She's like, nah, this crap is not going anywhere. And I was kind of in a funk for a little bit. And I was like, you know what? Like it's not going as well as I was hoping that it would. So I just said, you know what? No, I'm gonna sell it just so that we have gems, because she wouldn't let me buy any more gems. So we sold it. And the way that I justify it, try to make myself feel better anyways, is we sold it for 1.6, but then we landed the secret rare Amazing Spider-Man #1 comic on the platform. So I tell myself, and even though it's not technically true, I tell myself I wouldn't have had that $7 to buy that comic book if I didn't sell that. She wouldn't let me put any more money on the platform. And you know what? I think that comic book, although it may never be worth as much as the Spider-Man, the physical, like the collectible, I think that comic book will be worth $50,000 plus one day. I do. I think it's one of the top 3 comic books on the platform right now. And just based on the edition sizes, I think it will go up quite nicely.
The Amazing Spider-Man 1 SR?
Secret rare, yeah.
Yeah, I try to buy the 282 from the guy for 100K, man. He just said no.
Yeah, because it's gonna be worth.
And I had the 252 ultra rare, backing it up, which I traded to Roth to keep my my Fantastic Four low mint rare. I mean, look, man, this is the industry. I mean, there's luck in it. There's you got to make. Try to calculate risk decisions. I mean, you never know, Yeah. But you're still good, man. You're still good.
Yeah. It's funny. I put out the title of the video is I lost $15,000 selling VeVe NFTs. And then I had like 3 or 4 different people comment in my video. They're like, "Oh, I see Cavella Anderson taught you some clickbait titles." And I was like, "Well, no, I did. I did. There is nothing that is factually incorrect about that. I've lost because I no longer have it. It's no longer a gain of $15,000. This is 100% factual. There's no clickbait, but
That's how you do it.
That's how you do it. And I'm learning. But yeah, guys, it's painful. It's painful. And I am happy for everyone. And I've said this publicly. It was edition number 501. I would love to be, if you have 501, reach out to me. I'd love to support you. I'd love to hear what you end up doing with it. And I hope that you do big things with it. Like, I wish nothing but the best for anyone in the community. This isn't a competition about I'm better than you or whatever. Like, I sold it. I made money. At the end of the day is what it boils down to, right? I made money. You're going to make money off of it whenever you hold it. And, some people will have bigger wins than others. I'm sure there's people that will sell OMI far less than what they should have sold OMI for, or who have already jumped ship from the project because they don't believe in the long-term vision of it. And I'm going to be sitting here at $1 and they're going to be looking at me going, "Hey, I wish I had held and not sold like this guy." So it's all relative. If you start comparing yourself to people, you're never going to win. And so it's
See, look, come on, man. Good minds think alike. You've seen that.
Oh my God. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm happy that you guys both have one though. I think that's awesome. I think that's Cavella question.
I got the 571, Foster.
Okay. So not the 501. Okay, yeah. If it was the 501, then we'd have to have a different conversation. I say, "Hey, you gotta sell it back to me." It was a mislisting. You're gonna have to give it back to me. You know how it is. So, Cavell, we had a conversation earlier before you joined about one collectible that you could own that you don't currently own on the app outside of Donnie and the Secret Rare Spider-Man. You already own the Secret Rare Spider-Man, so that's not an issue. What is one collectible that you wish, or it could be a comic if you want, one collectible that's on the app right now that you wish that you could own that you don't already?
Todd. But the thing is, with Todd, I want him because I know what he's going to be. It's just I can never make sense of buying him right now when it comes down to a choice between Todd and something else that I think is going to do well in the shorter term. I think Todd is a year plus out before reaching his potential.
Yeah.
So yeah, Todd is one that I really do want, but I can't justify buying it over anything else that I want. So
yeah, and I think you've been, relatively, vocal about that as well. You've come out in other forums and said, you don't think that Todd is going to appreciate in value. You think it's going to appreciate in value, but not as quickly as I think some people think that it will. And I agree with you, but I have a Todd and I'm like, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to sell it to get the gems to buy other stuff, to buy the Todd back. And the second that I do that, the thing is going to explode and people are going to turn around and be like, "You paper handed again?" And I'm going to be like, "Damn, they got me. So I can't, I'm just I'm scrolling through right now and just finding all the Elsa comments. That's what I'm doing in the background. Just to trigger Henry even further. We are going to pump Elsa through the moon just so that
you're chopped up a little bit.
Oh, I was just saying
the feed's chopped for some reason.
Oh, you can't hear anymore?
The feed's chopped. I'm sorry. I lost
sorry.
You're there.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna keep putting the comments on the screen. It's all good. You're good. This guy's trolling me.
You're chopped up, man.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to deal with it.
It's choppy. What happened?
Yeah, what happened was Elsa eating up all the bandwidth.
Feed's chopped.
Yeah. Cavell, is he trolling me? Are we chopped right now? What's going on?
Trolling right now.
All right, good. I just want to make sure.
You're chopped up. I can't hear you.
Yeah. That's funny, guys. It's funny.
Why is it so choppy?
For the sake of our daughters. I just say, man, you gotta buy it. You gotta buy an Elsa, man. You can't.
Well, you're better.
All right, good.
Wait,
good.
what? I lost you for. You're still a little choppy. I lost you for a minute.
Oh, I don't know what happened.
Someone had 9 Elsas.
Yeah.
No, you're still weird. A little. Is it your feed?
No, I think I'm good.
You're frozen. It's frozen.
It's frozen. I like it.
Let's go. Let's go.
No, that was good because this is bullshit. Now wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Can you go back to the guy who said he had 9?
Yeah. I just thought this was clever from
I've
Mark.
seen it, and the whole screen is.
Did it actually?
That's so fun.
There you go.
Yeah. What's the lowest mint you have? What's going on over there?
Oh, I don't think I have
70?
any. I don't think I have any good mints either. I'll check. I got no problem. I'm holding them, so you guys can hold me to it. I'm good with it. I put myself on blast. It's all good. Let me check right here. Collection. Oh,
Yeah,
ooh,
feed's real choppy, man, for some reason.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. You're gonna hear these numbers loud and clear. You don't gotta worry about that. How do I find this? I guess through brands. Eh?
Hold on. Can I get let me see if I could. Maybe I could blow the screen out or something.
Is he actually is he still saying I'm choppy right now?
No, you're in and out for some reason.
Weird.
It's going and then
I can't tell if you're trolling.
I have I'm strong. My Wi-Fi. How's yours?
My wife. Well, I'm hardwired. I'm Ethernet, right? So, no, my lowest.
Wow.
My lowest Elsa is like 5,900 range, and my other Elsa is like 11.6. So no, I don't have anything crazy.
All these drops tomorrow.
Cavell, are you experiencing any feed issue with Foster?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you lagging a little bit though.
Yeah, I can hear you lagging.
No, I'm saying,
a little bit.
You see.
Oh no, I hear Foster fine. Yeah.
It sounds robotic and it's like.
Oh, weird.
Like you're going in and out. It's coming in good.
Oh,
and it's
okay.
going out, and
Well, honestly, man, I think we're pretty much at the point where we're ready to wrap it up. Anyways, I'm 4.5 hours in, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning for me. So we'll slowly start to wrap it up here. Cavell, I know you came in late, like I said, and you might not have a lot to touch on. I'll leave you with a final question. With MTL,
I apologize, man. It's
yeah,
totally.
You need to add on to your you need to add onto your data card there, Henry. I think you're over your minutes in the hotel room. I don't know what's going on here.
No, what minutes, man? What are you crazy minutes? What are we back in the 80s and shit? Minutes? Ain't my minutes.
Cavell, what is MTL coming in? Hopefully in the next couple weeks here. We have the imminent migration to immutable. I actually saw a really interesting tweet that just came out, or it was a Discord pop up from Noah, and it said something about where is it? So this just came out on Discord. They said, Noah said, everyone ahead of the designer con drop starting tomorrow, we'll be taking the market offline for the duration of the drops each day from Friday through Sunday to keep things simple. Oh, never mind. This isn't what I thought it was going to be, but good to know information all the same. Just so you guys know, it looks like they're keeping the drops offline the drops offline for a little bit. So that's good to know. Never mind. I thought that they were keeping it offline from now until the drop. So I'm losing my mind here because it's been way. Oh, sorry.
You guys are in and out here, man.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Cavell, with the MTL, with the migration to immutable, with the possible exchange listings, what's a price action that you're expecting to see with the OMI token in the next 2 months? We'll say rounding out the year into the end of the year. 2
months. I think based on where we are, we're definitely going to pass all-time high again. I think 10 cents is definitely possible. I think 5, probably more so towards 5. It depends, because we need. Did you mention staking in that? Is the staking,
dude? Wherever you want to take. I haven't even mentioned a tenth of the catalyst. You run with it however you want. You're good, man.
So depending on it depends on how quick they get the catalyst out. If they it's going to be based solely around how many exchanges they get and the quality of those exchanges in the short term, because that's what's going to be able to allow people to FOMO in at the highest capacity possible. But after we get those, if they hit us with a Coinbase, Binance, KuCoin, if they hit us with all that, and yeah, I think we could definitely see 5 cents. But Yeah, and then yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I definitely think I think 5. I think around 5 for sure. I think 5. My safe.
That's safe, eh? Yeah, it's so tough for me to think about when I talk about price action and predictions, because I know people they get all they get their panties in a bunch when I mention a price or whatever, and it's not the number they want to hear or whatever. I think we should hopefully see the OMI utility article coming out next week. I do very much believe that it will be coming out next week. And I do believe that phase 2 of the migration will be happening next week as well. I don't have any insider knowledge or information. I just believe, based on the fact that the immutable migration was on track according to a tweet that Immutable put out, the fact that they were basically ready to do the migration like 2 days before Disney got announced, and then they decided against doing it beforehand because they're like, what happens if there's some issues, and it throws off the whole drop timetable. I think that literally everything is done. Like, they are fully 100% ready to do the migration. They're just not going to do it while we have 20 drops and arguably the most important IP doing drops throughout the week. They're going to wait until they have some downtime. So I think, Sunday we might hear, hey, Monday or Tuesday, we're doing this migration. I very much do believe that for phase 2, which for those of you that do not know, will be the minting of the collectibles onto the Ethereum network off of the Go chain where we are currently located. And then phase 3 will be a far less labor intensive process. And that is where the token swap itself takes place. And shortly after that takes place, we will likely see some exchange listings. I don't foresee or anticipate that being delayed. They've had tons of time to line up exchanges, and we do know that they do have some exchanges already lined up. They're literally just waiting for the token address to switch to an ERC20 token standard to then provide that to the exchanges so the token can be listed. Like, perfect. I very much believe that Mike Duffy, who's the CTO of Ecomi, has lined up all of these exchanges already. They just can't list them on the Go network where they're currently located. Like, to me, I firmly believe that. Some other people may have some different opinions, but I think we're going to start to see the freight train really pick up steam coming into the end of this year. I don't know if we'll see 5 cents by December 31st, 2021. But I think, yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty unreal Q1 2022. I really firmly do believe that. I'm not going to give a specific, 4.7928 cents exactly on, like, I think it's going to be pretty unreal. Like Chavez said, if they add in staking as a form of utility, if OMI to NFT comes out, the MTL gets rolled out, there's no hiccups or issues with that. By January, coming into February of next year, we're full force ahead, riding out the remainder of this bull run. And I think some pretty unreal things can happen. So,
yep. That's what I'm expecting too. I'm expecting some crazy things. Q1 with everything that's going to be dropping. If everything goes perfect that they're planning, it can shoot up. But the thing is, nothing really goes perfect for them, it seems like. So it's going to be some hiccups here and there. So I mean, I think that could push the timeline back a little bit more as far as price action goes. But I mean, we're going to get there. I'm like I said, I'm planning on being a 10-year holder anyway, so I don't really care what happens in the short term. So. But yeah, I think we could see some.
Yeah, just to keep, you guys obviously, obviously I got you by 10 years or 20 years. There's a thought that you guys both agree on with respect to, and it has to do with the timeline that you're going to hold, and that's what matters. I think that really is what is important, because getting caught up, as people have gotten caught up over the years with their investments, not just from crypto, but in their stock portfolios, and they're puking now. Who had Facebook? Who sold? Who had Apple? Who had sold along the way? And all it did was just continually go up. And that's why I'm a big advocate in the sense of not spending any fiat money other than on my investment in either NFTs or just my day-to-day living of what I need. Other than that, my OMI's my OMI. And I'm just holding to hold the gold. The part that you were talking about with respect to the timelines, we're press release driven. That's what we are. We're PR driven. This is not a publicly traded company where every quarter they're going to come out with earnings and there's going to be earning expectations and stuff and reports like that. It does not like that. This is an ongoing day-to-day drive. And when we as we day-to-day, we just keep waking up. It's just more burnt, and there's just more of the drops that happen. And we're going to keep continually doing what we do. And what I do believe is going to happen is I believe that for the majority of the market, as a lot of the OGs start to go down and like people that have been on board, I don't want to say they're going to run out of money, but there's going to be so many drops. Like me, I don't participate in every drops, regardless of how much I have or how much I could spend. I don't participate in every drops. I'm more pickier as time goes on, and I'm particular on what I collect. And so as time goes on, that's going to happen. But at the same time, you have this other metric of new avenue of participants coming in the game that are going to fill those voids. So we're going to have a nice ebb and flow of constant stream of people keeping up with the drops. Not like there's going to be a day where it's going to go back to we hit buy now and we get like 11 because everybody's so saturated in their portfolios and they're just not buying no more. Yeah. No, we're going to have utility in a lot of the NFTs. And I'm telling you, I believe that, like, you know, we're talking about 5 cents by first quarter and everything else. I'm so glad that you guys are thinking that, because that's so super smart and it's so super conservative. And I believe you're going to be super surprised. And I really hope that, you know, the announcements that are in the queue just do what they do, because I know if Marvel can do can do 3x, can make OMI go 3x, and that's just Marvel, one licensing out of all the other licensing. I'm not saying that they're small either. I'm saying, but out of everybody, they get that one announcement and it shoots it up for us. You know, we're gonna get you know, look, when Gene Simmons announced that he was invested in Cardano pumped a little bit. And we're going to have, there are going to be celebrities that are going to be like the Paul Logans of the world that I don't want to say are they're slipping through the cracks, and the Gary V's and stuff, they're coming through, and the Vegas Daves and stuff. He had OMI. I mean, you could. I'm not saying you might not have it anymore, but you know, just like, and I want to mention Ben Armstrong. Obviously, you guys know him, biggest cryptocurrency, BitBoy Crypto. Yep. My wife came last week of my second week of my 3-week being here. When she came down, we were walking through, and I was looking for a couple of fellas that I know from home. They were here. As I'm going through, who do I stumble upon? Ben Armstrong. He's sitting at a table.
No way.
I went over to him. I gave him, you know, much respect, and thanked him for, you know, the information that he provided with respect to OMI when he did, because that was a big inspiration and a catalyst to me buying it and investing in it at the time. So that was cool. And he's running deep into the tournament, bro.
No way. Into the main event. No way. That's too cool.
You could go on WSOP and go on the Go Poker or the PokerNews.com and look for Benjamin Armstrong. He's running, the last time I checked. So the guy that kicked off this whole big poker thing, Moneymaker in 03.
Yep. Who also holds OMI, for the record.
It's actually the chip leader right now, believe it or not, at like 1.4 million. And it's been swapping back and forth. But he's actually a chip leader, believe it or not, in the main event. And Ben Armstrong's like 600-700K. He's got chips deep, this deep with that many chips. So it's going to be cool to see what he comes out, because, you know, his when he streams, you know, he's going to have probably a lot.
We may have to have Ecomi sponsor 2 people at the final table for the OMI token. That'd be pretty cool.
That's awesome, dude. But
that
yeah,
would be pretty.
I wanted to get that through, like what you guys are talking about, and it's great to run, you know, a lot of Forza Inter. Yes means no. No, for Forza Juve, bro. For Forza Juve. I'm sorry. You know.
Giovanni, I just want to touch on quickly. Yes, it is a reach to assume that they do that, because it's going to take 6 hours at the market. It'd have to be down, and it's going to eat up so much of their server load and capacity to do all this. There's no way that they'd have drops going on actively in the background while doing a migration. It would be an absolute disaster.
We'll know it's coming based on, listen, this is what's going to happen. We're going to get an announcement. It's going to pump OMI. OMI's going to pump. We're going to go way over all-time high. We're going to probably go over 3 cents just on that news. And what's going to happen is it'll probably scoop back down, probably even under a penny. It'll come. There's always that big drop after the big pump because there's always people trying to get greedy and get that little you're going to see turbulence. And the speculation is going to run amok. But we'll know because they're going to have drops and shit happen in that time period. So we're going to have this little window of wait. And they probably didn't. They probably wanted to get the Disney out before the holiday and heavy holiday season that they have in the pipeline. So they know this is probably like an under 4-day process. The totals start to finish. So that whole process probably they didn't want to have Disney involved in any of it.
Yep.
It could be they could be timing it for Thanksgiving, bro. To be honest with you, and I know Thanksgiving doesn't really reflect a lot of the holidays worldwide because it's more of an America thing. You know what I'm saying? In respect to holiday. But we really don't have much of. I mean, the world is moving, but it's not really. This is the action. It's happening here. Henry, you want 227 ultra rare Thor, or you all set with your 339? Elsa FOMO smacking me senseless. Mark D, the 227 UR Thor. The reason why, bro, is because I don't know if you're the one with I don't know if that might be the low. That actually is probably the lowest ultra rare. Foster, real quick on this. I just have to make this. It's actually kind of important because someone had it listed for like, I don't know, some ridiculous number, bro, like 12K or 20 something K or whatever. You know what I mean? I have the 339. I mean, I'm willing to give you the 339 and some gems if you want to do that. I can, so you're not left without an ultra rare because that's like a real limited item. It would be great to add to my set because my Thor sets is second to none. I mean, DM me. That's all I could say. Elsa FOMO. Really, bro, don't do this to me, man. You know what I mean? Like, Cavell, you created a beast here, man.
So, Mark, if you look up at Henry
comments.
Pagliuca on Twitter, you'll be able to get a hold of Henry there. His screen name is Mr. Pegs. So look that up, and he will talk to you about that. I had to put that up there, though. I saw it, and I'm seeing a couple people talk about this Gary V interview with Dan Schwabel that's coming out on November 22nd. Definitely check that one out, guys. It's going to be very interesting.
I know someone that actually knows Gary, like cell phone, like Gary talk guy.
Oh wow.
But I don't like to trip lines like that because then it becomes I'm like that guy, you know what I mean? And I'm not. It's when people aren't do what you do, then it looks like you're using them for that kind of resource. And I have other kind of relationships, but
that's fair. This will go to all of us. I mean, it was directed to me, but that's fine. So Aaron says, would you rather have Walt or an amazing Spider-Man Secret Rare comic for the long term? For me, comic. Reason being 600 editions versus 4,333 editions. Spider-Man as a comic will be, in my opinion, highly revered and sought after versus the Walt Disney statue, which will also be extremely valuable, but just based on the sheer edition, a number that it has. So it has 5.5x the amount of editions as the, or no, did I do that wrong? 6 times. Oh no, it's like 7x. It's like over 7x the amount of editions. So, I mean,
I want to answer this real quick.
Yeah, for sure. I just think for it to go 7x.
Aaron, it's an absolute like great question, but let's talk apples to apples here. When we're talking about a Walt 41 to like 50 versus a Spider-Man floor, I'll take the Walt. But if you're talking like a Spider-Man, obviously the first, second, third, up probably the top 5 lowest mints from 282 upward versus, a Walt higher mint, like a sub 100, but a post, say 60. I'd rather have that. So it really is it's an apples to apples a conversation. It's not necessarily one or the other. The mint numbers in those particular trades really will make the difference, man, to be honest.
Yeah. And yeah, Mark, you're right. They could do the migration this weekend, but like I said, it causes more headache than what it's worth. If there's any delays in keeping the market closed, the extra bandwidth and issues that they would have to deal with making sure the migration is going smoothly while operating with a third-party company, they've always said that they're going to do the migration during a low traffic period. So my guess is that the app is primarily used by people in the North American market. Not to say that people don't use it in other markets, but I feel like statistically, just based on when the drops are catered for, that the North American audience is currently the largest audience on VeVe. My guess is that they're going to do it overnight. I'm Eastern Standard Time, so for me right now it's 1:30 in the morning. My guess is that they'll be doing it, midnight Eastern Standard Time to 6 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time, when it's not really affecting anyone that would be using it in the market. That's when they're going to do it, and they're going to do it on a day that has no drops. They're not going to do it on a weekend that has 5 or 6 drops a day. It just it's impossible. Like, you just couldn't, in my opinion, keep up with it. So
well, thank you, Gale. Thank you very much, though. Thank you.
Yeah, I am out here making I'm going to do maybe one more, and then I'm going to, because I'm literally hitting 5 hours here. So I'm going to slowly start to lose my mind a little bit here. We already touched on price prediction. So Horse on Jupiter, by Q1 2022, Chavez believes, 5 cents. And I think Henry shares that sentiment. And with everything falling into place, now this is obviously barring no, major issues or delays with some of the major catalysts. I think we could all probably agree that the 5 cent price range by the end of Q1, so like April 2022, I think is likely conservative, assuming that everything that is supposed to come does come in a timely manner. And that's pre-VeVeverse. Once the VeVeverse comes out, all bets are off. If the VeVeverse, the first iteration, we're not talking Ready Player One, but if the VeVeverse adds any level of interaction / gamification to your life, even if it's something as simple as being able to go visit your friend's showrooms or something like that, it's going to be pretty unreal.
Just like just like being able to talk. If you can communicate and chill with each other, like that's all you really need. Because people just sit around in Twitter Spaces all day anyway. So like that's just magnifies.
Well, think about what we're doing right now, but just our avatars are communicating inside a room, and to get into the room, or we're on a stage. All the people that could come in, they have to pay to get in. But our avatars are on stage physically talking, and we're doing what we're doing right now. Our voices are doing the same thing. I do it with my business. The executives and the directors and managers, they come on inside the auditorium. That's their actual avatars. Some of them even look like the real guys, believe it or not. And cool. we come in our avatars, and we're home on our laptop, and there's people from all over the country, all in the room. All going in the room into the auditorium with our avatars, and we all sit down. You hit the mouse, you sit, you click, and you sit. Or you could stand up if you want. You could do, you know what I'm saying? And that's a real thing, and it's like that kind of thing. But if we're doing that more like in a 3-dimensional space, whether we have goggles, glasses, or something a little more AR, VR, dude, that's going to make it even crazier, because we're going to, it's like, you know what I mean? I get a chance to throw some left hooks at Chavez and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
To answer your question, Daddy, that will never become a concern. It boils down to supply and demand. So right now, let's say there's 1,000 collectibles listed. They're going to be listed for a certain floor. Once those collectibles start to be purchased, the floor or the amount of money that someone needs to pay in order to secure a collectible increases. If people continue to hold those collectibles, the price of the collectibles that remain listed on the app will continue to increase. Demand will never outstrip supply, because there will always be one person. Like, if I own the only collectible of something, like there's 600 of them, but I'm the only one that has one listed, I have free reign as to what I decide the floor is, and I could list it for whatever value I want to. And then you just need to decide whether or not you're willing to pay that price for it, right? So we will never, in my opinion, reach a scenario in which there are no collectibles of a certain type listed on the app, because there will always be a price that I'm willing to sell a collectible for, or that someone else is willing to sell a collectible for. It's really just going to boil down to whether or not you're willing to spend.
And force to realize something. We are not an everyday name. There's millions of millionaires out there, and there's millions of millionaires that are famous people, that are hundreds of thousands of people just in this country that are entertainers in the music industry and entertainment industry, actors and actresses. They all have families. They don't know about VeVe. When their kids start getting aboard and getting an app, daddy, mommy, how much is it? Wow, 10,000, but they got millions. Who cares? Here's something. Here's an uncle. Hey, uncle bought it for your hair. Take, and buy this for. We haven't even gotten in the rich people market yet. We're like a bunch of crackheads making deals, doing and working and making it work. And somehow we got all these crazy money, and who's got $1 million here, $2 million there, 14 million OMI? Who the hell are we talking about? When these millionaires start coming into the game, they're the OGs that got the cash. They're going to push these prices way, way, way up. We're like way up, way out of control. Imagine Snoop Dogg. He comes in, and he's got like an NFT and he does a license deal with VeVe. Imagine what that kind of thing is going to be. I mean, I'm just saying these are real life people. They haven't.
Justin Bieber's doing a full digital concert. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he's doing like a full.
I saw that, yep.
Like he's like a
nice too.
Yeah, it looked dope.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? Like, I mean, I personally don't have a huge interest in going to see a Justin Bieber concert, but I can guarantee you that there's people out there that would pay money to go see a Justin Bieber concert. Like that's just crazy. But anyways,
that made me think. Like, what about when he starts like doing tours like around the VeVeverse through other metaverses and stuff? Like, that's going to be touring for musicians at some point in the future. It's going to be crazy. You'll be able to do a tour through metaverses as opposed to having to actually get up and go and travel the world and stuff like that. That would be dope.
Yeah, meeting all, especially like famous DJs and stuff, like in Ibiza. Like you can be like up on stage with your avatar with the actual in the DJ booth with the actual DJ. How cool is that? And you pay fees and stuff to be there, and you're in your living room just with your headset on, and you could physically interact, and you're really there, and it's crazy. Like that real. I mean, dude, we're in such a beginning. Like I'm trying, so I can't wait, man. I can't wait to just chill.
For sure, guys, for sure. I can't believe it, and this is a geek moment for me. I'm 5 hours into a stream right now of just absolute shenanigans at this point, and we have 121 people watching. I don't even know how to put it into words.
I'm not famous, bro. It's Chavez, bro. It's him and his Elsa trip, bro.
That's it. But for whatever reason, whoever you're here watching, or even if you're here to hate on it, or whatever the case may be, it doesn't matter. The fact that we can have 120 something people chilling in the community 5 hours in, it's fantastic. But at the same time,
Canada, Chicago, and Las Vegas, bro. Awesome.
That's it. So we
all got good weed here, bro.
Yeah. So for what it's worth, for everyone that's watching, thank you so much. It's been absolutely fantastic to be able to do something like this. Henry, thank you so much for coming on. That was
anytime, brother. Anytime.
5 hour conversation that felt like it flew by, as per usual when we get chatting. Have a safe flight tomorrow, brother. And obviously, best of luck to yourself. Cavell, good luck to you as well on the drop tomorrow. Everyone that's in the chat right now or watching this back afterwards, if you didn't watch this until afterwards, hope you have the best of luck on the drop. As always, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you are not already, and turn on those post notifications so that you can participate in events like this so that you're not missing any of the content that is being put out. I will imagine that we will have Randy back on at some point, and we will do another 4-person podcast with this lovely group of people. Again, reach out to us all on socials. Cavell Anderson, you can find him at Cavell Anderson on Twitter, and of course, Cavell Anderson on YouTube. Henry Pagliuca does not currently have a YouTube channel, but you can find him at Henry Pagliuca on Twitter. I am at Foster Hilt on Twitter. With that, all the shilling done. I love you guys. Thank you for turning in. Peace.
Later, guys. Later, man.
Yo.